listeners, welcome to our channel The Classic Audiobooks. Today we are going to read first book of Mahal Trilogy, The 20th Wife Part 2, written by Indu Sundaresan. So don't skip this video. Keeps listen till end. After listening this audiobook, please like, share and subscribe our channel, and don't forget to click on bell button for future notification. So let's start. 12. To accomplish their purpose, the discontented lords turned their eyes upon Chusiro, and hoped, by his means, to effect a revolution in their state. They roused his ambition by the praise of past actions, and animated it by the fair prospect of present success. Alexander Dow, The History of Hindustan, It Will Soon Be Time. Khalifa looked up at her husband and blushed. Yes, my lord. Her voice was low and musical. I have prayed for a son, a healthy boy. Prince Khusrai frowned. What use will a boy be? I will have no throne to leave him. My father has made sure of that. He gestured around the room bitterly. Khusrai and Khalifa were in the prince's apartments. At first glance, it seemed that every affluence available to a royal prince was present. But only at first glance, Khusrai thought, hunching into dissatisfaction. The windows were hung with ivory silk curtains. The stone floor was carpeted with deep piled, red and green geometric patterned Persian rugs. Sandalwood tables inlaid with mother of pearl were laden down with terracotta curios, and huge gold vases were filled with yellow summer roses. But outside the main doors, two strong ahadis stood guard, and as the breeze lifted the curtains, ugly black iron bars showed on the sills, mocking the room's finery. The day will come when the throne shall be yours, my lord. It is only a matter of time. Khusrai turned to her, his young face twisted. He had married Khalifa because Akbar had wanted the union, but Khusrai had fallen hopelessly in love with the shy girl whose face he had seen for the first time on their wedding night. Her complete devotion to him, even to the point of living in captivity in his quarters, had won him over. I want it now. It is rightfully mine. My father has no right to rule. Even Emperor Akbar wished it. Hush, my lord. Khalifa turned frightened eyes towards the door. The emperor will hear of your outburst. I do not care, Khusrai muttered in a lower voice. How long is he going to keep me locked up? It has been 6 months already. Perhaps when the child is born, my lord, the emperor will be pleased to see his first grandchild. I cannot wait that long. I will not have my son born in captivity. Khusrai jumped up from the divan and paced the room, hands clasped behind his back. He was quivering with outrage. The empire was his. His father had no business ruling his realm. And then to ignominiously chastise him in the divan in front of all the courtiers, as though he were a child pulled up for recalcitrance. Khusrai stopped at the window and gazed out. He could see the ladies of the zenna lounging in the shade, draped in colorful muslins and silks, their attendants flitting around them with goblets of cool sherbet. If she had so wanted, Khalifa could have been there, outside. Jahangir had given her the choice, and she had chosen to be with her husband. An inner door opened quietly, and a man stepped into the room. Your Highness, he said, his voice a soft whisper. Khusrai whirled around. Khalifa quickly pulled her veil over her face. Abdur Rahim, the Khan-i-Khanan, came into the room and bowed to the prince. He had been one of Khusrau's most avid supporters during his rebellion for the throne. As the commander-in-chief of Akbar's army, he had been in a position of power, and he had lent that power to Khusrau's abortive cause. Like many others who had supported the young prince, he preferred to be Khan-i-Khanan under a younger, more naive ruler than under the older, more shrewd Jahangir, with his cunning advisors. It was from him that Ali Quli, too, had taken his loyalty to Prince Khusrai. Of all the people in the empire, the Khan-i-Khanan was the one whom Mehrunisa's husband knew best. Years ago, when the Persian soldier had first come to the empire, he had hired himself out as a mercenary to Abdur Rahim, and Rahim had introduced him to Emperor Akbar. I beg pardon, Your Highness, but there was no way to announce my arrival without the emperor getting to know of it. That is all right. What news do you have? Khusrai asked eagerly. Plans have been made to free you from the clutches of the emperor. Hussein Beg and Mirza Hassan are standing by to support you. Excellent. Khusrai smiled. His petulance disappeared, and in its place appeared the youthful enthusiasm that had beguiled so many nobles and commoners in the empire. What are the plans? 3 days from now the emperor is to leave on a hunting trip. He will have you locked up as usual in the tower when he leaves. Khusrai nodded. How he hated that bare, stone-walled prison, where a single pane of glass let milky light into the room. When Jahangir left for extended hunting trips, Khusrai spent days in the tower. He was not even allowed his daily walks in the gardens. The imperial party will return late at night after the hunting trip. That will give us enough time to escape from Agra. You will have to leave in the morning, right after the imperial party departs, Abdur Rahim continued. But how shall I get out? The emperor allows me no visitors and has strictly forbidden me to leave the tower, Khusrai said. You will have to escape before you are sent to the tower. The next day is your grandfather's birthday, Your Highness. Perhaps you could request a pilgrimage to Emperor Akbar's tomb in Sikandara. I will be waiting with a large army on the way, and we will rescue you from your captors. Khusrai shook his head slowly. I don't know that it will be that easy to escape my guards, Abdur Rahim. The Khan-i-Khanan looked shrewdly at the young prince. You will have to try, Your Highness. This is the best time. The emperor will be away. It will be many hours before he gets the news of your flight and takes action. The guards are already lax in their duties. I was able to come here undetected. What about the princess? Khusrai asked suddenly, looking at Khalifa. She shook her head from behind the veil. You must go alone, my lord. You will travel faster that way. The emperor will do me no harm, especially. She touched her belly. Khusrai nodded and turned to Abdur Rahim, his face troubled. You must make arrangements to bring the princess to me once we have reached. Where will we go? To Lahore. Lahore? Khusrai asked in surprise. Why not Bengal? My uncle, Raja Man Singh, will help us.
No, Your Highness. Abdur Rahim shook his head firmly. Your uncle and Mirza Aziz Koka have barely escaped the emperor's wrath with their lives. Even now, spies are posted on them. The emperor would know immediately if we set out to Bengal, and we would be captured on the way. If we proceed to Lahore and manage to capture the fort, we shall have a stronghold to work from. Once Lahore is ours, we can send for Mirza Koka and Raja Man Singh. Besides, Abdur Rahim hesitated.
Besides what? If we do not succeed at Lahore, we can take refuge farther north. The Shah of Persia will not refuse aid if you ask him. We will have nowhere to go from Bengal if we are defeated there. You are right, Khusrai said, as the logic of Abdur Rahim's argument impressed itself on him. Go make the arrangements. The Khan-i-Khanan bowed to the prince and then slid out the back door. Khusrai turned to Khalifa. Will you manage without me, my dear? I shall be all right, my lord. Go with Allah. I will pray for your safety. The eastern sky turned pink with dawn as Khusrai peered over the windowsill. In the distance, he could see dust swirling in the wake of the imperial party. They had left early in the morning while it was still dark. Although it was only April, the approach of summer made the days already very hot, so early mornings and late afternoons were the only times any physical activity was possible. Khusrai turned from the window, his heart pounding with excitement. It was time to act. The guards would soon be arriving to escort him to the tower. He glanced quickly around the empty room. Khalifa had been sent to the royal zenner for the night, as was usual when Khusrai went to the tower. He strode up to the door of his apartments and knocked. A sleepy guard cautiously opened the door. Yes, Your Highness? I wish to go to Sikandara to pay my respects to my grandfather, Khusrai ordered imperiously. Have the groom saddle my horse. But, Your Highness, the emperor has not sanctioned any excursions, the guard stammered. I must go ask the other guards. Enough, Khusrai yelled, in his best imitation of an irate royal. I will not hear excuses from a menial. The emperor will have your head if you do not allow me to proceed on this holy pilgrimage. I shall complain to his majesty of your disobedience. But, Your Highness, this is not possible, the man said again. I cannot let you go like this. Khusrai made a slicing movement with his finger across his throat. He said in a quieter voice, Your life seems worthless to you. Is that so? Your wish shall be obeyed, Your Highness, the guard said, frightened. Please excuse me. Khushrai waved a gracious hand. All right. Now go obey my command. When the guard had left, securing the door behind him, Khushrai sank into a heap on the floor, sweat beading his forehead. Was it too much? Had he overacted? Did the guard believe him, or would he return with the Grand Vizier to question him further? A chill came over him. That should not happen, please Allah, he prayed silently, still seated on the floor. Once Muhammad Sharif came to the door, probably furious at being roused at this early hour, he would throw Khushrai into the tower immediately. When a soft knock sounded on the door, Khushrai jumped up, trembling, to await his fate. The guard stood there, his face drawn with fright. The horses are ready, Your Highness. The palace was still stirring from the night's rest as Khushrai ran to his horse. The waiting guards were his regular guards, appointed by the Grand Vizier. Khushrai glanced at them briefly, wondering if they knew they had less than an hour of life. Sikandara, the site of Akbar's tomb, lay 6 miles from Agra. On the way, Khusrau's guards were set upon by Abdur Rahim's men and killed. Disposing of their bodies on the roadside, the prince rode to Sikandara with 350 horsemen. There, he met with Hussein Beg and Mirza Hassan. Against their protests, Khushrai stopped briefly at Akbar's tomb, knelt down, and offered prayers for the success of his mission. Then he mounted his horse and the rebels rode away north, heading for Lahore. "Do my shoulders," the slave girl obligingly moved up. Jahangir relaxed as her skillful hands kneaded out knots from his tired muscles. The emperor reached out for the goblet and took a deep draught of the wine. He set the goblet down and closed his eyes. The hunt had been very successful. Only 2 of his shots had gone awry. All the rest had found their mark. Here was another advantage of being king. The empire was now his empire, and the hunt seemed all the sweeter for it. Nearby, a huge brass bath had been brought into the royal apartments. Eunuchs carrying copper and silver jugs brought hot water and poured it into the bath. When the massage was over, the emperor would soak in the delicately scented warm water for a while and then dress for the evening's entertainment. A hesitant cough caught Jahangir's attention. He opened a languid eye. Hoshiar Khan stood at the door. The eunuch had served him well over the years, Jahangir thought. He knew that Hoshiar wielded great power in his Zennar and that he was especially respectful to Jagat Gosini, who was now his Padshah Begum. Although the emperor rarely interfered in harem politics, he never had. Even when he was a prince, he was aware of what went on around him. "What is it, Hoshiar?" "I beg your pardon, Majesty, but the Grand Vizier is in the outer hall. He wishes for an audience," the eunuch said. "Tell him to wait an hour. He can talk to me during the entertainment." "It is of grave importance, Your Majesty. The Vizier insists it cannot wait." There must be news from the Deccan. Jahangir had restarted Akbar's unfinished campaign, determined to carry on his father's legacy. But surely there could not already be good news from the war front. He got up, his heart thumping at this possibility of an early victory in a battle at which his father had spent so many unsuccessful years. He pulled on his red silk robe and quickly walked out of the royal apartments to the outer hall. Only men from the royal family were allowed into the Zenna, so the emperor went out to meet all visitors. Muhammad Sharif was pacing the floor as the emperor entered. As soon as he saw him, he went down on his knees and performed the Cornish. "I see I have disturbed Your Majesty's bath. I beg your pardon." "What news? Have we won a victory in the Deccan?" Jahangir asked eagerly. Muhammad Sharif lowered his eyes. "No, Your Majesty. I come bearing ill news." He hesitated. "Prince Khushrai has escaped." Escaped? A sudden fear grabbed at Jahangir's heart. "How? Did I not order you to post a 24-hour guard around him?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Sharif was contrite. "But he has escaped. This morning, while you were away hunting, the prince demanded his horses on the pretext of paying respects at Emperor Akbar's tomb. There he was joined by the Khan-i Khanan, Hussein Beg, and Mirza Hassan. At last count, they were accompanied by about 400 cavalry. Why wasn't I told before now?" Jahangir thundered. "I only found out a few minutes ago. Your Majesty. The lamplighter went to the tower to light the lamps and found it empty. Sharif bowed his head. This is all your fault, Jahangir said. Khusrai was gone. Where? He had only been on the throne a short time. Was he to lose it already? Yes, Your Majesty. I am willing to take any punishment you will bestow upon me. Only I beg one favor. Allow me to go in pursuit of the prince and bring him back to you. Jahangir's gaze softened as he looked at his childhood companion and friend. He pulled himself up mentally. This was not the time to panic. Plans had to be made, and only he could give the orders. Very well. You shall redeem your mistake by capturing Khusrai. Make plans to go to Bengal at once. Khusrai is definitely headed to his uncle Raja Man Singh's palace. I shall leave immediately, Your Majesty. Sharif bowed and backed to the door. Wait, Jahangir commanded as Sharif was about to leave, his voice gaining strength as he spoke. Send the spies out to check Khusrau's route. He may not after all be going to Raja Man Singh. Leave tomorrow, after the spies have confirmed Khusrau's intentions. Once you know, I want you to pursue Khusrai relentlessly. Bring him back to me, dead or alive. I will not countenance any more rebellion from my son. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty. Sharif smiled. Nothing would please him more than to bring Prince Khusrau's head on a golden platter to his emperor. May I leave now? Jahangir nodded absently. He watched Sharif back out of the room again. Suddenly a thought struck him. What if Khusrai refused to give himself up to the imperial forces? What if he fought with them instead? Khusrai was now supported by the Khan-i Khanan, the commander of the imperial forces, a seasoned soldier and veteran of many wars. What if Muhammad Sharif was killed in the fray? Muhammad, Jahangir said sharply, stopping Sharif for the second time. Send Sheikh Ferhat Bukhari instead. Itim Khan should accompany him as the scout and intelligence officer. I wish you to remain with the court. Your presence is necessary here. Sharif flinched. He would not be given the opportunity to pursue the prince. But, Your Majesty, he began. I have decided, Muhammad, the emperor said sharply. Then he added, more gently, you must understand your importance to me. We will leave together once Khusrau's destination has been ascertained. As you wish, Your Majesty. It was useless to argue with Jahangir once his mind was made up. Muhammad Sharif bowed to the emperor and left the harem. Jahangir went back to his unfinished bath. He lay thoughtful in the warm water as the slave girl soaped his shoulders. Had Akbar felt this same pain, this betrayal from Jahangir? During one reconciliation at Agra, when Jahangir was at Akbar's side when he was ill, reading to him, the emperor had stopped him. Putting a hand on the page, he asked, Tell me, Salim, is the crown so important? The question had come so suddenly that he could only stare at his father, thinking without saying so that the crown already sat on Akbar's head, that he had felt its weight for 49 years. How could he possibly know what it was like to hunger for the throne? Akbar had allowed the silence to stretch between them, then pointed to the page. Start from that paragraph. Now, Jahangir thought, looking down into the soapy water, he knew what it was like to be emperor and to have a son who wanted desperately to be one. Jahangir had been king for a very short while. The crown was rightfully his. He was determined to protect his claim. Spies were sent out in all directions to gather information about Khusrau's route. By the middle of the night, news was brought to the palace that Khusrai was headed toward Lahore. Sheikh Ferhat Bukhari departed in pursuit. The evening's entertainment was too much for the emperor. He left halfway through it and toppled into bed. While Jahangir slept, slaves and eunuchs packed furiously. The imperial army at Agra was roused and ordered to prepare for a march. The next morning, at sunrise, Jahangir left Agra at the head of an army. Less than 12 hours after the news of Khusrau's flight had been brought to the emperor, he and his army were in pursuit of the errant son. 13 They rode through the dead nobles, who filled both sides of the road. Mahabad Khan was seated behind the prince, in order to introduce the head to Khusrai, and tell him their names, Anasthe. Corpses were dangling or swinging on account of the wind. He said to Khusrai, Sultan, see how your soldiers fight against the trees. B. Narain, trans. N. S. Sharma, ed. A Dutch Chronicle. of Mughal India, the warm, humid night swept over Bengal in a rush. It had rained for 5 days, in a heavy, muffling downpour that clogged everyone's lungs. The houses in Burdwam reeked of mildew and damp clothes. Mosquitoes came out in droves, humming about people's ears, seeking blood and flesh with a persistence that no amount of smoldering neem leaves could diminish. Gossamer thin white mosquito nets lay draped like ghosts over cots and mattresses. Mehrunisa lay on her bed, staring up at the slow-moving rectangular punka suspended from the ceiling. It faltered, then stopped, the pull rope hanging slack under the doorway. She waited as the humidity settled around her like a living presence, then said softly, "Nizam." Outside her room, the slave boy awoke with a start and, still half asleep, began again to swing his leg from side to side, setting the punka, whose rope was tied to his toe, into motion again. Mehrunisa turned to Ladli, sleeping by her side, and peeled her head away from where it lay pillowed on her arm. Sweat matted the child's head and glistened on Mehrunisa's skin. She wiped her arm and blew on her daughter's hair. Ladli sighed and flipped over, arms and legs askew. Mehrunisa raised herself on an elbow and looked down at her daughter. The heat of Bengal seemed not to bother her. Ladli slept blissfully, her mouth open, her breath coming in a whistle, for her nose was blocked by a summer cold. Mehrunisa touched her lightly, her fingers not lingering long enough for the contact to draw sweat. She skimmed over Ladli's rounded calves and thighs, over the dimples on her knuckles, over the smooth skin of her chin. In the beginning, when Ladli had just been born, Mehrunisa would stay awake nights just to watch her sleep. She had thought that need would soon wane, but now, 6 months later, it woke her sometimes with the same intensity. The wonder of her child never seemed to cease. "Thank you, Allah." She leaned over to kiss Ladli's nose. Still asleep, the baby put her hand on her mother's head, and her tiny fingers curled tight around a lock of blue-black hair. Mehrunisa smiled and gently disengaged the fingers. The punka on the ceiling creaked and then stopped again. Nizam must have fallen asleep again, Mehrunisa thought. She looked up as the punka started more furiously, swirling the air in damp circles around the bed. What was the boy doing? Just as she was mustering the strength to move, a figure loomed in the doorway. Ali Kuli hesitated, then came rushing in, his footsteps loud in the almost silent night. Mehrunisa put a finger to her lips and pointed at Ladli. Ali Kuli stopped and beckoned to her. Mehrunisa rose from the bed and slid out from under the mosquito net, lifting it just enough to let herself through. She tucked the net under the mattress again and then went to her husband. They stood at the window together, looking down at the garden below. The moon was on the wane but still shed enough silver light to let them see. Ali Kuli pulled out a letter from the pocket of his kurta. "News from Bapa?" Mehrunisa asked, reaching out. "No, from the imperial court. Prince Khushrai has escaped." Mehrunisa stared at him, her eyes darkening in the moonlight. "What? You heard me. Prince Khushrai has fled to Lahore." "To Lahore? And not here, where his uncle Mansingh is? Stupid boy." "But the emperor would seek him here first," Mehrunisa said automatically. "It stands to reason that he went in the opposite direction. How did he get away? I thought he was under heavy guard." Ali Kuli grinned. "The emperor sent most of the prince's supporters away, but he forgot the Khan-i-Khanan. Mirza Abdur Rahim managed to rescue the prince from his guards. They are now on their way to Lahore." Ali Kuli's voice rose as he spoke. Softly, "My lord," Mehrunisa said. Nizam was outside the door. Like all their servants, he had elephant ears. He could not be trusted. She turned away from her husband as thoughts flew across her mind. Khushrai had escaped with the Khan-i-Khanan. The commander-in-chief of the imperial army was a man of much influence and had powerful supporters. Could he possibly pull off this coup? Was Jahangir so soon to lose the crown that had barely rested on his head? How had he taken the news? "What has the emperor done, my lord?" "He has left Agra for Lahore with the imperial army, but they will never catch up with the prince. Khushrai travels light, with only his men. Lahore is right now without a governor. The city will be easily taken. Once it is secure, the northwest will be ours, and then," Ali Kuli laughed, not bothering to keep his voice low anymore, "and then the whole empire." Mehrunisa's heart plummeted. What he said was true. The emperor had just dismissed Lahore's governor and sent another noble from court to take his place. He was still on his way. How would a leaderless city defend itself from an army led by the Khan-i-Khanan himself? The emperor should have dismissed him upon his coronation, not forgiven Abdur Rahim's role in Khusrau's revolt and reinstated him as Khan-i-Khanan. Suddenly, another word Ali Kuli had just spoken stood out in her troubled mind. Ours, did you say the northwest would be ours? Ali Kuli nodded, peering at the letter in the dim light of the moon. I leave tonight. Pack my belongings. I must go to the prince's army immediately. What about Raja Man Singh? Mehrunisa asked. And have you heard from the Khan-i-Khanan? No, but no matter. Raja Man Singh will support his nephew. And the Khan-i-Khanan will definitely need my services. Mehrunisa looked at him. He was an idiot if he thought he could traverse the whole empire in search of Prince Khusrai and his army. How long would the trip take? 6 months? 8 months? Much could happen during that time. If the emperor captured Khusrai, Ali Kuli's life would be worth nothing. A second offense against the emperor would be unpardonable. Ali Kuli didn't stop to think of those things, but he should at least have reflected on why they were in Bengal, so far from the imperial court, precisely to keep Ali Kuli from consorting with Prince Khusrai. How could she convince him that he was making a mistake? Wait a while, my lord. It is better to hear from either of the two nobles before you make any decision. Let us wait to hear more news, please. Wait, that is all I do now. Ali Kuli shouted. His voice resounded in the room, and Ladli awoke with a wail. Mehrunisa ran over to the bed, untucked the mosquito net, and picked her up. Hush, beta. She tried patting the child back to sleep. But Ladli had already been awakened by the sound of her father's voice. She gurgled at him. Ali Kuli turned away and headed for the door. I have to go. I must be with the prince's army. What am I to do here? Ladli, seeing him leave, began to wail again. Keep her quiet, Ali Kuli said, and pack my clothes. I leave soon. Mehrunisa stared at him, furious. He could not, must not go. What would happen to them if he left? Think, my lord, the emperor spared your life once and sent you here. If the prince is captured again, he will not hesitate to take it. Wait until you hear from either Raja Man Singh or the Khan-i-Khanan. What you do will reflect upon all of us, Ladli, me, even my Bapa. Ali Kuli glared at her from the doorway, deep furrows creasing his forehead. He looked so angry that Mehrunisa thought he would raise his hand and hit her. She stood there unflinching, holding a wailing Ladli in her arms. Ali Kuli turned and stomped out of the room. As he passed Nizam peeping around the door on all fours, he bent and cuffed the boy on his head, sending him yelping and sliding across the stone floor of the veranda. How many days have we been here? 8, Your Highness, Hussain Beg replied. Prince Khusrai turned to look down the desolate hill that sloped to the ramparts of Lahore fort. They had arrived at Lahore to find the fort barricaded and fortified against an attack. Even the terrain seemed as inhospitable as the people of Lahore. The ground was baked dirt. The trees and shrubs were stunted from a lack of water. The only relief in the dry colors of the land were grey rocks and brown boulders. During the day the sun raged, and at night the temperatures plunged to near freezing. The battle, the weather, and the lack of cohesion in his army were all taking a toll on his men. They will not hold out much longer, Khusrai said, hope in his voice. But inside, his mind was dead, numbed by the fear that had been his constant companion these last few weeks. No, Your Highness, their supplies must be running out. Only Hussein hesitated. We must take the fort before the imperial army arrives. I am aware of that, Khusrai said, sinking into his shoulders. How did Ibrahim Khan hear of our arrival? His Majesty sent him a message. Ibrahim Khan was already on his way to Lahore to take up his post as governor when we left Agra. He rushed to Lahore before us and fortified the city. Hussain Beg looked shrewdly at his young commander's woebegone face. There is one thing in our favor, Your Highness. Ibrahim Khan's army is made up of servants and tradesmen. He did not have enough time to amass an army of soldiers. Besides, For 8 days, we have surrounded the fort and not allowed in any food supplies. They will soon surrender. I hope so. Khusrai ran a grimy hand through his hair. He shaded his eyes from the harsh sunshine and peered down. Every day, Khusrau's army had set off mines near the ramparts, but each night, under cover of dark, Ibrahim's men had worked swiftly to repair the breaches. For servants and tradesmen, they had shown an amazing amount of loyalty and resilience, neither of which Khusrai was able to evoke in his men. It had been 8 long days since they arrived at Lahore, and the fort had held out. As he turned and walked slowly into the camp, the all too familiar fear came flooding back. Would they capture the fort before imperial reinforcements arrived? If they didn't, Khusrai would have no place to hide, no defense against his father's army. It was too late now to flee to Persia in hope of refuge. The imperial army would catch up before they crossed the border. The prince kicked a wayward pebble and watched it tumble in the red dust. Had he acted too hastily, without enough planning? For that, too, it seemed late for remorse. Jahangir would not forgive him this time. It was said that a price had been put on Khusrau's life. Khusrai shook his head from side to side, trying to ease the cricks in his neck that only rest, which had been almost unknown for these 8 days, would erase. He would have to run from his father all his life, for to surrender meant sure death. Yet, there was some hope. His army now numbered over 12,000 infantry and cavalry, all dissidents who had joined him as they had passed from city to city on their way to Lahore. Khusrai shuddered as he thought of the manner in which his army had behaved en route. They had plundered and looted the villages, raped the women, left sorrow and misery in their wake, and he had not been able to control them. Your Highness, he turned to see Hussein Beg leading a runner. Your Highness, the imperial army led by Sheikh Ferid Bukhari is a day's journey from here. Khusrai paled, the blood rushing from his face. They have made good time. What else? Mirza Hassan is dead. How did he die? The emperor's men captured him at Sikandara, where he was gathering forces. The runner wiped his sweating face. The emperor ordered him to be trampled to death by elephants. Khusrai bit his lip to choke back sudden tears. He had lost another supporter. Pulling himself together, he turned to Hussein Beg. We will have to take Sheikh Bukhari's army by surprise tonight. Where will they be pitching camp? Near Sultanpur, Your Highness. Your Highness. The runner hesitated and then went on. The emperor himself follows at the head of a large army. He is a day's journey behind Sheikh Bukhari. His father was right at his footsteps. No time was to be lost now. Khusrau's insides turned to sudden iron. He would die fighting if necessary, but he would not surrender. We cannot afford to be attacked from both sides. Prepare an army of 10,000 men. I will lead them into battle against Sheikh Bukhari. In the meantime, keep up the siege on the fort with the rest of the men. We should be able to vanquish at least one of the armies. Khusrau's voice took on a new strength as he spoke. He sat on a rock outside his tent as the arrangements went on around him, wanting the men to see him and to know that he was there to lead them. All this would finally be worth it, he thought, when the crown sat on his head. He had heard that Jahangir was furious with him, that the ladies of the Zenna cursed him for his waywardness, that the nobles at court, who had once supported him, now denounced his actions. It was lonely and frightening to be at the receiving end of such invective. But he was doing exactly what his father had done for 15 years. Hunger for the throne. Why, then, this outrage? That night, as Sheikh Bukhari's army, only 5,000 strong, were pitching camp at Sultanpur on the Bees River, they were attacked. Although taken by surprise, the imperial army fought hard. Khusrau's men outnumbered them by far, but the rebels lacked the discipline and training of the imperial forces. The two armies fought all through the night and into the next day. The aroma of ginger-spiced chicken and fragrant rice grown on the foothills of the Himalayas filled the imperial tent. Jahangir washed his hands and sat down cross-legged on the mat. He inhaled deeply as a slave set the silver plate in front of him, his mouth watering. Arranged against the outer rim of the plate were 3 silver katoras filled with steaming curries of chicken, lamb, and fish. In the center was piled a small mound of flaky rice, cooked just the way he liked it. A dollop of cucumber and tomato raita, smothered in sour yogurt, was on one side of the rice. On the other side were 2 wedges of green mango pickle, glistening red with chili powder and oil. The slave bowed and reverently rested 2 crisp rice flour pie pads on the side of the plate before backing out of the tent. Just as the emperor bent over his plate, Mahabad Khan whipped open the flap of his tent and rushed in unannounced. "Your Majesty, Prince Khusrau's army is fighting Sheikh Bukhari's army. The Sheikh's army is outnumbered." Jahangir grimaced. He had not eaten since the previous evening, and he was hungry, but this was the time for action. He scooped up a little of the rice, dipped it in the onion and tomato gravy of the chicken curry, and swallowed the morsel for good luck. Then he rose quickly. "Hoshiar, get my armor," he commanded, wiping his hand on a silk towel. Hoshiar Khan ran off to do his bidding. "We must leave immediately for Sultanpur, Your Majesty. No time can be lost." Muhammad Sharif ran into Jahangir's tent, fastening his armor. "Is my horse saddled?" "It awaits you outside, Your Majesty." Jahangir ran out, forgetting his armor. Mahabad Khan threw him a spear. Armed with only a spear and a dagger, he mounted his horse and led his forces to the Bees River. There was no time to think on the way, no time to worry about going into the battlefield almost naked. Jahangir could now reaffirm his manhood as he approached his 40th year. This rush, this thrill at danger, had been so long absent from the emperor's life. With just a brief glance around to affirm that Mahabad, Sharif, and the others were with him, Jahangir kicked his heels into his horse and rode at the head of his army into Sultanpur. In the meantime, Sheikh Bukhari and the imperial army were fighting a losing battle. Just as all seemed to be lost, Itim Khan, the Kotwal, who had been appointed scout by Jahangir, arrived at the scene of the battle with another army, carrying Jahangir's standard and flags. At the sight of the royal standard, a rumor flew through the rebel forces that the emperor himself had arrived at the scene of the battle. Abdur Rahim, the Khan-i Khanan, panicked and dropped Khusrau's standard. When the rebels saw the emperor's standard and not Khusrau's, they thought Khusrai had been killed. In the confusion that ensued, Sheikh Bukhari, the Barha Saids, and Itim Khan gained control of the rebel forces. Some were killed and others fled the scene of the battle. Khusrai, Abdur Rahim, and Hussein Beg fled from the site with a small army, intending to proceed to Kabul and from there to seek refuge in Uzbekistan. The emperor crossed the Bees River and arrived at the scene of the battle to find that Khusrau's army had been vanquished and his son had fled. He left the rebels in the charge of Sheikh Bukhari and proceeded to Mirza Kamran's house outside Lahore to await news of Khusrau's capture. Khusrai and his cohorts rode hard from Sultanpur toward Kabul. They came upon the Chenab River 2 nights after the battle. It was late, and the boats were already docked on the piers. The boatmen had all gone home, except for one, who was just returning from a late fishing trip. He was brought to Khusrai. "Prepare your boat to take us across," Khusrai ordered. "Your Highness," the man stammered. "The emperor had sent orders that no one is to cross the river without his permission. I will have to see the royal seal before I can take you to the other side." "I order you to take us across," Khusrai yelled, losing his temper. He had not come this far to be thwarted by some commoner. It was imperative that they cross the river tonight. Waiting until first light would be too late. "I cannot, Your Highness. Please forgive me." At that moment, Abdur Rahim brought a woman and 2 children to Khusrai. The boatman started when he saw them. "Is this your family?" "Yes, Your Highness." "Well," Khusrai looked at the woman, brought out a knife, and ran his finger along the edge until 2 drops of blood purled on his skin. "How would you like to see them dead?" The boatman fell to his knees with tears in his eyes. "Please, Your Highness," he begged, "spare their lives. I will take you across. I beg of you, spare them." "All right," Khusrai said curtly, turning away and wiping his cut finger on his kaba. "Go prepare the boat. Abdur Rahim, free this man's family. Tell the army to follow us as soon as we have crossed over to the other side." While the boat was being readied, Khusrai sat on the banks of the Chenab, heels dug into the mud. His finger twinged, and he started shivering. When had he become so violent? What had he become? Fear, stress, and sleeplessness had turned him into a monster he could not even recognize. What would Khalifa think of him? At the thought of his wife, Khusrai put his head down and wept. Would he ever see her again? And the child, their child, great gulping sobs rushed out of him. As he sat there, arms wrapped around himself, Abdur Rahim came to tell him the boat was ready. Khusrai, Abdur Rahim, and Hussein Beg boarded it, and the boatmen started rowing them over. The Chenab flowed fast, and crossing was no easy task. Treacherous sandbars appeared unexpectedly, and only an experienced boatman could row across. The boatman, however, was smart. He had freed his family from Khusrau's clutches, and he had no intention of disobeying his emperor's orders. He guided the boat toward a sandbar, where it stuck fast. For the next half hour, he pretended to try to extricate the boat. When Khusrau's attention was diverted, he jumped from the boat and swam to the bank, leaving the prince and his companions stranded in the middle of the inky river. Khusrai yelled after the boatman, but his voice was swept away by the sound of the fast-moving waters. The prince cursed and kicked the side of the boat, nearly upsetting them all into the river. Finally he gave up. Brave in the battlefield, neither of the men had the courage to defy the currents. As night wore on, the three men waited for assistance from the army. The river swirled around them in a melody of its own. One by one, tired from the events of the past few days, the men fell asleep. Day dawned. Khusrai sat up sleepily and rubbed his eyes. When he opened them, the gold banner with the crouching lion did not at first register in his brain. Then sleep was chased away when he realized it was the emperor's standard. The prince was surrounded on both banks by the imperial army. While he had slept in the boat, the army had easily vanquished Khusrau's men on the banks of the Chenab. Now they stood at the side, waiting for the sun to rise. A few soldiers rowed over to Khusrai and captured him. The emperor bent down and breathed deeply into the heart of a brilliant yellow rose. He straightened up and asked, "When will they be here?" "Soon, Your Majesty," one of the attendants replied. Jahangir nodded and continued down the garden path, his attendants following at a distance. Mirza Kamran had done a wonderful job, he noted with appreciation. Despite the dry climate, the garden was lush with greenery. Flowers bloomed in profusion, giving a delicate perfume to the air, and water gurgled pleasantly in the many channels that crisscrossed the lawns. Birds trilled merrily in large chena trees, which cast shady spots around the lawns. It was very peaceful, even more so since the news of Khusrau's capture had been brought to him. The door to the garden opened, and the sound of marching footsteps broke the silence. Jahangir turned and waited. Soldiers led Khusrai, Hussein Beg, and Abdur Rahim up to the emperor. All three prisoners were chained from hand to foot and to one another. Khusrai shuffled in between his two companions. The party halted in front of Jahangir, and they bowed in unison. "Your Majesty, I bring to you Prince Khusrai, Hussein Beg, and the Khan-i Khanan," Mahabad Khan said. Jahangir looked grimly at Khusrai. Under his father's gaze, Khusrai broke down and started weeping, wiping his eyes with dirty hands that left streaks of grime on his face. Jahangir's upper lip curled in distaste. Why did Khusrai give him so much trouble? "What have you to say for yourself?" he demanded. Khusrai wept on, in loud, hiccuping sobs. The last few days had been too much for him. It was almost a relief to know that he had to make no more decisions, that the fight was over. Khusrai was only 19. For too long, covetous men in the empire had filled his head with tales of kingship and power. He had not really had a childhood, and as he stood weeping in front of his father, it seemed he would not even have an adult life. "Your Majesty, forgive me," Hussein Beg started. "I knew not what I was doing." He pointed at Abdur Rahim. "The Khan-i Khanan promised me riches if I helped the prince. I would never have disobeyed my emperor otherwise. Please pardon me, Your Majesty. I am and will always remain your most loyal servant." "Enough." Jahangir held up a hand. "You are a coward and a disloyal servant. Your deeds speak of your character, and your punishment shall befit the crime." Jahangir turned to Mahabad Khan. "Throw Prince Khusrai into prison. He shall remain chained. As for the others, the two villains will be put in the skins of an ox and an ass, then mounted on donkeys facing the tail and paraded around Lahore, so that all can see their disgrace." Hussain Beg fell to his knees, bringing Abdur Rahim and Khusrai down with him. Jahangir turned away in disgust, and the three men were dragged out of the garden, with Hussain Beg's cries echoing in the still air. The emperor's orders were carried out. An ox and an ass were killed and skinned. The fresh skins, still bloody from their previous owners, were thrown on Hussain Beg and Abdur Rahim, heads and all. As the two prisoners were led around the city, the skins dried out in the heat of the sun, sticking to the bodies of the men and causing great discomfort and pain. After 12 hours, Hussain Beg died on his donkey, his skin suffocated and his body dehydrated by the dried out ox hide. His head was then cut off, stuffed with grass, and sent by runners to Agra, there to hang on a stake at the ramparts of the fort as a lesson to other dissidents. However, the Khan-i-Khanan survived. Abdur Rahim had grown up in Lahore as the beloved son of the Diwan, Baram Khan. He was well known to the people and much loved by them. Against the emperor's orders, people threw water on him to keep the ass's skin from drying out, and they offered him sherbet and fruits as he was dragged around the city. After 2 days, Jahangir ordered the release of the Khan-i-Khanan. The rebels dealt with, Jahangir arranged to enter the city of Lahore in state. This would be his first visit as Emperor of Mughal India. A few days passed while the people of the city prepared for their emperor. Jahangir spent his time at Mirza Kamran's house, holding court, walking in the lush gardens, and trying to decide a punishment for the rest of the rebels. He felt no remorse at the punishment meted out to Hussain Beg and Abdur Rahim. Jahangir had pardoned Abdur Rahim once, upon his accession, but this time it was impossible to do so again. If he had died, his death would have been a lesson, simply and swiftly put. That Abdur Rahim had survived was a stroke of good luck. Jahangir was able to publicly pardon him. And having once been humiliated, the former Khan-i-Khanan would not dare to lift his head again. The crown was now his, Jahangir thought grimly, and he had no intention of giving it up until he died, which brought him to the rest of Khusrau's so-called army. The emperor was lying in his canopied bed one night when an idea struck him. The next morning, upon awakening, he sent for Mahabat Khan. Mahabat, how many of Khusrau's soldiers have been captured? About 6,000, Your Majesty. I have been contemplating a suitable chastisement for these dissidents. Their punishment will fit their crime. They have dared to rebel against their lord and emperor. For that, the sentence is death. Mahabat bowed to Jahangir. It shall be done, Your Majesty. Yes, Jahangir said reflectively, but in such a manner that their death will be a lesson to all those contemplating a similar sin. Their bodies should hang in full view of the people, and Khusrai shall see the result of his actions on his followers. Mahabat Khan waited. He could tell that Jahangir already had a plan in mind. A grisly punishment was at hand, not only for the supporters of Khusrai but for Khusrai himself. When the emperor spoke again, at great length, Mahabat Khan allowed a slow smile to spread over his features. This was even better than he had expected. The punishment was one that not only Khusrai would never forget, but posterity would remember. For the next few days, there was intense activity in and around Mirza Kamran's gardens. Trees were cut down in large numbers, and their trunks were shaped into stakes with pointed ends. Finally, the day arrived when Jahangir was to enter Lahore. It was a strategic city in the empire, one of great importance both administratively and from the point of defense. Had it not been for the Deccani Wars, Jahangir would have liked to live at Lahore, where the temperatures were more moderate than at Agra. Fate and Khusrai, he thought that morning, had brought him to Lahore in haste, but he was determined to enter the city in state as an emperor should. He rose slowly, an excitement building in him all morning as he bathed and dressed. Even the procession to Lahore would be eventful, for Khusrai was to be punished. The world would hear of it soon. Future generations would speak of it for years to come. He waited outside Mirza Kamran's house for Khusrai to be brought to him. I am willing to forget your disobedience of the last few days. As a token of my forgiveness, you shall ride with me in the howdah, Jahangir said. Khusrai fell to his knees. Thank you, Your Majesty. His chains removed, the prince was escorted to the howdah on the elephant. Jahangir climbed in first, then Khusrai. The prince watched in surprise as Mahabad Khan climbed up behind and seated himself at Khusrau's elbow. The royal elephant rose slowly at the Mahal's command, and the entourage departed from the courtyard of Mirza Kamran's house to a fanfare of trumpets. As the elephant turned the corner into the road, Jahangir heard Khusrai draw in a sharp breath of horror. Stakes were bored into the ground at regular intervals all along the road leading from Mirza Kamran's house to the gateway of the city. On each stake, a man was impaled. Some were still alive, writhing in agony. Bodies also dangled on ropes from the few trees that lined the road. Those who had been hung had suffered a gentler death than their comrades who had been impaled alive on the stakes, all lined up to greet their erstwhile leader. As the royal procession passed, the men who were still alive cried out to the prince. Khusrai buried his face in quaking hands. He recognized the men. They were all soldiers who had served with him. He had brought these men to their gruesome deaths. It was all because of him that they hung here in disgrace, that they were dying horrible deaths. The emperor watched the prince, his face grim. Then he pulled Khusrau's hands away from his face. "Look," he commanded harshly. "Look at the fate of those ill-meaning souls who served you. It is your fault that they die so horribly." Khusrai stared around him, his face white, tears rolling down his cheeks. Mahabad Khan leaned over the prince's shoulder. "Your Highness, allow me to introduce you to these men. This is..." Khusrai listened, horror written over his face, while Mahabad Khan proceeded to introduce each of the dead men to him as the royal entourage passed along the road. The wind blew fiercely as the procession neared Lahore, and Mahabad Khan directed Khusrau's attention to the bodies swinging from the trees, flapping against the trunks. "Prince, see how your brave soldiers battle with the trees," he said, malice dripping from each word. The prince shut his eyes tight, and this time Jahangir let him be. Khusrai would not easily rebel again. The lesson had been taught. Finally, the procession reached Lahore, and Jahangir entered the fort, smiling only from his mouth. He threw silver rupees among the people, acting the role of the benign emperor. Khusrai sat by his side, pale and trembling, a wild, haunted look in his eyes, knowing that nothing in his life would ever be the same again. The summer monsoons had begun, and all around Bengal, trees and grasses grew lush and wet. It rained day and night. The houses were constantly damp, mildew flourished, hairpins rusted overnight, termites greedily gnawed at the furniture, and mosquitoes went after their hapless victims with unerring accuracy. Mehrunisa turned with a sigh from the window. Burdwan was unlike the Gangetic plains. Here the rain did not bring new life to the countryside. It brought an overabundance of life. Insects, earthworms, and even the trees and bushes seemed predatory. They grew wild and unchecked, with leafy, succulent fingers reaching out of every crack in the stone pathways to snag pedestrians. Mehrunisa and Ali Kuli had been at Bengal for over a year, and there was no indication that they would ever return to court, no sign that the emperor remembered them. Even so far away from the nucleus of life in the empire, Mehrunisa had heard of the punishment meted out to Khusrai and his followers. It was a cruel punishment. Yet, she approved of it. Nothing was more important than the crown, and if it meant taking a firm stand to discourage any further attempts on Khusrau's part, the message must have surely gotten through to the errant prince. He would not soon try another rebellion. As for Ali Kuli, he was still here too. If he had gone chasing after the prince to Lahore, he would not have escaped Jahangir's wrath. Mehrunisa's words of reason had finally penetrated his excited mind. When the news had come of Prince Khusrau's capture, and it had come surprisingly soon, as bad news always does, Ali Kuli had flung the letter at her. Mehrunisa had read it carefully and stored it in one of her trunks. She leaned back against the windowsill, her hands resting on the edge. It was frustrating having to hear news of court from runners and travelers, wrenching not to be there to see it happen, to experience it firsthand. If her husband had not been stupid enough to support Khusrau's first attempt at the throne, they would still be at court. At least, no one but she had known of his desire to go with Prince Khusrai this past time. The slave boy Nizam had been pensioned off to his native village. Mehrunisa had thought it too much of a risk to have him around in Burdwan where he could, and would, talk sooner or later. She went to the ivory and laid wooden box where she kept all of her precious letters and pulled out the farman that lay at the bottom of the pile. Her fingers traced over the Turki words. The ink was fading now. It had been many years since Prince Salim had written the farman giving Ali Kuli the title of Tiger Slayer. Mehrunissa's eyes lingered over the strange phrase at the bottom of the paper. May you be forever peaceful. She touched the words, blotting one, then another, with her finger. Had the prince written that? No, it could not have come from his hand, but from that of an overzealous clerk. Still, it was a strange phrase to put in an official document. She put the farman back in its place and piled her veils over the papers. The letters lay hidden again under lustrous silks of blue, green, yellow, and red. Then she rose and went back to the window. A sudden feeling of restlessness stole over her. She would give anything for a visit to Lahore, even a short visit to the seat of power, to court life and the intrigues. But that would not happen, Mehrunissa thought, grimacing as she dusted mildew from her hands. Ali Kuli was still in disgrace, and where he went, as his wife she was duty-bound to follow. The only consolation was that Bapa wrote to her every month, taking time from his duties to fill page after page with his flowing handwriting. He told her of the court, of home, and, when he could, news of the Dowager Empress and the Zenna. More than being at Lahore, Mehrunissa wanted to be with her father, to sit outside under a star-studded summer sky and hear him talk, to show him Ladli, the grandchild he had not yet seen. The letters were not enough. Mehrunissa turned again to look out at the rain-lashed landscape, the trees pushed to their knees by the wind, leaves and grasses glistening a rapacious green. A shudder passed through her body. She felt she would never leave Bengal. But even as she stood there, 1,000 miles away at Lahore, Emperor Jahangir paced his apartments, deep in thought. Now that the Khushrai affair had been dealt with, it was time to turn his mind to more pleasant matters. 14. The passion for Meher-ul-Nissa, which Salim had repressed from a respect and fear for his father, returned with redoubled violence when he himself mounted the throne of India. He was now absolute. No subject could thwart his will and pleasure. Alexander Dow, The History of Hindustan. Jahangir sighed as he lay back against the silk cushions, loosening the ties of his Kaaba so he could breathe more easily. He could not remember when he had eaten so much or had the time in the past few months to enjoy his meal. The lamb kebabs had been skewered to perfection, marinated in lime juice, garlic, and rosemary, and roasted over hot coals. He patted his stomach and reached over for the wine. Jahangir looked at the ladies of the harem over the rim of his goblet. They sat around him, clad in colorful muslins, smiling when his eye alighted upon them. Which one would grace his bedchamber tonight, he wondered idly. It was wonderful to have them here at Lahore. He had left Agra in a hurry to pursue Khushrai, and the royal harem had not been able to accompany him. Almost 4 months later, he had ordered Prince Khushrai to escort the royal ladies to Lahore. After their arrival, the imperial court went back to its usual routine. Jahangir first bestowed great estates and favors on all those who had aided the empire during Khusrau's rebellion. Both Mahabad Khan and Muhammad Sharif were granted larger mansabs and revenues. A few months later, news had been brought to Jahangir of a rebellious uprising in Rohtas, in Bihar. He decided to send Raja Man Singh at the head of the imperial army to quell the rebellion. The Raja was ordered to resign his post as governor of Bengal, and in his stead, Jahangir appointed Kutubuddin Khan Koka. He had not wanted to let Koka go to Bengal, but his foster brother had come to request the post, and he had relented. The emperor put down his goblet and beckoned. A pretty concubine, a girl of 16 years and his latest addition to the Zenna, rose hastily from her seat and walked up to him. "Help me to the royal bedchamber." "Yes, your majesty." Her seductive voice sent a thrill through the emperor's spine. The rest of the ladies watched in silence as their lord and master walked out of the room, leaning on his chosen consort for the night. State duties were so tiring, Jahangir thought, as he listened with half an ear to the sing-song voice of the Mir Tozak. The emperor was holding court in the Diwan-i-Am. Petitions were being read, Jagirs and mansabs granted, and the yearly budget accounted for. Bright sunshine in the courtyard beyond the Diwan-i-Am beckoned invitingly. He could have been in the royal gardens with the ladies of his harem, perhaps watching them frolic in the new bath he had installed. Your Majesty, Jahangir was jerked out of his thoughts by the sudden silence. He gave the Mir Tozak an irritable glance. What is it? The Diwan of the Empire, Mirza Giyas Beg, begs an audience, Your Majesty, the Master of Ceremonies said. Jahangir nodded. Bring him in. Mehrunissa's father came into the court and performed the Cornish. Your Majesty, news has been brought to me of danger in Kandahar. The governors of Herat, Sistan, and Farah have attacked the city under the orders of Shah Abbas of Persia. Beg Khan, the governor of Kandahar, has sent a courier requesting assistance from the imperial army. Jahangir frowned. How is that possible? Shah Abbas is like a brother to me. Will a brother invade another brother's dominions? Your Majesty, it is imperative that we send an army. Kandahar is a commercial center of great importance to the empire, the center of trading activity between India and the Western countries. Besides, it is one of the biggest outposts of the empire. To lose it to Persia would mean putting Kabul and the rest of the northwest in danger. Jahangir saw the force of Giyas Beg's arguments, but he could not believe Shah Abbas to be the instigator of the attack on Kandahar. Why, just a year earlier they had exchanged letters, and the Shah had congratulated him on his ascension. All right, he said finally. Send the imperial army with the royal standards to Kandahar. Be sure not to act aggressively until the matter is cleared up. Convey a message to the Shah of Persia informing him of the attack. He will take appropriate action against his governors. Giyas bowed and backed away. The emperor's voice stopped him. Mirza Beg, he said, you will be rewarded for your service to the empire. I need no reward, Your Majesty, Giyas said, but I thank you. Jahangir turned to Muhammad Sharif. How do these governors dare invade our province without the permission of their own Shah? Your Majesty, this is a new regime. Doubtless the governors thought that in the confusion arising from the change of reign from your exalted father to you, they could overpower Kandahar. It is through Allah's grace that Your Majesty is present at Lahore and can personally oversee the campaign. Jahangir nodded. True. Inform the Zenna that we will be putting off our trip back to Agra until the Kandahar problem is solved. When the Darbar was over, Jahangir returned to his apartments and went to his private courtyard with a bag of wheat. The pigeons came fluttering down from their roosts in the veranda, greedy, pecking at the golden grain in his hand. A hesitant cough sounded at his elbow, and some of the pigeons squawked and flew away, frightened by the intruder. Hoshiar Khan stood at the emperor's side. He silently proffered a sealed letter. Jahangir took it and waited until the eunuch had left. Then he broke the seal and unrolled the letter. It was from Bengal. Jahangir read it rapidly and then put it down next to him, leaning against the neem tree and squinting into the bright sunshine that reflected off the marble slabs of the courtyard. The spies in Bengal had done their job well. Begum Sahiba, runners have brought mail from Lahore. The slave girl proffered a letter on a silver tray. Mehrunissa reached out even before she had finished speaking. Bring it here. News from Lahore at last. Almost 3 months had gone by since the last letter from her father. Giyas was usually prompt in his correspondence, but the added responsibility of overseeing the Kandahar affair had kept him busy. Mehrunissa unrolled the letter, savoring the crackle of paper under her hands, and settled down to read it. As always, he headed the letter with the word, safe. That was to tell her at a glance that all was right with them. In her hurry to reply to him, Mehrunissa often omitted to put that one word on top of her letters, and Giyas invariably started his letters with a scolding to her for that. And thus this one, too, began. My darling Nisa, he had written, I have your letter in front of me, and again you have left out the indication to me that all goes well with you in Bengal. I had to read through your whole letter to find it was so. I think you must have my stubbornness in not following your Bapa's instructions, for so my own Bapa also berated me for other things. But no matter, it makes me feel you are here, with me, when I get your letters. I can only think that in 1 month, you will hold this paper in your hands and read my words. How is Ladli? Has she grown? Does she speak much? The painting you sent of her is little consolation for your not being here in person. It is hard to tell whom she resembles. Is it you? Maji. May I even hope? Me? Talk to her of us. Beta. Let her know us through your words when we cannot be where she is. A small hand crept out to tug at Mehrunissa's ghagara, and she looked down and smiled. Ladli sat on the ground, clutching her knees. Her inquisitive eyes looked up at her mother as she reached out for the letter with an imperious give. Not this, Beta, Mehrunissa said, holding the letter aloft. You will tear it. Go play with the horse and cart Nizam made for you before he went away. Ladli shook her head. Give me. Then, when Mehrunissa held the letter away again, her face crumpled into sham tears. Come here, Mehrunissa said, putting the letter on a table beyond her daughter's reach. She pulled her onto her lap and sat back on the divan. Ladli lay on her mother's lap, her thumb seeking her mouth, her petulance gone. Mehrunissa smoothed the hair from her forehead. This child had made the years away from Bapar and Maji bearable. This is from your Dada, Ladli. He is a big man, an important man, Diwan of the whole empire. Even without Gyasa's command, Mehrunissa had spent many hours telling Ladli stories of her grandparents. And also stories of the Mughal court, of the pomp and glamour surrounding the harem ladies, of money that flowed like wine, and wine that flowed like water. But most of all, she told Ladli of Jahangir, convincing herself that her daughter must know of the emperor. One day, Mehrunissa thought, she would take Ladli back to court to meet the ladies of the harem and Dowager Empress Ruqayya Sultan Begum. She looked down at her daughter and began to speak. The tale was one oft told, but the child's eyes grew round with wonder. She did not talk much yet, but it seemed to Mehrunissa that she understood, that she listened intently to her mother's stories. 20 minutes later, Ladli was asleep, leaning against her mother. Mehrunissa gently laid her on the bed and covered her with a cool cotton sheet. She went back to her seat and eagerly picked up the letter again. Mirza Masood visited Lahore again and spent a few months with us. He has aged very much in the past few years. His eldest son now leads the caravan. As usual, he asked after you, his favorite foster daughter, and insisted that I read all your letters to him. I feel as though we will not see him again unless we visit Persia. He thinks the trip is too difficult to undertake at this time of life. I will never forget the debt I owe Mirza Masood. Dear Nisa, he brought you back to me. For that I will be eternally grateful. Muhammad has settled down somewhat now. I had thought marriage and fatherhood would subdue your eldest brother, but that was not so. There is a streak of wildness in him that I have not been able to tame. Did you know that when Prince Khusrai escaped from imprisonment to Lahore, Muhammad wanted to go with him? Even now, unless I curb his tongue, he speaks of his loyalty to the prince in public. This, considering Emperor Jahangir has been so magnanimous and generous to our family. We would not be where we are if not for the benevolence of His Majesty. Even your husband enjoys a great deal of liberty and wealth because of the Emperor's good graces. Thank Allah that you were in Bengal and far away, so he was not involved in the Lahore escapade. A wry smile crossed Mehrunissa's face. If only Bappa knew. But she had told no one, especially not Bappa. She did not want her husband to fall further in her father's esteem. Then she frowned and read through the passage about Muhammad again. What was this madness in him? There had never been any real bond between Muhammad and her. Abul was Mehrunissa's favorite brother. Muhammad had always been restless, always yearning for what he did not have. Now he wanted to support Prince Khusrai. Thank Allah Bappa had stopped him from doing anything rash. But enough of that. Here is some good news. The Emperor has seen fit to confer an even greater favor upon us by uniting the two families. Can you imagine that? His Majesty has requested the hand of Arjuman Banu for Prince Khurram. The union will bring great distinction to our family. To be tied by marriage to the imperial family, who would have thought we would have such privileges in India? The betrothal ceremony will take place in a few months, and your Maji and I will be overjoyed if you can attend the function. Come, darling Nisa, and bring Ladli with you. It has been too long since we have seen you. Here is a good excuse to travel. Your husband will not deny you this. I have enclosed a letter too. him regarding this matter. It is unfortunate that your husband cannot present himself at court and pay his respects to the emperor, but Allah willing, the discord will be cleared up in time. Until then, for this occasion in any case, you must come alone. Mehrunisa put the letter down with a flush. Just a few minutes ago she had been thinking of the Mughal court, and now she would be returning to court life if Ali Kuli allowed her to go. She bent her head in silent prayer. Please, please make him say yes. She looked down at the paper again. Arjuman Banu was to be betrothed to Prince Khurram. Her niece to be married to the emperor's third son, the little boy who had been the dowager empress's charge. And Arjuman was her brother Abul's favorite child, his precious jewel. Abul had once said to Mehrunisa, if you were to have a child, Nisa, have a daughter, one just like my Arjuman, she will fill your heart with immeasurable joy. Mehrunisa looked over to where Ladli slept, her knees drawn to her chest. Abul had been right. And how did he feel about this marriage? He must be ecstatic. It was an unprecedented honor for their whole family, all because of Bapa. Little Arjuman, she was not even 14 years old, and now she was to be a princess. At one time Mehrunisa had thought she herself would be a princess. Now that honor was to be Arjuman's. Ali Kuli reluctantly gave his wife and daughter permission to go to Lahore. A request from Ghiyas Beg was in essence a command. His father-in-law was too powerful at court to refuse. He watched gloomily as the two departed with happy smiles on their faces. He would not miss them, but he did not want them to go either. Why should they enjoy themselves when he could not? The brave soldier was discontented with life. He was not made out to be a landholder. Raja Man Singh, Ali Kuli's only ally in Bengal, had been sent to Bihar. The new governor, Kutubuddin Khan Koka, a staunch supporter of the emperor, was not inclined to be friendly with him. But, he thought, as his wife and daughter left on their long journey to Lahore, there were others who would listen to him. There were always others. They are here. At the cry, Ghiyas Beg rushed down the stone steps into the courtyard. He waited impatiently as the bearers put down the palanquin. Then, unable to restrain himself, he went to help the passengers out. His daughter's cool hand reached out to him from between the palanquin curtains. As soon as she was upright, Ghiyas hugged her and then moved back to look at her, still holding her hand in his grasp. She lifted the veil from her face and stood there smiling at him. Motherhood had brought a new maturity to her face, but her skin was still smooth, her eyes a clear azure blue, and her hair, coiled down the back, as black as the midnight sky. She was as slim and supple as a young girl. He leaned over to kiss her forehead. It had been too long since he had seen this child of his. You look the same as the day you were married, Mehrunisa. She blushed, a deep rosy glow coming over her cheeks, her eyes bright with excitement. Thank you, Bapa. I am so happy to be here. She hugged him again and said, concern in her voice, but you have aged. Are you looking after yourself? Aged? Me? Ghiyas asked in mock reproof. Then, putting a hand on his hair liberally sprinkled with grey, he said, you mean these? These, my dear, are signs of wisdom, not age. The Diwan of the empire must look his part. He looked around. Where is my granddaughter? Here, a voice called out. Ladli ran up to Ghiyas as fast as her plump little legs could carry her and flung herself into his arms. He held her tight, his face glowing at the warmth in her embrace. He had never met this granddaughter of his. Yet she came to him naturally. Do you know who I am? He demanded as he drew back to look at her. She was a tiny child, almost a miniature of her mother, with her lush hair in two tight plaits on either side of her head, his eyebrows sailing over a broad forehead, and a determined little chin that she stuck out at him. Yes, you are Dada. Mama says you are a very big man, Ladli told him confidently, her words coming in a rush. Ghiyas Beg roared with happiness, his eyes twinkling as he turned to his daughter. She talks so much already. Full sentences, just like you, beta, always in a hurry to get the words out. So, turning back to Ladli, who had an arm around his shoulders, what else did she tell you? Emperor Jahangir is handsome. Ladli, Mehrunisa said hurriedly. Enough chatter. Go inside now. Let her be. Ghiyas turned to his daughter, and she cast her eyes down. He looked at her speculatively. If things had turned out differently, she might have been an empress by now. His thoughts were broken by Ladli, who was tugging at his beard to catch his attention. He turned to her. "Where is Daddy?" she demanded in a peremptory tone. "Inside, waiting for you." Gears, still carrying Ladli, put an arm around Mehrunissa's shoulders, and they walked into the house. For the next few days, Gears Beg's home was turned upside down to prepare for the betrothal. The emperor himself would be a guest. A battalion of servants, armed with brushes and mops, descended upon the house. Every nook and cranny was cleaned, rugs taken out and dusted, floors waxed, windows washed, walls whitewashed, brass and silverware polished to a shine. Presents were prepared for the groom and the emperor. The whole house was a potpourri of aromas and essences. In the kitchens, cooks were busy day and night preparing for the feast. Sweets and savories bubbled invitingly on cast iron stoves. Fresh flowers brought in from the gardens brightened the rooms. Finally, the great day arrived. The men of the house assembled in the front courtyard in a line, with Gears as the host right near the entrance. The ladies crowded the upstairs balconies, their veils pulled over their faces. All morning, scouts from the royal palace, ministers of state, guards, and other people attached to the court had come to the house, checking the arrangements and security, and giving orders until Mehrunissa's mother had almost dropped into a faint, and the day had not yet officially begun. Now, finally, royal attendants came running to the house. "The emperor is on his way. Be prepared." Mehrunissa watched her father straighten his kaba and make sure his ceremonial dagger was securely fastened to his cummerbund. His face was expressionless, filled with dignity, but inside, she knew he was nervous. This was a great day for him. Arjumand would not be betrothed to Prince Khurram had it not been for Giyas's service to the empire. Next to Giyas stood Abul, his expression one of pride. Even Abul had aged, Mehrunissa thought. She had not seen this beloved brother of hers for a few years, and grey hairs had taken hold of his head. But in many ways he was the same Abul, teasing her after a few minutes of awkwardness, tickling Ladli until she squealed with delight and insisted on being carried on his shoulders around the garden. Abul and Mehrunissa had barely had time to talk these last few days, but he had said one sentence, with wonder in his voice, that had been enough to show her what he felt. "Arjumand will be a princess, Nisa. Think of that. My little Arju. A princess." Then, shaking his head as he left her, he had said, "What will I call her once she is married to Prince Khurram?" But he was happy, Mehrunissa knew, as were they all, happy and in a daze, rejoicing at the honor that had come to their family. A few minutes later, the courtyard resounded with the emperor's orchestra. A loud gasp of awe went through the courtyard as two glittering figures appeared. Even Giyas Beg, who had seen the emperor in his robes of state, could not help drawing in a deep breath. Jahangir and Prince Khurram rode at the head of the imperial cavalcade, followed by the courtiers. Diamonds, rubies, and emeralds sparkled in the bright sunshine from their clothes and persons. Everyone bowed low and performed the taslim. Giyas straightened up and rushed to help the emperor dismount. Mehrunissa leaned over the balcony for her first glimpse of Jahangir, her heart pounding against her ribs. Ladli tugged at her ghagra. "Mama, I want to see the emperor." Mehrunissa picked her up. They watched in silence as the usual formalities were completed. The emperor and Prince Khurram had dismounted. Giyas broke into his speech of welcome. Mehrunissa had lain awake last night wondering, would Jahangir have changed? Would his new position have given him dignity? It certainly had, she thought now. He seemed calmer, more collected, much more self-assured. The crown sat well on his head. In her eagerness, she leaned too far over the balcony ledge, and they almost toppled over. Righting herself and holding securely onto Ladli, she looked at Jahangir's face with hunger, drinking in every detail of his appearance, the sprinkling of grey that showed under his turban, the sun brilliant on his clothes, his low laugh of pleasure at something her father had said. She waited, her breath catching in her chest, for him to glance up at the balcony so she could see his face properly. "Mama," Ladli put a hand to her face and turned her eyes from Jahangir, "is that Prince Khurram? How beautiful he is." These were familiar words. Once, so many years before, when Jahangir was Prince Salim, Mehrunisa had thought him beautiful too. Her gaze flickered to Khurram in pleasant surprise. He had grown into a handsome boy. Arjumand was very lucky. He stood to one side, gazing around him uncertainly. Mehrunisa smiled, remembering the curly-haired child she had once looked after. Khurram seemed overwhelmed and uncomfortable to be the focus of all the attention. Quite natural, since he could not have been more than 15. He fidgeted around on his feet, rubbed his smooth face, and glanced back at the palanquins being carried into the courtyard. The ladies of the royal zenna descended one by one, led by a heavily veiled lady. Empress Jagat Gosini, no doubt, Mehrunisa thought. Then she was sure. Jagat Gosini strode up to Khurram and nodded distantly as Giyas bowed to her. It was a pity Ruqayya was not here. She had chosen to stay back at Agra when the royal harem made its journey to Lahore. Mehrunisa would have liked to meet the empress again. She wondered idly who led the royal zenna now that Jahangir was emperor. Ruqayya must find it galling to give precedence to Jagat Gosini and Jahangir's wives after 3 decades of being supreme in the harem. The formalities completed, Jahangir, Prince Khurram, and the ladies entered the house. Mehrunisa sat largely down and turned to welcome the zenna ladies. The betrothal ceremony took place with great solemnity. The ladies of Giyas Beg's household and the emperor's wives sat behind a silk screen watching the proceedings. Arjumand was at the very front, near the parda, a gold sequined veil covering her head. Mehrunisa saw Khurram glance once or twice at her niece. Each time he looked at her, the ladies burst into giggles, and Khurram hurriedly looked away. Mehrunisa leaned over to hug Arjumand. "He is very handsome, my dear," she whispered to her niece and was rewarded with a shy nod. The men sat in the center of the room, the Qazi on one side, Jahangir and Giyas Beg on the other. The Qazi registered the formal engagement of Arjumand Banu Begum, daughter of Abul Hasan and granddaughter of Giyas Beg, to Prince Khurram, son of Emperor Jahangir. Giyas signed the contract and bowed to the emperor as he gave him the goose feather quill. Khurram was in for a very nice surprise, Mehrunisa thought. Her niece was more beautiful than any other woman in the family. Once Khurram saw her, he would be pleased. After the ceremony, the rooms were cleared. The servants streamed in with the dishes of goat and chicken curries, copper platters of whole river fish roasted over coals with garlic and lemon juice, turmeric and saffron-tinted pulao sprinkled with raisins, cashews, and walnuts, and silver jugs of khas and ginger sherbets. The men ate in one part of the room and the ladies in another, long muslin curtains hanging between them. From behind the parda, Mehrunisa watched Jahangir. This man would have been her husband if matters had turned out differently, and today, it might well have been her son who would have had the chance of becoming the next emperor of India. She turned to look at Jagat Gosini. The empress held court in one corner of the room, her ladies fluttering around her. There was no doubt who headed the zenna now. There was an imperious tone in Jagat Gosini's voice, an arrogant look on her face, and she raised her eyebrows disdainfully when something displeased her. Just like Ruqayya. A slow smile spread across Mehrunisa's face. All this play acting had aged Jagat Gosini. It had been all right in Ruqayya. The Dowager Empress had not been born beautiful, so she had had to use all her other skills to keep her place in the zenna and in Akbar's heart. But Jagat Gosini was beautiful, at least, she had been. Now she really smiled. Her mouth was set in a thin, disapproving line, her face grim. How did Jahangir take all this? The emperor was not usually drawn to morose, long-faced women. If she remembered correctly, he liked his women to be good-humored, seductive, and witty. This Burfi is terrible. Mehrunisa looked up from her musings to see Jagat Gosini push away a plate of coconut-flaked sweets. "I beg pardon, Your Majesty. I shall send for some more," Asmat Begum said hurriedly, signaling to the servants. "No, I do not want any more. Bring me a glass of wine," Jagat Gosini commanded. Asmat bowed. "At once, Your Majesty." Mehrunisa frowned, hackles rising along her spine. Ever since Jagat Gosini had come into the house, she had been complaining. Either the food was not cooked to perfection, or the servants were lax, or something else. Her mother had been sent scurrying around to bring the choicest pulavs, curries, and sweets for the empress. Asmat had not even had time to sit down and eat her lunch. She looked harried and tired. Her hair had escaped from her usual neat plait, and her veil had fallen off her head. And Mehrunisa knew how much trouble Asmat had taken with the feast and the preparations for the ceremony. She had hardly seen her mother in the last few days, catching only brief glimpses of her as she rushed about the house, cleaning it and personally inspecting the food. Now the empress was ordering her around as though she were a menial. Stiff-backed, Mehrunisa rose from the divan and went up to her mother. "I shall bring the empress her wine. Why don't you sit down for a while?" She pulled the reluctant Asmat to a divan and firmly sat her down. "I want my wine," Jagat Gosini said. "At once, Your Majesty," Mehrunisa said. "My mother is tired. I will be able to serve you better." "Who are you?" Mehrunisa, Ali Kuli's wife. She moved away to pour the wine. When she handed the goblet to Jagat Gosini, the empress asked, "Where have I seen you before?" There was drama in this moment. Mehrunisa realized it and couldn't help making use of it. Khurram. All she had to do was say the prince's name, and Jagat Gosini would remember. She opened her mouth, then shut it. She let the silence stretch delicately between them as the empress's brows began to contract, and then shrugged. "I don't know, Your Majesty." Jagat Gosini nodded with a flush, feeling that she had somehow been vanquished, and turned away to mull things over. Then her voice came, sharp and biting. "Now I remember you. You are married to that Persian soldier of ill repute." Mehrunisa glared at her, swallowing the words of bitterness that came rising up her throat. "Tell me," the empress murmured, snapping her fingers to gather the ladies of the harem. "The last time I inquired about you, there were no children. How long have you been married?" Mehrunisa ignored the question and said instead in a soft voice, "You inquired about me, Your Majesty. A mere soldier's wife. Why?" "I, the emperor, we like to keep informed of our subjects. All our subjects, even the ones who betray the throne, as your husband has done. Now answer my question. How long have you been married?" 13 years, Your Majesty, and no children yet. Your husband should take another wife, if he already has not, one who will serve him better." "I do have a child, Your Majesty," Mehrunisa said heatedly, stepping away from Jagat Gosini and colliding with one of the harem ladies behind her. She dipped out of the circle, then pulled Ladli into it. The empress looked over the child and saw her brilliant grey eyes, the shock of thick hair knotted at her nape, the pink cheeks, the gap on her midriff where her miniature silk choli did not quite meet the top of her ghagara. "A pretty child," she murmured. Then, slipping a pair of gold bangles off her wrists, she offered them to Ladli. "Here, take these." Ladli screwed up her mouth, sensing her mother's unease, and shook her head violently. "Don't want them. You keep them." Jagat Gosini's eyes glittered as she looked over Ladli's head at Mehrunisa. "Only a girl child for your husband, my dear. And such an arrogant one. You must teach her humility. Commoners must never refuse a gift from royalty." "But our family is going to be associated with yours, Your Majesty," Mehrunisa said. "Surely we are no longer common? Only by my grace is your family to be united with ours, Mehrunisa. Do not forget that," Jagat Gosini snapped. She pushed the bangles at Ladli again. "Take them, child. I command you." Mehrunisa leaned over Ladli and took the bangles. She said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." She bowed and moved away from the circle around the empress, head held high. When they were out of the room, she sent Ladli to play with her cousins, then ran to the back courtyard. There she leaned over the well in the hot sunshine and threw the bangles in, watching as they spun golden through the air before splashing into the water. The gift was a demand of humility from Jagat Gosini. Ladli would never wear the bangles. She and Mehrunisa did not need charity. Trembling with rage, she sat on the ground, leaning against the wall of the well. Her tongue had almost got her into trouble, had almost broken Arjuman's engagement. Although Jahangir had probably commanded the union, a word from Jagat Gosini could easily have broken it. What a fool she had been! It would have dishonored her Bapa, Maji, Abul. As for Arjumand, she would never have been married. A royal princess reject would not find many suitors. Mehrunisa sat there until her uncovered head grew hot in the sun. Then, composing herself, she went back into the house to help Asmat with the preparations and play the part of a good daughter. Toward afternoon, when the sun was high in the sky and the heat was blinding, the courtiers and attendants slipped off into shaded cloisters in Gyeser's gardens, there to take a short nap or rendezvous with lovers. The room was cool and dark, khas mats had been pulled over the windows, and attendants sat outside, sprinkling water on the mats. The khas rushes grew on riverbanks, where they dipped their heady aroma into the air. Cut, woven into mats, and sprinkled with water, they released their perfume once more. The hot afternoon wind blowing over the Gangetic plains was miraculously turned into a cool, scented breeze as it wafted through the khas. All around the room the ladies lay supine on their divans, unwilling to move. This time of the day was enervating, no physical activity was possible, and the heavy lunch lulled them into a pleasant doze. Mehrunisa leaned against the cool stone walls of the room and closed her eyes. Her daughter was asleep next to her, with her head on her mother's lap. Ladli moved restlessly, and Mehrunisa patted her back to sleep. There was a hush over the room, broken only by the soft gurgling of the huckers and the muted conversation of the younger harem ladies. Blue smoke floated lazily up to the ceiling from the water pipes, mixing with the sandalwood of incense censers. Mehrunisa settled herself more comfortably against the wall and looked around. Jagat Gosini was asleep on a divan, her head pillowed on the velvet bolster. She lay perfectly still, hands crossed on her chest. In repose, her expression had softened, and she looked youthful, reminding Mehrunisa of the day she had met the Empress in Ruqaya's gardens. She had much to thank Ruqaya for, she thought. Mehrunisa had met Jahangir as a prince in her courtyard. But, and here she shuddered, if it hadn't been for Ruqaya's influence, she would not be married to Ali Kuli. Just then, the khas mat over the door was lifted, and harsh sunshine flooded the room. Mehrunisa shielded her eyes and turned away. A man's figure blotted the light, his face not visible, but she recognized him almost immediately from his turban. The large white heron feather was Jahangir's favorite ornament. Mehrunisa sat frozen in her place, her heart beating out every other sound. Her hand stilled on Ladli's shoulder. "Your Majesty, you have come to join us," some of the ladies cried out. In a few moments the whole room was bustling as the ladies rose and bowed to the emperor. They glanced surreptitiously at the small mirrors on their thumb rings to make sure their hair and makeup were in place. A few of the concubines rushed up to Jahangir and hung on his arm, coaxing him to their divans. Jahangir laughed down at their bright faces and selected one concubine. Just as she was pulling him to her seat, Jagat Gosini spoke, "Come here, Your Majesty." Jahangir glanced at her, then gently disengaged himself from the girl's hands, leaning down to whisper something in her ear. She pouted and turned away. Jahangir shrugged, walked up to his empress, and sat down next to her. "Congratulations, my dear. You are to have a very beautiful daughter-in-law," he said. "Thank you, Your Majesty. We are indeed fortunate to be related to Mirza Beg's family," Jagat Gosini replied. Mehrunisa raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Was this the same bad-tempered empress of 2 hours ago? Jagat Gosini had changed. She was simpering and flirting like an adolescent. But Jahangir seemed oblivious to her wiles. His gaze kept roving to the pretty young concubine, who was now lounging seductively on her divan facing Jahangir, giving him the full benefit of her charms. Nonetheless, Jahangir stayed by his empress. He wanted to honor her on the day her son had become betrothed. "Asmat, get the emperor some wine," Jagat Gosini said imperiously, still looking at her lord. "Asmat." "I will do it, Your Majesty," Mehrunisa said from her corner, her cheeks flaming in anger. Asmat had gone to the kitchens much earlier. How dare the empress treat her mother this way? "What are you waiting for?" Jagat Gosini said, the dulcet tones turning harsh, still without looking at Mehrunisa. Suddenly, her head snapped in Mehrunisa's direction and she said quickly, "Get a servant to do it. Not you." "But, Your Majesty, there are no servants here. Only me," Mehrunisa replied. She shifted Ladli's head onto a pillow, rose, and went to the tray by Jagat Gosini's elbow. The Empress shook her head and indicated the door, as if to say, "Get out." Determinedly not looking at her, Mehrunisa poured the wine and held it out to Jahangir. Her heart pounded as Jahangir reached for the goblet, but he did so without giving her a glance. Their fingers touched briefly. "Look at me." He did not, his attention still caught by the concubine. With great deliberation, Mehrunisa let go of the goblet and stepped back. Jahangir had not quite gotten hold of the goblet, and it fell to the floor with a clatter, spilling the wine on the divan and staining the edge of the Empress's ghagara. Mehrunisa had stepped out of the way long before. "Stupid girl! Don't you know how to serve wine?" Jagat Gosini got up and shook off her ghagara, glaring at Mehrunisa. Mehrunisa stared back at her steadily, but out of the corner of her eye she saw Jahangir look at her briefly, and then turn to look with more interest. "I apologize, Your Majesty. It will not happen again," Mehrunisa said, a demure, innocent look on her face. "It had better not. Go get some towels." "Wait." The Emperor's voice rang out through the room. He rose to his feet, stumbling as he did so. "Who are you?" Mehrunisa smiled at him, suddenly the consummate actress. In Bengal, Ali Kuli ignored her and the coolies gazed at her stupidly. But here, among all these beautiful women, she, the mother of a child and old in the eyes of all men, could command the attention of the man who had everything. It was the best feeling in the world. "Mirza Giyas Beg's daughter, Your Majesty." Jahangir stared at her, his eyes drinking her in like a man who had long thirsted for water. She was here, right in front of him. The passing years seemed to melt away, leaving them in the corridor again. He knew who she was, of course, but he had to say something, and that was the first question that had come to mind. He took a deep trembling breath. She had an aristocratic nose, rosebud lips, and a slender frame. The court painters would die for a sitting. Her breasts heaved under the silk choli. She was blushing, the color lending her charm. She stood absolutely still, hands at her sides, fingers encircled with diamond and ruby rings. Mehrunisa raised her eyes to Jahangir's face and was jolted by what she saw. What had started out as a game to annoy Jagat Gosini was turning into something more serious. The people around them melted away into the fringes of her consciousness. She wanted to touch him, just to hold his hand and feel the warmth of his skin on hers. With him, this man she knew only from afar, she felt protected, safe, as though she did not need to fight battles. He would do that for her, like a safe harbor where she could rest her thoughts. Suddenly, she felt tired from all these years of living, of wanting him, of wanting a child, of getting only one of her desires after such a long time. "Your Majesty, I am drenched with the wine. Send her to get me some towels," Jagat Gosini complained, trying to pull Jahangir back to the divan. "Send someone else, my dear," Jahangir said, pushing away her arm. "I want to talk to her." He turned to Mehrunisa with a gentle voice. "What is your name?" But he knew her name. He had said it to himself many times. He just wanted to hear her say it. "Mehrunisa, son of women." Jahangir rolled the words around his tongue. He looked over her contemplatively. "Yes, you are." Mehrunisa shifted under his gaze. She felt as though he were mentally stripping her of everything, her clothes, her emotions, and peering into her deepest secrets. Would he see the love? Would he see 13 years of yearning? She saw that he had not forgotten her. That thought sent heat through her veins. It was easy for her to remember him. She had wanted him since she was 8. But for him to hold her in his memory, to ask her name even though he seemed to know it yet, he had made no move to seek her out since he became emperor. What did this mean? How could she have known that she still had this much power over him? What would Jahangir do? There was no father to thwart his wishes now. "Your Majesty, Mehrunisa is wanted in the kitchens. She has to give instructions to the cooks." Asmat Begum's voice broke into the silence. They all turned to see her standing next to them, a respectful but watchful look on her face. All of a sudden Mehrunisa did not want to go. She would play this out to the end. The emperor had the power to give her so much. Why should she not take it? Her back stiffened, and Asmat, seeing the gesture and recognizing it well, said quietly, "Please, Your Majesty." "Send someone else, Asmat," Jahangir said. "I beg pardon, Your Majesty." But Mehrunisa's mother hesitated. "My daughter is a married woman and..." Jahangir turned and looked at Asmat, her words finally sinking in. He nodded slowly. "I understand, you are given permission to leave, Mehrunisa." Mehrunisa bowed and moved away. She was uncertain, wanting to stay, not wanting to leave. She dragged her feet out of the room, feeling Jahangir's and Jagat Goswami's eyes on her. She glanced back, and a shiver went up her spine. The emperor was looking at her with lust, the empress with implacable hatred. She hesitated in the doorway. Asmat Begum put a firm hand on her back and pushed her out. That night Mehrunisa lay awake in her bed. Asmat had not said a word except to send her to the kitchens with spurious instructions. A few hours later, afternoon chai was served, and then the royal party had gone back to the palace. The family had retired to their rooms early for some much-needed rest. There was no opportunity for conversation with her mother. But Mehrunisa could not sleep. Had she done right in trying to get Jahangir's attention again? Her previous ploys to capture him seemed childish now, especially when the stakes were higher. There was more, much more to gain and to lose. Jahangir fascinated her. Gone was the petulant prince she had known. In his place stood a strong man, one possessed of much power, charm, and cruelty. All his life, Jahangir had been accustomed to getting what he wanted. No one had denied him anything before, and as emperor, no one could deny him anything now. Mehrunisa shivered. She rose, pulled a shawl over her shoulders, and went to the window. She stood staring down into the deserted courtyard. It was dark except for the small pool of light from a lantern hung on the doorway of the stables. What would the emperor do now? Jahangir's sense of justice was legendary. People all over the country talked of his 12 edicts of conduct and the chain of justice. But equally legendary was his cruelty. The emperor thought little of executing men en masse, inflicting on them the cruelest punishments and tortures. If Jahangir wanted Mehrunisa, then Jahangir would get Mehrunisa, but at what price? Mehrunisa was a married woman and belonged to Ali Kuli. Mehrunisa had tried not to give herself the luxury of self-pity at her marriage to Ali Kuli, at their deteriorating relationship, at her childlessness for so many years, at the jibes and snickers because of it, or at having only a girl child at the end of it all. Now she thought that there were two parts of her. One for Ladli, whose every breath was precious to her, the other for Jahangir, the man she had dreamed of for many years. Neither precluded the other, and both, she realized now, were equally important. Neither could be denied, no matter how much she forced herself not to think of the emperor. She raised her eyes from the courtyard and looked over the walls of the house. The city of Lahore was asleep, but lights twinkled in the darkness from the street lamps. In the distance, she could see the ramparts of the Lahore fort bathed in the golden light of torches. The situation was difficult, too difficult. Mehrunisa sighed, turned back into the room, and crawled into bed. As her weight settled on the mattress, Ladli moved in sleep to fling a leg over her mother. Mehrunisa lay awake for a long while, then forced her eyes shut. She had to sleep soon, or she would not be prepared for the lecture her mother would give her in the morning. Ghis Beg kicked his heels into the horse's flanks to urge it into a faster pace. The emperor had expressly sent for him. He was surprised and not just a little apprehensive about the summons. He mentally ran over the previous day's events. Had he done anything to displease Jahangir? He did not think so. Everything had gone smoothly. The emperor had seemed pleased and been very generous in his gifts to Arjumand. Still wondering, Ghiyas presented himself at the reception hall. When he entered, he found Mahabad Khan and Muhammad Sharif standing on either side of Jahangir. "Insha'Allah, Your Majesty. Insha'Allah, Mirza Beg. I was very pleased with the arrangements for the betrothal ceremony yesterday. The union between our two families will be advantageous to us both." "Your Majesty is too kind," Ghiyas protested. The honor is all ours, sire. Yes, yes, but I have commanded your presence for another reason. Jahangir looked at Giyas keenly, but the Diwan was completely in the dark. Asmat Begum had not mentioned anything to him the night before, believing the matter to be best left alone. He waited for his emperor to speak. You have a married daughter. 4 married daughters, your majesty, by the grace of Allah. I am talking of Mehrunisa. Jahangir waved an impatient hand at his Diwan. She is married to Ali Kuli. Yes, your majesty. A little doubt crept into Giyas's mind. He looked at Jahangir. Ali Kuli is a dissident. He teamed up with my rebellious son Khusrai during my father's reign in an effort to put Khusrai on the throne. I have magnanimously overlooked his faults and his disloyalty to me. Your majesty is very kind. My son-in-law was mistaken and fell in with mutinous people. He was misled into actions against your person, and I know he is greatly repentant. Yes, but nonetheless he has committed a great crime and must pay for his sins. Do you understand? Your majesty, Ali Kuli is loyal to you now, Giyas stammered. Where was this leading? What had Ali Kuli done in Bengal? Your daughter Mehrunisa is very beautiful and charming. I had an amusing encounter with her yesterday. She will grace any man's household. In fact, she is fit to be a king's wife, Jahangir said distinctly. Realization dawned upon the Diwan. At last he understood the purpose for which he had been commanded to his emperor's presence. The emperor wished to invoke the Turar-i Chingezi, the law of the Timurs. In effect, Jahangir wanted Ali Kuli to divorce Mehrunisa so that he could marry her. A troubled look came over the statesman's face. The Turar-i Chingezi was common enough, and it was a great honor for any man to be commanded to give up his wife to the emperor. But Ali Kuli was fractious and disobedient. Giyas had secretly heaved a sigh of relief when his son-in-law was sent to Burdwam, far from the imperial court, for he was sure to get into trouble if he stayed near the emperor. Now Jahangir wanted Ali Kuli to give up his wife. Giyas shook his head. Things were happening too fast, without warning. Mehrunisa to be the emperor's wife. That meant riches for the whole family, and prestige and reputation. And who knew, he might one day be grandfather to the next emperor. But Ali Kuli, always Ali Kuli, too late now to correct any mistakes. The Diwan looked up and saw the emperor waiting for an answer. Your wish has always been my command, your majesty. I shall do everything in my power to ensure your and my daughter's happiness. There was little else he could say. Jahangir nodded happily. You may go now. Giyas left, and Jahangir fell into a satisfied reverie. Soon he would sleep next to the beautiful Mehrunisa, and upon waking he would see that lissom form next to him. Those gorgeous eyes would awaken him. Your Majesty, Mahabat Khan's voice broke into his thoughts. I beg your pardon, but Jahangir turned to him. Is Ali Kuli's wife really a good choice? She has lived for 13 years with the man and doubtless harbors resentment against your majesty for the punishment inflicted upon her husband. Your solicitousness for my well-being is gratifying, Mahabat, but if you could have seen her yesterday as I did, beauty, charm, and grace, all in one person, why, she is the essence of femininity and womanhood. Jahangir stopped abruptly. Your Majesty, Mahabat urged, please reconsider your wishes. But try as he would, Mahabat Khan could not make Jahangir budge from his position. The son of women, Mehrunisa, had bewitched the emperor, and he would not rest until she was his. He too had lain awake last night thinking about her. When Jahangir had offered Khurram's hand to Giyas's granddaughter, he had thought to honor the Diwan. But he remembered that Giyas was Mehrunisa's father and that she too would be honored by the proposal. Somehow, the thought of seeing her at the betrothal had never crossed his mind. She was in Bengal, at the easternmost reach of the empire. Yet she had travelled to Lahore for the ceremony. At the sight of her, a fire lit inside him, raging, consuming him with its intensity. All these years she had been a dream, a distant memory. Seeing her standing in front of him, he knew why he had fallen in love with her. Now there was no turning back. Ali Kuli was disposable. He had no regret at invoking the Turar-i Chingezi, for unknown to even Mahabat and Sharif, and they did not know everything. although they thought they did. A letter had come to Jahangir a month ago. His spies recounted a tale told by a slave boy named Nizam. When Khusrai fled to Lahore, Ali Kuli was prepared to join him. The Sahiba had stopped her husband. Had she done it for him? And now, would she come willingly to his zenna? Doubt came flooding over him. But she must come. He bowed his head and closed his eyes. Please Allah, even if she did not love him, let her come. He would show her what she meant to him. Then he remembered the smile in her eyes, the reluctance with which she had left the room. Surely there was hope in those signs. Well, the veiled figure demanded, what happened? Mahabad Khan gave a swift glance around and then pulled the woman into a bower of sweet-scented jasmine wines. A few feet away from them, the head eunuch of the harem, Hoshiar Khan, paced the stone pathway bordered with terracotta diyas, their flames flickering in the close night air. Hoshiar lifted his head every now and then to make sure no one was approaching. Mahabad turned to the woman. Your Majesty, I was not successful. The Emperor wishes to invoke the Turar Chingezi. He has ordered Giyas Beg to write to Ali Kuli. Jagat Gosini drew in a sharp breath. Did you remind the Emperor of that man's duplicity? That he had teamed up with Prince Khusrai? Mahabad spread his hands in a helpless gesture. I did, Your Majesty. But the Emperor used the information to his advantage. It is on the basis of Ali Kuli's rebellion he is invoking the law. The Emperor is infatuated with that woman. Jagat Gosini frowned. Mahabad watched her with care, wishing he could see the Empress's face more clearly. Mahabad was well aware that the harem and the court had to work in tandem to run the empire. While one operated behind the scenes to influence the Emperor, the other worked at court in full view of the nobles. Together they would be powerful, so powerful that Jahangir would not have the slightest inkling that he was being gently led by the nose. It mattered little if the other courtiers knew or protested. Mahabad grimaced. Ever since Jahangir had become emperor, it had been more and more difficult to control him. It seemed that upon wearing the imperial turban, the once impressionable prince had developed very decided opinions of his own. Jahangir had sent out his edicts of conduct, had strung up his chain of justice, and was generally making a nuisance of himself by prying into the affairs of the empire. He was no longer as susceptible to their influence as he had once been. So when Jagat Gosini asked him to try to dissuade Jahangir from marrying Mehrunisa, Mahabad had agreed. If the Empress was on his side, it would be so much easier to rid Jahangir of his fanciful ideas and bring the empire under their control once more. What now, Mahabad? Jagat Gosini asked finally. All is not lost, Your Majesty. Mahabad smiled slowly, his lean, sun-browned face creasing into wrinkles. Ali Kuli has to agree to the Emperor's command, and chances are that he will not. Do you think so? There was a new hope in the Empress's voice. Mahabad nodded. Yes, I do. He is bound to get angry and rush off into some indiscretion or another. If he doesn't, we can give him a slight push. You see, Your Majesty, Mahabad grinned, Ali Kuli is a soldier. He has no idea of diplomacy. The tactful thing to do would be to give up his wife to the Emperor. But Ali Kuli is sure to rebel against the idea. We can only wait and see. Jagat Gosini bit her lip, drawing blood but not tasting it. If you say so, I am relying on you, Mahabad, to see that my wishes are carried out. Her eyes blazed at him. It shall be done, Your Majesty. Mahabad bowed. Now, I should leave. No one must see us together. But, he turned again to her, if I may ask, why this interest in Mehrunisa? Surely she can be no threat to you. This is simply like the Anarkali incident. We know that the Emperor's fancy often strays. He let the words trail away and looked at her. They were both silent for a moment, thinking of Anarkali, pomegranate blossom, the name Akbar had given to one of his favorite concubines. In 1598, when the court was still at Lahore, Akbar had caught Prince Salim and Anarkali flirting with each other in the Hall of Mirrors. Anarkali was massaging Akbar's shoulders, and he had glanced up to catch her smiling at Salim in the reflection of one of the mirrors. The Emperor had been furious and immediately sentenced her to death, to be entombed alive brick by brick. This is more serious, Jagat Gosini said. I can compete with a dead woman. The Emperor's so-called love for Anarkali was fanned by her death. She smiled wryly. It is easier to fall in love with an image. When the woman is around every day, little irritations are bound to crop up, and love will wane. Then, by your own argument, it would be better not to stand in the way of the emperor's wishes regarding Mehrunisa. Let him marry her, and in a few months he will tire of her. The empress looked at Mahabhat, wondering how much she could tell him. That she had to tell him something there was no doubt. He would not offer his help for nothing, and Jagat Gosini knew it was pointless to try and dissuade Jahangir herself. Finally, she said, Mehrunisa is somehow different. Her presence in the Zenna will be a threat to me, and maybe even to you. Mahabhat gave an incredulous laugh. Me? How could she do that? You must be aware, Your Majesty, that the Emperor has absolute confidence in me. We have been children together. It will take a lot to shake that confidence. Tell me, Jagat Gosini looked at him. Does the Emperor realize that he was once before enamored by this woman? Mahabhat shook his head somberly. Jagat Gosini's serious tone had finally penetrated. The Empress was afraid of this woman, and she thought that Mehrunisa could create trouble for all of them. Although Mahabhat could not see how that was possible, he had enough faith in Jagat Gosini to believe her. Well, then, he must not be reminded, Jagat Gosini said. Go now, Mahabhat. I see Hoshiar coming toward us. Someone must be approaching the gardens. Patience, Your Majesty, time is on our side. We shall wait and see what happens. With that, Mahabhat let himself out of the Zenna gardens. The Empress watched him until he disappeared through the brick arches at the far end of the gardens. She leaned on the stone backrest of the bench, shrinking into the shadows beyond the lamps. Mahabhat had taken a great risk in coming into the Zenna quarters. But somehow Hoshiar had managed it, doubtless greasing a few palms so that eyes would be blind. A Rat Ki Rani bush bloomed behind her, releasing its sun-filled fragrance into the night, the perfume almost clawing at such close proximity. Jagat Gosini looked down at her hands. She had taken a risk too. If she had been found here with a man from the outside, it would not matter that she was the Padshah Begum or that Mahabhat was a powerful minister, for they could not tell the truth of why they had met. Jahangir would have been furious. Her hands started trembling violently, and she wrapped her arms around herself. For the first time, Jagat Gosini had had to go for help outside the harem walls, and all because of Mehrunisa. Hatred, palpable as the heat of the day, fired through her. It was an illogical hatred. One sane part of Jagat Gosini's mind told her this much. But all the emotion she could not express in the Zenna, because she was supposed to be calm and collected and wise, had found its home in Mehrunisa. Jealousy. Yes, that too, a rabid, all-consuming jealousy that her husband was so infatuated by this woman, that all these years apart had not dimmed his passion for her. There were many other women in the Zenna who shared Jahangir's affections, yet he always seemed to have had a special fondness for Jagat Gosini. The only woman who threatened that fondness was Mehrunisa, because Jahangir wanted her not for the title she bore. She was no princess, and not for her family connections. Her father was, after all, and would always be, just a Persian refugee, but for herself. There was also the fact that Mehrunisa was Ruqayyah's protégée, and no matter what logic dictated, Jagat Gosini swore to herself that neither of those women would gain ascendance over her. Hence the small lie to Mahabhat about Mehrunisa being a threat to him also. For had she not lied, Mahabhat would not have helped her. Ghis Beg rode home, his hand resting lightly on the reins, the horse picking its way back at an even trot. The emperor's hints had put his mind in a turmoil. His daughter to be the emperor's wife, the betrothal of his granddaughter and Prince Khurram was nothing compared to this. He suddenly sobered. It was all very well to think of what might be, but again he was forgetting Ali Kuli. Would he give up Mehrunisa without a fight? They were an ill-matched couple. This had been sadly evident to him for years, but Mehrunisa had never complained to him. When the Diwan entered his house, he was informed that a courtier was awaiting him in the reception hall. Ghias's eyes gleamed when he heard the man's name. He hurried in to welcome him, heard his request, and promised to do something about it. The man was suitably grateful, and a heavy bag of gold mohurs exchanged hands. After the man had left, Giyas sent for his daughter. He then emptied the bag on a satin cloth and lovingly ran his hands through the gold. He was counting the mohars when his daughter entered, a smile on her face. Mehrunisa stopped short and frowned. "Where did you get those?" "Ah, you are here, come sit down, Nisa." Giyas put the mohars back into the bag and locked the bag safely in his strong box. He was tucking his keychain into his cummerbund when he noticed the look on his daughter's face. "What is the matter, my dear? Where did you get the mohars, Bapa?" "One of the courtiers wants his son to get a position in the imperial army. I promised to put a word in the Khan's ear." "I see. You took a bribe." Her voice was scornful, full of contempt and fear. Giyas flinched. "Not a bribe, beta. That is such an ugly word. Let us just say our payment for services rendered." "A bribe?" she insisted. "Bapa, how could you? Don't you realize that if the emperor finds out you will get into deep trouble? Have you forgotten what led you to flee Persia?" Giyas turned away from the accusing look in her eyes. What could he say to her? He felt a little ashamed that she had caught him. But surely she knew that all courtiers of some influence indulged in this. She was right. He had always taught his children to live with honesty, yet now he was doing something dishonest. There were excuses for it, of course, 1,000 excuses he could call to mind if he wanted to. It was the way things were done. Life at court was this unending circle of give and take. You took from one person and gave something back to that person, or another. "The incident in Persia was different," he said finally. "Not really. You had to leave because you ran up debts you could not pay. And you would not have run up those debts if you had not taken advantage of your father's position as Wazir of Isfahan." Giyas groaned. No one else in his family would have dared to talk to him in this manner, not even Asmat. But Mehrunisa was different. Right from the beginning he had doted on her. Given her liberties he had not allowed any of the other children. Now she was rebuking him for something that was usual in the business of court life. "You do not understand, beta." He took her hand and gestured around the room. "How do you think we are able to afford all this magnificence? As Diwan I draw a comfortable salary, but it would not pay for all the entertainments and the dinner parties I am forced to give to maintain my position. Don't worry yourself about this. I have called you here for something else." Mehrunisa nodded reluctantly. "What is it?" "I have just returned from an audience with the emperor." A weary look came over her face. She waited for her father to continue. "Why didn't you tell me what had happened yesterday?" Giyas asked. There was nothing to say. Mehrunisa's voice was low. "Besides, it was too late last night, and this morning you had left already. I thought, Maji, what could I have said to you, Bappa?" She ended finally. "I met the emperor. I saw him in the Zenna quarters. That was all." "That was enough. He has put a very difficult proposition to me," Giyas said. "He wishes to invoke the Turai Chingezi." The blood rushed from Mehrunisa's face. "My husband would never agree, Bappa." "And you?" Giyas looked at her. "What do you want?" Mehrunisa shook her head. They had talked of all things since she was a child, since she could talk almost, leaning on his knee, looking up at him, listening to her father's melodious voice. But one thing they had never talked about, Ali Kuli and her marriage to him. Here was another wish she could not voice aloud, even to her Bappa. What she wanted was to be Jahangir's wife. Suddenly, with a force of feeling, Mehrunisa knew this to be true. Not for his crown or his jewels or his power, well, for those a little, but for his smile, for the tenderness in his voice, for his passion for the empire. She wanted to be an object of desire for this man who gave body and soul to his obsessions. She wanted to feel that kind of love. But she only said, "I will comply with your wishes." Giyas sighed. Again, she talked as he had taught her to, with a yielding to duty. It was a response he wanted to hear from her. As attractive as the emperor's proposition was, and even though it was legal, something in Giyas and now in Mehrunisa recognized this difference between wanting something and doing what was right. He could not reconcile himself to this when he took bribes, but from his daughter he wanted to see that honesty. It was illogical, Giyas knew, but that was how it was. If nothing else, in Mehrunisa he would leave the model of the man he wanted to be. Your place belongs with your husband, Mehrunisa. I wish things were different, had been different all those years ago. Hush. Mehrunisa put a hand on his arm. Do not berate yourself. You made a promise to Ali Kuli and were obligated to honor it. It was Emperor Akbar's wish. My place is with my husband. It is for him to decide what to do with me. I shall immediately make preparations to leave for Burdwam. Gias looked at her in sorrow. His own daughter had to flee from her father's house, but it was the right thing to do. Perhaps time and distance would make the emperor forget Mehrunisa. Father and daughter sat in silence. To be empress of Mughal India was an honor beyond their wildest dreams, but Ali Kuli stood in their way. Thoughts rose to their minds simultaneously, thoughts that could not be spoken aloud, and the two looked at each other with the understanding that had always existed in their relationship. Gias rang the bell for his writing materials. It had to be done. Jahangir had hinted his wish to have Mehrunisa, and it fell to Gias's lot to write of this wish to his son-in-law. Ali Kuli was sure to refuse Jahangir. What would the emperor's reaction be? Jahangir was still irascible. His new responsibilities as emperor had not changed his childish whims. How would he answer this disobedience by one who had already been treacherous to him? Gias sighed again as he dipped his goose feather quill into the ink pot and started writing. He filled the page haltingly, stopping to think long and deep for words of diplomacy and tact. He knew that no matter what he wrote, or how he wrote it, there was going to be trouble ahead. By Allah's grace, Jahangir would remember Gias's long years of service and loyalty to the empire and would not wreak vengeance on his household. The next morning Mehrunisa left for Burdwam with Ladli. She carried with her the letter to Ali Kuli. Gias had not informed her of its contents, but she knew that he had written to her husband telling him of Jahangir's wishes. Now, it was for her husband to decide. 15. What can I write of this unpleasantness? How grieved and troubled I became. Qutbuddin Khan Koka was to me in the place of a dear son, a kind brother, and a congenial friend. What can one do with the decrees of God? A. Rogers, trans. And H. Beveridge, ed. The Tirzuk I. Jahangiri Mehrunisa groaned aloud as she stepped out of the palanquin. Every muscle in her body ached, turned raw by the rocking motion of the palanquin. It had been a long journey to Burdwam, almost 2 months. Somehow, the trip to Lahore had been easier. At least she had had something to look forward to then. But the journey back had been both physically and mentally tiring. With every step away from Agra, the feeling grew that she would not see Jahangir again. She had not wanted to return to Bengal to face an irate husband, who would doubtless accuse her of trying to captivate the emperor. Of course, that was true, but whatever she might feel for Jahangir, she had returned to Bengal to be with Ali Kuli. And then there was the matter of her father's taking bribes. A dull ache throbbed in the pit of her stomach when Mehrunisa thought of Gias Beg. She knew that all the courtiers took bribes, but somehow she had thought her father above it. He had always seemed so honest, so untouched by the corruption in the Mughal court. His was one of the greatest minds in the empire, but even he was fallible and human. As a child she had seen Gias talking with various men who had come to their house, and taking money from them or a basket of golden sun-ripened peaches or an Arabian horse, but she had never realized the significance of what she had seen. Now those memories came rushing back. Mehrunisa sighed as she straightened out her ghagra. Perhaps it was not wrong after all. But it wasn't right, either. She looked around at the deserted front courtyard of her house. Where was everybody? The slave girls came running out of the house. Welcome home, Sahiba. Where is your master? She asked, fatigue slurring her words, as she lifted a sleeping Ladli out of the palanquin. He has gone hunting, Sahiba. I sent word of my arrival yesterday. The servants carefully averted their heads and busied themselves with unloading the luggage from the pack horses. Mehrunisa wiped the sweat from her brow with a tired hand. This was the man she had come back to in such haste. And he was too indifferent to even be present at the house to welcome her back after an absence of almost 5 months. Perhaps it was for the best, she thought, dragging herself inside. She could rest now before the confrontation. Ali Kuli did not return from the hunt until late. The next morning, after he had bathed and eaten his breakfast, he went to his wife's apartments. Mehrunisa looked up from her book as he entered. Insha'Allah. Ali Kuli grunted in reply. Did you have a good journey? Yes. They had nothing to say to each other beyond the greeting. Her hands suddenly became clammy, and she wiped them on her ghagra. How could she open the topic? Ali Kuli's voice broke into her thoughts. What is this? He pointed to the embroidered letter bag on a table. A missive from my father. He wished for me to give it to you. Her voice faltered. Ali Kuli picked up the letter warily. Is there a problem? She shook her head. The previous night, Mehrunisa had stood at her bedchamber window and looked out into the moonlight that painted shadows in silver over the low hills around the house. 2 months had gone by since her father had written the letter. That was a long time. Perhaps, she thought with a pang, the emperor had already forgotten his order to his diwan. Why ruffle seemingly calm waters? Why not just tear up the letter and let things be? Then she remembered Jahangir's zest for the throne. For 15 long years, sometimes with impatience, but mostly, because it had taken so long, with patience, he had yearned for it. She knew he would not easily forget her either. A shiver went up her back. Her husband would see the letter. It is best you read it, my lord. Ali Kuli ripped open the bag and pulled out the letter. Mehrunisa's heart thudded loudly in her ears as the paper crackled in his hands. She watched him with care. Ali Kuli's face became expressionless as he read. A deep color started on his neck and spread upward to his face. He threw down the letter with shaking hands. Do you know the contents of the letter? Mehrunisa bit her lip. I have a fair idea, my lord. How did the emperor see you? You are my wife. You should have taken care not to reveal your face to him, instead of brazenly attracting his attention. Why were you near the emperor in the first place? It was during Arjuman's betrothal ceremony. I had to be present. I will never agree to this. Ali Kuli glared at her, his face ugly in anger. You are my wife and will remain so. Even the emperor cannot command me to give you up. Emperor! Bah! He threw up his hands in disgust. If I had played my cards right, that weakling Khushrai would have been emperor today, and I would have been the commander of the imperial forces instead of rotting in this hellhole. He looked angrily at Mehrunisa, and she stared steadily back at him. Lower your eyes as becomes a modest woman, he yelled. I did not want to let you go to Lahore, and now see what has come of it. You wretch, I know all about your previous flirtation with the emperor. Mehrunisa's eyes opened wide in shock. She felt as though she had been punched in the stomach. Yes, she had flirted with Jahangir as a prince, but only a few people knew. Oh yes. You thought I didn't know, Ali Kuli said, a deadly malice coloring his voice. But I knew the day I married you that I was taking you away from Prince Salim. He wanted you then. I had you. He wants you now, and I still have you. I shall never forgive him for spoiling my hopes of a military career. He turned to leave. Mehrunisa looked down, her mind in panic. Ali Kuli spoke harshly from the door. You are confined to your rooms. Do not leave here until I give you permission to do so. I will be away for a few days, and you are to stay here. Mehrunisa grimaced. This was the man she had married, and she was bound by duty to be his wife. He was going mad. Did he think he could take on the emperor? Their family would be ruined. My lord, she said hurriedly, forcing her voice to be neutral. Don't do anything rash. A simple no to the emperor will suffice. It is ill-advised to raise his anger. So you still have feelings for your old lover, Ali Kuli mocked. That is a fine way to talk to your husband. He gave her an evil smile. We shall see how long he remains emperor. Mehrunisa watched him go with foreboding, knowing it was useless to talk with him. Ali Kuli would be senseless enough to try another rebellion. He rode off that very morning, looking secretive. Raja Man Singh was away from Bengal, but in this land of dissidents, there were plenty of others who were willing to listen to him. So far from the imperial court, and drunk with the heady feeling of freedom, he felt that anything was possible. But Jahangir was no fool. Bengal was full of spies in the emperor's service. All designs on the throne invariably found their way to the court and to the emperor's ear. Jahangir sat in the Jarika window overlooking the main courtyard outside Lahore fort. The Jarika was a special balcony built in the bulwark of the castle, where the emperor gave audience to the public 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. Even when Jahangir was ill, he dragged himself to the Jarika. Early in his reign he had decided that people must see their sovereign. They must assure themselves of his well-being so that civil unrest would not start in the country. Today, an elephant fight was in progress. Jahangir was reminded of the other elephant fight many years before. He had come out victorious, and Khusrai had been defeated. His mouth twisting, he turned and looked at the object of his thoughts. Prince Khusrai sat by his father's side with a frown on his face. The spirit of rebellion has not left this boy, Jahangir thought. He would have to watch his son carefully. It was necessary to be thought of as a generous and just king. Hence he had pardoned Khusrai publicly. That meant enduring his presence on public occasions like this one. He turned away from his son, not even willing to look at him anymore. Any affection he had felt for Khusrai was gone after the prince's numerous attempts to win the crown for himself. Now Jahangir could hardly bear to sit near him. Waves of antipathy colored the air around them. Jahangir sighed. He wished he could follow Mahal Khan's suggestion and have Khusrai executed. He certainly would not miss him. But the ladies of the harem would harangue him continuously, and he would have no peace in the palace. However, something had to be done about Khusrai before he put up any serious resistance to his position as emperor. The 2 elephants rammed into each other with a loud thud. The crowd cheered, but the emperor paid no attention, a deep, aching pain dulling his senses. Ghiyas Beg had come to him earlier in the day with the information that Ali Quli had refused his command. Jahangir rubbed his chin, feeling sudden tears prick behind his eyelids. All this waiting had fatigued him. Every morning on waking he had thought of Mehrunisa. Ghiyas had sent her back to Bengal, and when he had asked why, his diwan had said he was merely performing a father's duty. So Jahangir had said nothing. He would wait, with patience. Time would also tell him if that brief glimpse was enough to fix her in his love. He hadn't stopped yearning for her presence. And then to get such a reply, how was it he did not even have the power to get the woman he wanted? How did a scoundrel like Ali Quli dare deny his emperor? And he, emperor of Mughal India, could do nothing. He had sent Ali Quli a direct order. It had been disobeyed. Already, there were rumors around court of his wish to have Mehrunisa. Doubtless, Ali Quli's refusal too was the subject of gossip. He could not force Ali Quli to give her up. What else could he do? At least the news from Kandahar was heartening. The imperial army had reached the outpost in the past month, and the attackers had fled upon seeing Jahangir's standards and flags. The Shah of Persia had sent an ambassador, Hussein Beg, to the Mughal court to assure Jahangir of his friendship and to apologize for the behavior of his governors. The emperor had been polite to the ambassador, accepting his apology with diplomatic heartiness, but he had not been deceived either by him or by his master. The attack on Kandahar had been orchestrated not by insubordinate governors but by the Shah himself, to test Jahangir's prowess in foreign policy. Jahangir closed his eyes tiredly. Somehow, he had imagined that life would be easier once he was emperor. But he had too many things on his mind, and he was constantly haunted by those blue eyes. That one glimpse of her, after so many years, was enough to bring back memories he had buried away deep inside. Now uncovered, they plagued him with longing and restlessness, and she was out of reach. A messenger rode up to the Jarika and dismounted. He bowed and pulled a letter out of his cummerbund. Jahangir reached down for it immediately. He knew it was important, or else the messenger would have waited until he had adjourned to court. He read the letter slowly, his face growing grim. This was the final straw. He rose and walked back to the royal palace. A few minutes later, Mahal Khan and Muhammad Sharif, glancing up at the Jarika and finding it empty, left their seats in the courtyard and rushed into the palace. "Your Majesty, I hope there is no bad news," Mahal Khan said as he caught up with the emperor. "There is," Jahangir said curtly. "Ali Quli has been up to something. I have received news from Bengal that he is gathering forces in secret. Send an army to check on him." Your Majesty, perhaps it would be better to investigate the matter first, Muhammad Sharif said in a cautious voice. Why? The man has already proved that he is a dissident. He should have been executed for his crimes, but instead I pardoned him. He shall not escape now, Jahangir said, striding in front of his ministers. Sire, Sharif coughed and cleared his throat, then, seeing the emperor a few paces ahead, ran to catch up with him. Your interest in his wife, the whole court knows of it. To suddenly order his execution now would be unseemly. What has this to do with Mehrunisa? Do you think the people will accuse me of devious behavior just to gain her? Jahangir stopped and turned to face the two men. Sharif and Mahabat Khan remained silent. That was exactly what they thought, and what the whole country would think. It was a delicate situation, one that had to be handled with the greatest diplomacy. Besides, there was the small matter of the promise to Empress Jagat Gosini. Mahabat nudged Sharif. Your Majesty, please reconsider your decision, Sharif said, taking Mahabat's cue. It would be better to investigate the matter first. Perhaps you could have the governor of Bengal pay Ali Kuli a visit, or you could command Ali Kuli to wait upon you. That way, the whole court will see your intentions as impartial. Jahangir stroked his chin. You may be right. I'm sure enough evidence can be gathered against this man. I will write to my foster brother, Kutubuddin Khan Koka, immediately. As he turned away in dismissal, Jahangir allowed a small smile to come to his lips. Fate had thrown Ali Kuli's life in his hands. As for Mahabat and Sharif, it almost seemed as though they were trying to dissuade him. Why? They had no affection for Ali Kuli. In fact, they disliked him actively. As for Mehrunisa, they knew nothing of her. Yet, this was the second time Mahabat had voiced an opinion about her. Why? The emperor watched his two most powerful ministers back out of his presence. Mahabat's insistence made him suspicious, and only time would tell him why. There were more important matters, for perhaps he would have Mehrunisa after all. There was hope. He could not have taken her by force from Ali Kuli and justified his actions to the empire. But rebellion, that was different. Even posterity could not fault his actions now. That evening, he sat down and wrote to Kutubuddin Khan Koka, the governor of Bengal. Koka was to summon Ali Kuli and question him closely on his activities. If Koka was not satisfied, he was to send Ali Kuli to court to answer directly to the emperor. At all costs, he must meet with the soldier personally and make his decision. Jahangir added that if Ali Kuli refused to come to court and Koka discovered any sedition, he was given full authority to punish him as he saw fit. A few days later, the imperial court moved residents from Lahore to Kabul to spend the approaching summer months in cool comfort. In Bengal, Kutubuddin Khan Koka received the emperor's letter. He immediately relayed a message to Ali Kuli to present himself. Ali Kuli ignored him. Koka was furious. He was acting on Jahangir's orders, so indirectly Ali Kuli had disobeyed the emperor's summons. He gathered a large force of well-armed soldiers and marched to Burdwam. The afternoon sun stalked sentinel in the sky, sending the people below scurrying for cover. The hot rays beat down upon Burdwam, and all signs of life disappeared from Ali Kuli's house. Shutters were drawn over the windows and laid over with khus mats. Horses stomped in the stables, twitching slow-moving flies off their backs. The grooms lay supine on the hay. Their only movement was to lift smoldering beedis to their mouths and then, exhausted by the effort, to lie back and watch the smoke swirl to the roof. A messenger came running into the courtyard. Sweat poured from him, drenching semicircles under his collar and both armpits. "Call for your master," he gasped. "I bring important news." One of the grooms bolted upright and raced for the house. Ali Kuli came rushing out in a few minutes, buttoning his kaba. He had been waked from his nap. "What is it?" "Sahib, the governor of Bengal, Kutubuddin Khan Koka, is on his way here." Ali Kuli frowned. What did Koka want? Was it possible he had got an inkling of his plans? Or was Koka coming to Burdwam because he hadn't responded to his summons? Either way, there would be a confrontation, and Ali Kuli was determined to be prepared for it. The servants watched him in silence. The only sound was of the messenger panting. Ali Kuli looked at the man. "Take him to the kitchens and give him something to drink," he said curtly. He called for his eunuch. "Bakir, send a message to the Amirs in the neighborhood that Kokar is on his way here. They are to prepare their men for battle if necessary. I will give them the signal." "Wait." He turned to the messenger. "How far is the governor from Bardwam?" "A day's march, Sahib." Ali Kuli nodded and turned back to Bakir. "Tell the Amirs to prepare themselves by tomorrow." Bakir ran off to do his bidding. Ali Kuli walked back into the house. When he entered his apartments, he found his wife waiting for him. The noise in the courtyard had drawn her to the window, and she had heard the exchange between Ali Kuli and the servants. "My lord, don't do anything rash. The governor may just be visiting you with a message," Mehrunisa pleaded. If only he would listen to her, but Ali Kuli was past listening to advice. He had caught the scent of battle, and it drew him inexorably into its embrace. "Go back to your apartments. I will handle this matter," Ali Kuli said shortly. "Please." Mehrunisa laid a hand on his arm. "If there is a difference of opinion, talk it over with the governor. He is an emissary from the emperor." He flung her hand away. "What do you care? After all, I stand between you and your emperor, the man who will make you empress." He glowered at her, and Mehrunisa dropped her eyes to the ground. "I see that I am right." He smiled sarcastically. "Do not worry, dear wife. I will live for many years yet. It may be too many for your liking." He pushed her toward the door. "Now go. I have plans to make." Mehrunisa left his apartment slowly. Somehow, she had a feeling this would not end well. "Attack!" he yelled, his sword raised. At his command, the army marched on and on. Ali Kuli opened his eyes and stared at the dark ceiling. Where was he? He heaved a sigh of relief as the room came into focus. It had been a dream. He turned over and became aware that the sound of marching footsteps was very real. He jumped out of bed and staggered sleepily to the window. He peered into the darkness, listening, but all was silent. As he looked down, someone struck a match to light a torch. What was going on? Ali Kuli shook himself awake, grabbed his sword, and ran downstairs. Bakir met him at the front door. "What is happening?" Ali Kuli demanded. "I don't know, sire." Bakir unlocked the door. The two men rushed into the courtyard. More torches flared, illuminating the space. The courtyard was deserted of all but the grooms. Ali Kuli breathed more easily. It had been a dream, after all. Three men stepped forward from the shadows. Ali Kuli tightened his grip on the sword when he recognized them. Kutubuddin Khan Koka, flanked by two Kashmiri servants, Amba Khan and Haider Malik, bowed to Ali Kuli. "Al-Salam alaikum, Ali Kuli," Koka said. "Walaikum al-Salam," Ali Kuli replied, still clutching his sword. Koka spread his hands out. "I am unarmed and come in peace." Ali Kuli let his shoulders relax. A sudden movement caught his eye. One of the grooms had lit another torch and was carrying it to the far end of the courtyard. The gloom dispersed, and Ali Kuli saw the imperial forces, in full armor, standing in orderly rows behind the governor. He clenched his free hand into a fist and turned to Koka, an ugly look taking over his face. So this was the governor's idea of coming in peace. The courtyard swam in a red haze before his eyes. Koka had stepped forward. He said, "I come from the emperor." Ali Kuli gave a loud shout. It was the sound of rage, of broken sleep, full of all the injustice he had suffered in the past few years. Still screaming like an animal in pain, Ali Kuli jumped on Koka. Before the governor had time to react, he plunged his sword into Koka's stomach. Koka staggered back, reaching for his sheathed dagger. Ali Kuli barged headlong into the governor and hacked wildly. Somewhere in his now deranged brain, he felt the satisfaction of making contact with Koka's flesh with each stroke of his sword. Koka's guts spilled out, making a bloody mess on the floor. He put a hand to his stomach to hold in his bowels and fell to the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, Ali Kuli saw Amba Khan rush at him with his sword raised. Ali Kuli turned on him. He lifted his sword and brought it down heavily upon Amba Khan, cleaving steel through Amba's hair. The force of the action nearly took off Amba's head, and he fell, dead before he hit the ground. At the same moment, Haider Malik and the rest of Koka's army fell upon Ali Kuli. Surrounded on all sides by the enemy, Ali Kuli fought like a cornered animal, twirling his bloody sword and frothing at the mouth. He managed to kill 2 men, but there were too many of them. Suddenly he felt a red-hot pain and looked down to see a sword sticking out of his stomach. His energy seemed to drain away with the blood that flowed from his body. He tried to raise his sword but could not. The pain was too intense. Kokazami rained blows on him. His body seemed on fire, and then there was nothing. Mehrunisa stood frozen at the window, her hand still raised to part the curtains. The stench of blood came up to her nose, and she gagged involuntarily, raising nerveless fingers to her mouth. She wanted desperately to look away from the carnage in the courtyard, but her eyes kept returning to it over and over again. She watched in fascinated horror as Koka's men pounced on her husband's body and cut it to pieces, hacking wildly long after he was dead. They then turned on Bakir and the grooms. In a few minutes, the ground was drenched with blood, and dismembered arms and legs lay everywhere. The men below had turned into savage animals, excited by the smell and sight of blood. Their lust unsatisfied, they looked around for other victims. The house! A man yelled. As one, the men rushed toward the front door, pushing one another violently in their effort to get in. Mehrunisa's mind suddenly snapped into action. She ran to her daughter's room and shook her by the shoulder. "Come, wake up. We have to leave." Ladli awoke slowly and stared at her mother. "Is it morning already?" "There is no time to talk. Let's go." Mehrunisa pulled a sheet around her daughter, picked her up, and ran to the door. Below, the soldiers had entered the house. Slave girls screamed as they were dragged out of bed and raped. Vessels clattered to the floor, curtains were ripped, and furniture was broken. The wretch had a wife, someone yelled. "Find her." Mehrunisa heard the words and froze where she stood. "Mama," Ladli wailed. "Hush," Mehrunisa said fiercely, clamping a hand over her mouth. "Keep quiet, or they will find us." They were coming upstairs now. She could hear footsteps pounding up to the landing. She turned and went back to the rooms. Perhaps they could climb down a window and escape. She rushed blindly and bumped into something. 2 hands clutched her arms in a hard grip. Mehrunisa's heart plummeted as she looked into the bloodshot eyes of the soldier. "Please," but the words would not come beyond the plea. He asked in a harsh whisper, "Are you Ali Kuli's wife?" Dumbstruck with fright, Mehrunisa could only nod. Her heart skipped a beat. For the first time in her life she knew pure, mind-numbing terror. The man was splattered with blood from a deep gash over his right eye that was bleeding down his face and onto his hands. "Come," he pulled her roughly. "No, don't shout. The soldiers will hear you. Come," he said again, as she pulled away from him. "I will protect you from them. You have to hide. They are bloodthirsty and will not rest until you are dead, or even worse." The sound of footsteps neared. The man hurried Mehrunisa and Ladli into the large trunk in one corner where she kept her veils. He had barely shut the lid and turned the key when soldiers pounded into the room. "Is she here?" "No, she must have fled from the house," the man answered. "She cannot have gone far on foot. Look outside." But the soldiers seemed not to hear the man. They rushed about the room, pulling open cupboards, spilling the contents, running their swords through silk and linen. One kicked the wood chest, and the sound rattled around her. Mehrunisa cowered inside, holding fiercely on to Ladli. Then suddenly, they all rushed out of the room, leaving a dense, welcomed silence. Inside the dark trunk, Mehrunisa clutched Ladli to her and heaved a trembling sigh of relief as she heard the sound of receding footsteps. After a few minutes, the man unlocked the trunk and peered in. "You can come out. They have left." He helped them out of the trunk. As Mehrunisa climbed out, Ladli whimpered, and she realized that she still had her hand clamped over the child's mouth. When she removed her hand, it left a red imprint across her daughter's face, blood streaking across her lips where her teeth had cut into skin. "Who are you? Why did you help us?" Mehrunisa asked, still shaking from shock. "My name is Hadar Malik, Sahiba. I am a servant in the house of Kutubuddin Khan Koka. It would not have been right for the soldiers to harm you. Besides," he hesitated, "the emperor would never have forgiven me if anything had happened to you." Mehrunisa stared at him, a jolt running through her body. Was Jahangir responsible for the attack on Ali Quli? Surely not even the emperor had the right to order the execution of an innocent man. But Jahangir could not have had anything to do with the mayhem. She had seen the events progress with her own eyes. Koka had barely started to talk when Ali Quli had plunged his sword into his stomach, seemingly without provocation. She shivered and clutched her daughter tight. "I shall take you to the camp." Mehrunisa nodded and allowed him to lead her out of the house and through the deserted courtyard. She would have gone anywhere he wanted to take her. Thought was impossible now. Too much had happened, too quickly, even before it registered fully in her mind. She followed Malik's tall figure through the deserted streets of Bardwam. He was carrying Ladli as though she were a sack of feathers, slung easily into his arms. Mehrunisa looked around her at the shut bazaar fronts, the street lamps wavering in the humid night air. She heard the scramble of pariah dogs in the shadows and recognized no sight, no sound. All her effort went into walking behind Malik, one foot placed in front of the other in a mindless fashion. When the sun rose in the eastern sky, she was sitting wide-eyed in Malik's tent, stunned and terrified. Her choli and veil was smeared with caked, dried blood where Haider Malik had clutched at her. The odor brought bile rising from her stomach. A cock crowed in a neighboring house, and Mehrunisa flinched. She started to tremble violently as she remembered how Ali Quli had died, like an animal brought to slaughter. There was little left of him now, little to show of the man who had once been her husband. Only Ladli, the child, with the resilience of youth, slept at her side, holding fast to her mother's hand. Malik had returned to the house after posting guards around his tent. Physicians were summoned to tend to the fallen governor's wounds. A makeshift camp was erected in the courtyard, and the injured man was laid on a bed. Malik watched while the physicians sewed up Koka's stomach. If only Koka survived, he thought, turning away from his master's body, the lady in his tent would be safe. But the damage had been done, and though Malik kept vigil at Koka's bedside, the governor never recovered consciousness. Before his family could come to him, he died, 12 hours after the battle. Asmat and Ghis Beg were in their courtyard garden. He seated on a stone bench, she standing beside him. Night had closed around them a long time before. Yet, they waited in the dark with their thoughts, the letter still in Ghias's hands. It had arrived only that afternoon, but each word of the short message was imprinted on his brain. Someone named Haider Malik had written the letter. Ghias looked down at the bright white sheet in his hands, not seeing the words. Mehrunisa was with him, and Ladli too. Ali Quli was dead. Ghias shook his head in disbelief, the shock from 3 hours earlier not yet worn off. Why had Ali Quli attacked Koka? Why had he killed him? His wife's voice cut into his thoughts. Will she be safe? Ghias sighed. I don't know, Jan. Her fate lies in Allah's hands. Asmat Begum sat down by her husband and leaned her head on his shoulder. Can you ask the emperor to bring her here? Ghias put an arm around her and kissed her gently, wishing he could wipe away the worry lines from her forehead. The emperor is distraught at Koka's death, and Koka was killed by our son-in-law. Why? The thought smote him again. Why? Never had he imagined this end when Jahangir had seen Mehrunisa at Arjuman's betrothal. Asmat raised tearful eyes. Mehrunisa was not responsible for Koka's death. She must come to us. Her life is in danger. I know, Ghias said. I also know that Koka's family has sworn vengeance on Mehrunisa and Ladli. But until the emperor summons her to us, he spread his hands out helplessly. We can do nothing. Asmat buried her face in her hands and wept. Ghias watched her in silence, forcing back his own tears. What good would crying do? Ease the heartache for a few hours, perhaps, but the worry would always be there. And Mehrunisa was at Bengal, alone except for the protection of this Haider Malik, a man they did not know. Allah, please, please look after my child. As he had said to Asmat, he could do nothing, only pray for his daughter's safety. He turned away from his wife. Another matter was troubling him. True, it paled to insignificance next to Ali Quli's death, but it was important nonetheless. He did not have the courage to ask the emperor to provide Mehrunisa with an imperial escort to Agra because of Ali Quli and because of this other matter. But that too would soon come to light. Then he could well have no standing in the empire. Why Allah, why did trouble come to ambush when one was already down? In his chamber, Emperor Jahangir sat staring at the flickering shadows on the wall. Around him the palace slept, peaceful and serene. He was thinking about Koka. There were many memories of his foster brother, almost from the time he had memories. Koka's mother had been his wet nurse. They had both drunk her milk, both had lain against her breast sated and content. As children they had slept in the same bed, fought ferociously over the same slingshot, forgetting, as children always forget, that one was a royal prince, heir to an empire, and the other a commoner. Jahangir's own brothers, Princes Murad and Daniel, had grown up in other apartments, and he had not seen much of them as a child. When he was older, he had known them only as threats to his claim on the throne. But from Koka there had been no such danger, only a deep devotion. And now he was dead. The message from Bengal said he had died in great agony, calling out his emperor's name with his last breath. Jahangir looked down as tears blurred his vision. There was no time even to grieve for him. Kings never had time to grieve. The empire demanded his attention. A sudden wave of anger washed over him. The army should have brought Ali Kuli back to him alive, so that he could have had him pulled apart by elephants. But Ali Kuli was dead, and Mehrunisa was at Bengal. He wiped the tears from his face. Was his love for her worth so many other lives? Even in this sorrow he could not stop thinking and worrying about her. Now she should be safe. Now she must come to him. He would summon her when some time had passed. But so much had changed. The manner of Ali Kuli's death had changed everything. He had been killed by Koka's men, by the emperor himself in some sense. Would Mehrunisa think he had ordered Ali Kuli's death? Would she forgive him if she thought so? 16 Itimad-ud-Din, Diwan or Chancellor of Amir-ul-Umra, had a heathen in his service named Uttam Chand, who told Inayat Khan that Itimad-ud-Daulah had misappropriated 50,000 rupiah. Inayat Khan told the king, whereupon Itimad-ud-Daulah was placed in the custody of this Khan. B. Narain, trans. and S. Sharma, ed. A Dutch Chronicle. Of Mughal India. A slight breeze whispered through the still room, catching the lantern. The light flickered uncertainly, darting shadows around the room. The man at the desk put his quill down, rose from the divan, and went to the window. He shut the panes and leaned against the sill, resting his head on the glass. Now the lantern spread its warm, comforting glow around the room, lighting up the low desk and the account books on it, smudged with figures and numbers. Giyasbeg drew a deep breath and went back to his place. Quill in hand, he started adding the rows and columns again, looking for a discrepancy, a fault. A shadow fell across the doorway, and he stiffened, motionless but listening. Asmat Begum stood there, lines creasing her forehead above anxious eyes. After a few minutes she turned and left, the long skirts of her ghagara swishing on the stone floor. Giyas hunched over his books again, the numbers blurring in front of his tired eyes. In a vase next to the desk stood a sprig of spring jasmine blossoms, lily white and pearl pink. Their gentle aroma filled the room around him. Mehrunisa liked to wear these flowers in her hair, threaded into a garland, Giyas thought suddenly. Then he put his head down on the desk. It had been 6 months, and still there was no direct news from her. Only another brief letter from Hadar Malik. She was well, he said, as was Ladli, but a price was still on their lives. It was unsafe to travel just yet from Bengal. 6 months of waiting. Giyas raised his head and looked over the account books again. 6 months of waiting. Now this burden, too. A few hours later the lamp sputtered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. Outside, the sky lightened, and the night watchman called out the hour. There was something comforting in the sound of his voice. It was a normal, everyday event. Giyas listened until the sound of the watchman's tapping stick faded into the distance. In a few hours it would be day for him, the day of reckoning. Inshah Allah, Ghis Beg, Insha Allah, Inayat Khan. Inayat Khan put out a hand. Stay a minute, old friend, I have something to tell you. The Diwan looked at his friend with a sinking heart. The courtier's face was grave. Uttam Chand came to me last night, Inayat said quietly. I think you know what he had to say. Giyas nodded. He turned blindly toward the window, leaned out, and breathed in the cool morning air. Was this the end of his brilliant career as Diwan of the empire? Things were happening too fast. Without warning, whatever had possessed him to embezzle money from the royal treasury? He thought back to the day the money had lain so invitingly in front of him, money he had thought would be lost in the enormous accounting system of the court. One of the court contractors had sent in an estimate for an additional wing to the fort at Lahore. The royal treasury had sent the money to the Diwan. And then, inexplicably, the costs had fallen by 50,000 rupees. It came at a time when Giyas was especially in need. Arjuman's betrothal had exceeded his income. He had taken the money, leaving the treasurer under the impression that it had gone to the contractor. A month ago, the contractor had sent in his bill, now filed in the royal treasury. Today was the day the annual budget was accounted for, and try as he might, Giyas had not been able to return the money to the royal treasury or fix the account books so that the discrepancy would be overlooked. Only one other person had known, Uttam Chand, his clerk. He had been present the day the contractor sent in his bill. How could you do it? Dinayat Khan's voice broke into his thoughts. Giyas turned wearily from the window. I don't know, it was a momentary weakness. I will have to inform the emperor. You know that, don't you? Dinayat said gravely. Shame washed over him. He was mortified that he had let the need for pomp and show get to his head. At least, Giyas thought, his father was not alive to see this. But his wife was. His children were. What he had done would reflect on all of them. Now he must take his punishment. It was only right that he do so. He could no longer preach a code to his children and not follow it himself. Yes, Giyas Beg looked Dinayat Khan full in the face. It is your duty to do so. I'm sorry. Dinayat put a hand on Giyas's arm. I will do my best to plead your case, Giyas. You have been kind to me, recommending me for the position of accountant in the treasury. Now I want to pay back that debt. I hope the emperor will be forgiving. I hope so too. Giyas bent his head and followed his friend into the Diwan-i-Am, where the emperor was holding court. Jahangir frowned in irritation as he entered the Zenna reception hall. He was tired. The morning audience at court had been interminable. And just as he retired, Dinayat Khan had requested another audience. Why couldn't he have come forward earlier? What is it? Jahangir said curtly, cutting short Dinayat Khan's salutation. Your Majesty, I beg forgiveness for interrupting your rest, but this matter was too delicate to bring up in open court. Go on. Jahangir settled back on the divan and prepared to listen. His frown deepened as Dinayat spoke. This was too much. How could Giyas thus betray his trust? First Ali Kuli had killed his beloved foster brother. Now another member of the family had committed a felony. And with all this, he was still sick with wanting Mehrunisa. Yesterday he had given orders for her to travel to Agra from Bengal under an imperial escort. The time had not yet come to approach her. People would remember and talk of Ali Kuli's death. Why couldn't he just forget about her? Mahabat Khan was right. She and her family were more trouble than was worth. The emperor groaned and slid down on the cushions of his divan. He looked up to find Dinayat Khan waiting for his response. Clap the divan in irons, Jahangir ordered his ahadis irritably. Your Majesty, Mirza Giyas Beg has served you well. He has been a loyal and just administrator until now. Please forgive him, Dinayat Khan said. No, Jahangir said. I will not abide any more infractions from that family. Giyas Beg has broken the law and must be punished. He will be treated like any other common criminal. Your Majesty, please, Dinayat Khan begged. At least, allow him to be in my custody until you can think of a punishment for him. Jahangir glowered at Dinayat Khan. What was the use in procrastinating? Why did Dinayat care what happened to Giyas? Silence lengthened in the room as Dinayat continued to kneel before him. The emperor took a deep breath. He would give Giyas a chance to clear himself. After all, he had served the empire well. And he was father to the lovely woman in Bengal who consumed his every thought. A sudden ache came over him. There was always some obstacle to gaining Mehrunisa. Her husband had been in the way, and now her father stood before him on the charge of embezzling from the royal treasury. Jahangir sighed. Could he expect loyalty from no one? All right, Jahangir said finally to Inayat Khan. You will be in charge of him until I decide what to do. But remember, he raised a finger in warning, if he escapes from your custody, you will pay for it with your head. I understand, Your Majesty. Inayat Khan bowed his way out of the emperor's presence. That evening, Ghiyas Beg was put under house arrest, and his duties were suspended temporarily. He paid back the money to the royal treasury, along with a fine of 200,000 rupees, and settled down to wait. Only time would erase the emperor's doubts, and he could hope to be back soon in Jahangir's good graces. At least the worst had passed. What more could happen? The young man turned back to look at the guards. They were out of earshot. He put a hand on the prince's elbow and said softly, Your Highness, I have a plan. Khusrai stopped short and stared at his jailer. For what? To relieve you of your confinement, Your Highness. Nuruddin glanced behind again and gently urged Khusrai on. The two men walked on down the garden path at Lahore. It was early in the morning, and Khusrai had stepped out as usual for his daily constitutional. 4 heavily armed guards trudged sleepily behind them, struggling to keep pace with their royal prisoner. When the imperial court had moved to Kabul for the summer, Prince Khusrai was left behind at Lahore in the custody of the Amir-ul-Umra Muhammad Sharif, and a courtier named Jafar Beg. Muhammad Sharif had followed the court to Kabul, leaving Beg and his nephew Nuruddin in charge of the prince. Khusrai glanced sideways at Nuruddin, keeping his expression stoic, but inside he trembled with anticipation. He had carefully cultivated Nuruddin's friendship, recognizing him almost immediately as an impressionable young man. Was it possible that Nuruddin would help him escape? He took a deep breath to steady his voice and asked casually, How can you do that? I am under heavy guard here. There is only one way. Nuruddin glanced back again to assure himself that the guards were out of earshot. The emperor will never let me go free. If I escaped, he would surely send the imperial army after me. Not if he cannot, Your Highness, Nuruddin said quietly. Khusrai stared at him, perplexed. What was he talking about? Nuruddin leaned over and lowered his voice. The emperor is vastly fond of hunting, Your Highness. He visits the imperial hunting grounds often. What if on one of his hunts, he suddenly meets with, shall we say, an accident? Khusrai involuntarily quickened his step. An assassination, his face flushed with excitement. How can we do that? The emperor's personal bodyguards are fiercely loyal to him. We cannot hope to infiltrate the ranks. Nuruddin smiled. It has already been done, Your Highness. 2 of the Ahadis are willing to lay down their lives for you. They will accompany the emperor on his hunting trip and accidentally shoot him. No suspicion will fall on you. Once the emperor is dead, the nobles will turn to you. After all, you are the natural heir. Nuruddin paused and looked at Khusrai. Khusrai stared back at him. To be emperor, it was his fondest desire, and now it seemed it could come true. A thought struck him. We will need an army to fight off my brothers. I have already gathered forces, Your Highness, Nuruddin replied. Begdar Turkman, Muhammad Sharif, and Itibar Khan will arrive here tonight with their armies to swear fealty to you. Khusrau's eyebrows went up in disbelief. The Amir-ul-Umra is willing to support my cause? Nuruddin grinned. Not the Grand Vizier, this Muhammad Sharif is the Diwan Ghiyas Beg's oldest son. You might know, Your Highness, that he and I are distant cousins. My uncle Jafar Beg is Mirza Beg's first cousin, thus the relationship. They turned hastily as one of the guards came up. It is time to go in, Your Highness. Khusrai nodded absently. He gave Nuruddin a quick glance. I shall leave you now, Your Highness. Nuruddin bowed formally to the prince and walked away. Jahangir woke to the sound of his attendants moving around the royal tent, lighting fires in the coal braziers. He stretched his arms above his head lazily, strolled to the front flap of the tent, and peeped out. The camp was shrouded in a thick, heavy mist. He frowned and hoped that the mist would clear soon. Your bath awaits, Your Majesty, a slave girl said behind him. Jahangir nodded and went toward the shining copper bathtub filled with steaming water. An hour later, bathed and dressed, he looked out again. The mist had dissipated, and the sun shone bright, promising a clear day. It was perfect for the hunt, the emperor thought as he sat down to his breakfast, golden brown chapatis roasted in ghee, and curried eggs cooked with cumin, onions, green chilies, and tomatoes. I have to see the emperor. Jahangir glanced up irritably from his plate. Why was he always disturbed at his meals? He turned to Hoshiar Khan. Go see what the noise is about. I do not wish to be disturbed. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch bowed and went out. He came back almost immediately. Your Majesty, Khwaja Wise, Diwan to Prince Khurram, requests an audience. He says that the matter is urgent and he must see you at once. Jahangir grimaced. It can wait. Tell him to come to me this evening, after I have returned from the hunt. Your Majesty, I beg permission to see you. Isn't that Prince Khurram? Hoshiar peered out of the tent and nodded. Jahangir beckoned with his left hand. Khurram lifted the flap and entered. He put his hand to his forehead in the cornice and bowed from the waist. Straightening, he scuffed his foot against the thick pile of the gold and green Persian carpet and cleared his throat. What is it, beta? I am still at breakfast. I apologize, Bapa, but it cannot wait. Khwaja Wise wishes to speak to you. He has something important to convey. Khurram hesitated and looked at the tall eunuch, who stood hunched under the low canvas ceiling of the tent, in private. Hoshiar Khan is a trusted member of my zenna. You can speak in front of him. Khurram rubbed his smooth cheek and rushed into his words. Your Majesty, a plot to assassinate you today has been unearthed. What? Jahangir roared, his food forgotten. Who would dare to do so? Khurram hesitated, shifting his weight from one foot to another. He had not wished to be the bearer of bad news, but Jahangir had refused to see Khwaja Wise, and what he was about to say would not make the emperor any happier. He took a deep breath. Khushrai, 2 of the Ahadis are in his pay, and they were to accidentally shoot you during the hunt. Khwaja Wise found out about the plot and rushed to tell me. I thought you would wish to interrogate him yourself, so I sent him to you. Jahangir glowered at Khurram. His anger mounted, and a red flush rose up from his neck. Khushrai, again and always Khushrai. Had he not learned a lesson on the way into Lahore? Did he still think he would wear the crown? Even death would not be enough punishment for him if this news were true. Was every father blessed with stupid sons? Bring Wise in here. Khwaja Wise, who was waiting outside, came in immediately and performed the cornice. How did you hear of this? The prince gathered 400 men to help him, Your Majesty. Although they all swore allegiance to him, a few were our spies. One of them came to me with the news. The attendants were to attempt an assassination today. Your life is in danger, Your Majesty. Please do not go on the hunt. Khwaja Wise bowed his head. Have you any proof? Wise reached inside his Kaaba and brought forward a packet of letters. This is the correspondence between Prince Khushrai and his eunuch, Itibar Khan. The prince has outlined the plan of action clearly. There can be no doubt of his complicity in the plot, Your Majesty. Jahangir wiped his hand on a silk towel and took the packet from Khwaja Wise. How did you get hold of these letters? I bribed the eunuch's servants. Silence fell as the emperor skimmed through the letters. He recognized his son's handwriting. There could be no doubt that Khushrai was actually plotting to kill him. Rage came boiling up in Jahangir. All the hatred and dislike he had so far suppressed from a sense of duty, a sense of responsibility, was set loose when he saw Khusrau's scrawl on the pages. The wretched boy wanted him dead. He was no longer content with simply wanting the crown. The letters fell from his grasp, and Jahangir involuntarily rubbed his hands on his Kaaba as though he had been contaminated. He looked up at the 3 men standing in front of him. Arrest the leaders and bring them to me, he said curtly, then, turning to Hoshiar, cancel the hunt. Ghis Beg stood with his head bowed as the 4 men walked up to the throne. They paused before the emperor and awkwardly performed the cornice, their iron chains clanging loudly in the silent and crowded diwan. I am Nuruddin, Itibar Khan, Muhammad Sharif, and Begda Turkman. You are here on the charge of conspiracy to assassinate the emperor. The Mir Tozik's voice rang out. Ghis drew in a sharp breath as he heard those words. He looked sternly at one of the men. Muhammad Sharif doggedly kept his head bowed, unwilling to meet his father's eyes. How could his son betray him thus, Ghiyas thought, sorrow grabbing the pit of his stomach. All those years Muhammad had spent under his roof, all the guidance he had given him, had led him here to conspire against his own emperor. All through his life Muhammad had been disobedient, always restless, always seeming to stretch to that one thing beyond his reach. He should have known something like this might happen. When Muhammad had talked of supporting Prince Khusrai during his escape to Lahore, Ghiyas had hushed him and paid little heed to it. But, thought Ghiyas, how does one anticipate conspiracy in an assassination attempt on the emperor? Had Muhammad no shame? No sense of what was right? Earlier that week, Ghiyas had visited Muhammad in prison. He had barely been able to get permission to see his son, because of his house arrest. But he was still Diwan of the empire, and the title carried some influence. The meeting had been brief and hurried. Ghiyas had stood outside Muhammad's cell, peering into the gloom in search of him until he saw him hunched in one corner. He had talked to him, told Muhammad of his mother's grief, of her sorrow, even of how his deeds had blackened their family's name. Muhammad had listened in silence, almost ignoring his father until the last sentence. Then he had raised his head and asked softly, the words melting into the darkness of the cell, and did I do any worse than you, Bapa? That had been the end of their encounter. Now Ghiyas stood watching his son, knowing he was right in some ways. He had done wrong himself. How could he expect any better of Muhammad? Put them to death. A shock went through Ghiyas's heart as the emperor spoke. He had known that the punishment would be harsh, but that his son should be taken away from him forever, this he could hardly believe. Your Majesty, Ghiyas started, forgetting court etiquette in his agitation. No one spoke in the emperor's presence unless spoken to. What do you want? Jahangir turned to glare at his minister. Ghiyas shook his head. What could he say? What right did he have to plead leniency? First Ali Quli had murdered Koka, then he himself had been guilty of embezzlement from the royal treasury. Ghiyas's cheeks flamed. Now his son was under arrest for an attempt on the emperor's life. How could he ask for anything? Well, nothing, Your Majesty, Ghiyas mumbled and backed away. Jahangir turned away from him and nodded. The Ahadis pounced on the four men and dragged them to a corner. Ghiyas buried his face in his sleeve as their swords flashed in the sunlight. He heard the terrible thud of steel meeting flesh. The screams of the dying men pervaded the courtyard, falling to whimpers and then silence. Justice had been served. The punishment in front of the jammed court would serve as a lesson to others contemplating any acts of treason. Ghiyas Beg stood back from the other nobles, not aware of the tears on his face. His world had suddenly become dark. He would have to go home to Asmat with the news that her eldest son was dead. With anyone else he would have thought it just punishment. Attempts on the emperor's life were not taken lightly, but Muhammad had been his son. For all his stubbornness, his pride, his disobedience, he was his son. You have done well, Mahabad. Jagat Gosini handed him 2 embroidered bags full of gold mohars. It was nothing, Your Majesty, Mahabad protested mildly, reaching out nevertheless to grab the bags. He felt their pleasant weight in his hands. Things have turned out better than we could have hoped. The Empress leaned back on the stone bench and crossed her arms on her lap. The Emperor talks no more of that woman. When he does, I remind him gently of her treacherous family, that their blood runs in her veins. And I do my part at court, Your Majesty. Yes, and very well. You are a loyal servant, Mahabad. Mahabad bent his head self-deprecatingly, allowing a small smile to crease his face. I have another plan, Your Majesty. The Empress shot upright and gave him a penetrating glance. What is it? The Emperor is very upset with Prince Khusrai. Perhaps we should convince him that Khusrau's existence is a threat to the throne. That way there will be fewer claimants. Jagat Gosini looked down with a small smile. My son Khurram would be the ideal choice for the next emperor. That is obvious, Your Majesty. Prince Khurram has all the qualities needed for the position. The Empress turned to Mahabad with admiration. He was truly an asset to her. If he could get rid of Khusrai, then Khurram would find it easier to ascend the throne. and she would continue to be powerful long after Jahangir's death. But the emperor was no fool. The suggestion could not come from her. I cannot talk to the emperor of this matter. Mahabhat's eyes gleamed. Then allow me to do so. Your Majesty, I wish to be of service to you yet again. Jagat Gosini gazed long and hard at Mahabhat. While she was growing up, someone she could no longer remember who had taught her not to ask favors of people she did not like, for repaying them would cost more than a pound of flesh. The empress did not like Mahabhat, but she found him useful and admired his cunning, and the childhood lesson had been long forgotten. So she said, "You are a good man, Mahabhat. I shall not forget your loyalty. Your Majesty, it is best that the prince is executed. If he remains alive, he will only be a problem for you." Jahangir looked at his two ministers and slowly shook his head. Any fatherly feeling he had had toward Khusrai was long gone. Although he often thought that putting Khusrai to death would be the best way out of this recurring dilemma, it could not be done. "The ladies of the Zenna will not forgive me if Khusrai is executed," he said. "Then why not think of some other punishment, Your Majesty?" Sharif said, his eyes agleam. "Perhaps the prince could be blinded. He would not be much use to his minions then." The emperor bent his head, tracing the engraving on his jade goblet with a finger that suddenly trembled. Here, finally, was a way out. He would get rid of the Khusrai menace once and for all. Then he would be able to enjoy his reign. Somewhere deep inside him, sadness flared briefly. Manbai, Khusrau's mother and his first wife, had left the boy in his custody. She had died because of Khusrau's rebellion. She had pleaded mercy on his behalf, but here Jahangir's guts tightened. She had not lived to see her son plot his father's assassination. "Yes," Jahangir said finally, all doubts erased. "Take him," he paused, "to Sultanpur, where he fought so valiantly with my army. It shall be a lesson to him. He will be blinded at Sultanpur." At last the matter had been decided. Khusrai would no longer be a problem to him. "And, Sharif," Jahangir continued, "we shall make our way back to Agra now." The emperor's orders were carried out just as he had said. Khusrai was escorted to Sultanpur in a cage set atop an imperial elephant. People came out in hordes to stare and point at the miserable prince, who had nowhere to hide from their accusing gaze. At the scene of his defeat, red-hot wires were poked into his eyes. The prince suffered for a few seconds before sinking into the relief of oblivion. The blind Khusrai was then taken to Agra, there to await the arrival of his father's entourage. On the latter half of the journey, Khusrai lay on the floor of his cage, holding his hands to his ears to shut out the catcalls and insults. At least he could no longer see his tormentors. 17 Mher Nissa was a woman of haughty spirit. To raise her own reputation in the seraglio, and to support herself and slaves with more decency than the scanty pittance allowed her would admit, she called forth her invention and taste in working some admirable pieces of tapestry and embroidery, in painting silks with exquisite delicacy, and in inventing female ornaments of every kind. Alexander Dow, The History of Hindustan. A soft gentle monsoon sun sank in the western horizon, spreading golden rays over the city of Agra. When the sun finally disappeared over the flat lines in the west, twilight would be brief, just a few minutes, scooping the day into the edge of the earth. Then the dark night would come swooping down over the royal palaces, fended off by lanterns and oil lamps, hovering in the shadows around pools of light. There was still an hour to sunset now, and the royal palaces lay silent and satisfied from the day's happenings. Once the lanterns were lit, the women in the zenna would transform themselves into wondrous bejeweled butterflies, bathed in rosewater, scented with heavy, drooping jasmines, and dressed in thin, shimmering muslins, ready to please. The monsoons had been timely this year, drunk thirstily by the dry, caked earth, and the lawns grew lush with green. But no one was around to enjoy the waning rays of the sun. The royal malis, done with their daily chores of weeding and watering, were long gone. The ladies of the harem used the hours at the end of the day to rest and prepare for the evening. Even the birds had long roosted in trees in anticipation of the coming night. One figure worked alone in the melon patch in the zenna gardens. She was dressed in green, a fresh, young, melon green, melding with the colors of the vines sprawling over the ground. The vines spread huge, fleshy, triangular leaves, using them to hide their fruit. The woman knelt on gunny sacks on the soft, loamy ground to keep her ghagara from being soiled. Her hair was long and coiled down her back in a mass of midnight sky, blue streaked and glittering in the setting sun. She wore no ornaments, not even earrings, but 2 silver bangles tinkled as she vigorously spaded the ground around the fruit. Every now and then, she would gently lift a melon and use one of its big leaves as a platter to set the melon upon and another leaf to cover it from the harsh midday sun. Someone had told her that the ripest, sweetest melons came ripened under the green light of their own leaves. She stopped to wipe the sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand, leaving the mark of the earth upon flushed cheeks. Mama. Mehrunissa looked up from her work. Ladli stood at one corner of the garden, her eyes searching through the foliage, her mouth beginning to pout. Here, beta, Mehrunissa called out, lifting a hand. The sun's rays glanced off her silver bangles, and Ladli suddenly saw her. She ran toward her mother, stepping over the melons with the nimbleness of a gazelle, her small feet sinking into the soil. Be careful, Mehrunissa called out, but Ladli was already on her way, her face alight with smiles. She came up to Mehrunissa and flung her arms around her, almost knocking her off her knees. Then she kissed her on the cheeks, first one, then the other. You are dirty, Mama, Ladli said, wrinkling her little nose. She pulled away and dusted her kameez. All this mud, why are you working in the garden now? Why are you not with the Dowager Empress? Mehrunissa laughed as she sat back on the gunny sack. The Empress does not need me today, so I thought I should garden for a while before the sun sets. How were your classes? Did you learn anything, or were you naughty again? The mullah has been complaining quite a bit about you. The mullah complains about everything, Mama, Ladli said. He is so boring. He teaches me nothing. I am only a girl and do not need it, he says. Can I sit with you for a while? Yes, beta, Mehrunissa said, shaking out the dust from another gunny sack. She smiled at Ladli's words about the mullah. Once, a long time ago, Mehrunissa herself had complained to Asmat about her teacher, finding it cumbersome to be contained within a classroom for learning. She watched with amusement as Ladli sat carefully on the sack, pulling the edges of her kameez onto the square piece of cloth and away from the earth. It was hard to believe Ladli was only 6 years old. She was already a young lady. Mehrunissa had often chanced on her daughter preening in front of a mirror, moving one way, then another, to see how an enameled hair clip sat on her head or how a dupatta draped over her shoulder. Or she would pull out Mehrunissa's jewelry box and try out all the ornaments, laying them back carefully on the padded silk when she was done. Mama, when will this be mine? And this? And this? She would ask, sliding a large bangle almost to her shoulder. Watching the bright eyes intent on her, Mehrunissa put a muddy hand under Ladli's chin and raised her mouth for a kiss. Mama, you are dirty, Ladli pulled away and dusted off her face. Mehrunissa shook her head, smiling at the child. At Ladli's age she was climbing trees, using a slingshot to shoot at birds, trying her best to knock the gilli more times than Abul. But then she had Abul and Muhammad to play with. Ladli had no one. She turned and plunged her hands into the rich soil, indifferent to the dirt under her nails and in the creases of her palms. Only during these times in the gardens could she escape thinking of all that had happened in the past 4 years. And only this intense physical activity would bring sleep to claim her at night for a few hours, and she would not wake screaming to nightmares of Ali Kuli's death. The sun dipped a little deeper in the west, and the two stayed on in the melon patch. Ladli was sitting as prim and proper as a princess on a gunny sack. Mehrunissa, clad in plain unadorned green like a maid, tendrils of hair escaping to cling damply to her face, her arms mud smeared to the elbows, tended to the melons, deep in thought, though she had promised herself she would not think of the past today. After Ali Kuli's death, the emperor had sent an imperial summons to Bengal, commanding her presence at Agra. Hadar Malik, henchman to the dead governor Kutubuddin Koka, had looked after Ladli and her during the 6 horrifying months in Burdwam that followed Ali Kuli's death. Somehow he had kept them safe, and when the emperor's summons had arrived, He had used the gold and gilt sealed order to buy pack horses and food for the journey, and freedom from harassment by Koka's relatives. Mehrunisa had returned to Agra still in a daze, not knowing what to expect. Her parents were at court in Kabul, but the emperor had made plans to return to Agra soon, and they too would return with him. Until then, she needed a place to stay. A few days after her arrival, Ruqayya Sultan Begum, now a very discontented dowager empress, had summoned her back to the harem and into her service, which was just as well, since Mehrunisa needed a place to hide, to nurse her wounds, to think. The imperial Zenna, with its maze of palaces, courtyards, and gardens and its numerous occupants, was the best place to be anonymous. As the months passed, Mehrunisa started to sew and paint when Ruqayya gave her the time. Soon she was designing and making ghagaras and cholis for the women of the harem. The money from this she kept carefully in a wooden casket. For what, she did not know yet, but it was the first time she had money of her own, not from Bapa, not from Ali Kuli, not from Ruqayya. Then the court had returned to Agra, and Mehrunisa had waited to hear from Jahangir. There had been nothing but silence, only news of him from the Zenna ladies. He seemed to have forgotten her. Jahangir had since married twice, first to the granddaughter of Raja Man Singh, who was Khusrau's uncle. The relationship had become complicated. Jahangir was now married to his son's niece, and the grandniece of his wife, Khusrau's mother. The marriage was obviously a political one. The emperor was making sure that Raja Man Singh would think twice before he put his nephew on the throne and made his own granddaughter a widow. Jahangir's other marriage came a year later, when the imperial army conquered the kingdom of Raja Ram Chand Bundela. Bundela offered his daughter as a wife to the emperor in an effort to maintain good relations with his new sovereign, so the princess came to Jahangir's Zenna as his latest wife. "Shall we go in, Mama?" Ladli's gentle voice roused Mehrunisa from her thoughts. She realized that the sun had already set and the brief twilight was being chased away by the night. She packed her spade and sacks into a basket, and they picked their way through the melon patch back to their apartments. Mehrunisa washed her hands, fed Ladli her dinner, ate something herself, and put her daughter to sleep. While she slept, Mehrunisa took a long bath in the Zenana's hammam and came back to her apartments. As she had almost every night for a long time, she sat down at the mirror on the wall and lit one of the oil lamps. Mehrunisa touched her face slowly. Her complexion was still unblemished. Around her eyes little lines had developed, very faint, but visible under harsh sunlight. Even seated, she could see her figure. Her waist had retained its youthful trimness, and her hips curved out from under it. She was as sensual and desirable as a younger woman, but she was young no longer and had been widowed for 4 long years. She would probably have to live her entire life here behind the walls of the Zenna and grow old like some long-forgotten concubine. But at least she had Ladli. Mehrunisa looked over at her daughter. Ladli slept with the abandon of a child, easily slipping into that life-giving unconsciousness, unaware of all the drama that had taken place in her young life. She remembered little of Ali Kuli and asked few questions about him. But one day his unfortunate death would come to prey upon her when she was old enough to be married. Hopefully the events surrounding Ali Kuli's demise would have been forgotten by then, or would at least have been dimmed in people's memories. Mehrunisa rose and went to the window. She opened it and the cool night air rushed into the stifling room. The pleasant smell of wet earth drifted to her nostrils as she leaned out, thinking again, as she almost always did, of the emperor. Jahangir was showing himself to be a shrewd statesman, she thought. Emperor Akbar would have been proud of him. She was proud of what he had done for Khusrai. A few months after the court had returned to Agra, the emperor had finally seen his son one afternoon after the darbar. Jahangir felt wretched at Khusrau's miserable and disfigured face. He sent for the empire's best physicians and ordered them to try to restore sight to his son's eyes. The physicians only partially succeeded. The prince could now see quite well out of one eye. The other was blind forever, but he was nonetheless carefully guarded. Even as Jahangir reinstated Khusrai to the royal favor that all his sons enjoyed, he watched the one who had wanted the crown while it still sat on his father's head. Khusrau's rebellion was not something either the emperor or the harem ladies had forgotten. The crown would eventually belong to one prince, but only after Jahangir's death. Furthermore, a year earlier, with the gracious permission of Jahangir, the Portuguese Jesuit fathers had converted 3 of Jahangir's nephews to Roman Catholicism. The ceremony was held at the Jesuit church at Agra, and the celebrations that followed were hosted by the emperor himself at the royal palace. The 3 boys were sons of the late Prince Daniel and were put in the care of the Jesuit fathers when they were brought to court. The Jesuits had pestered Jahangir to allow them to convert the children, and he had agreed, with an outward show of reluctance. Mehrunisa smiled into the dark night. It was a brilliant move. Once the boys had been converted, they would no longer pose a threat to the throne. It would be free for Jahangir's heirs. It was unthinkable that the Mughal emperor of India should profess any religion but Islam, and certainly that was a painless way of getting rid of any rivals his sons might have. The Jesuits had been in India for a long time. Now there were other Firangis also. The world was indeed opening up. The newcomers styled themselves ambassadors from a tiny island in Europe called England. It was said to be many miles away, and the journey by sea took at least 6 months. The men who came to court as representatives of King James I of England were little more than traders and merchants. They had no diplomatic skills and came to request trading rights from India. Jahangir had ignored the merchants, treating them as he would Indian merchants, and rightly so, Mehrunisa thought. It was highly insulting to the dignity of the Mughal Empire to be approached by merchants instead of qualified noblemen from the court of England. What were the English after all but a country of fishermen and shepherds? How could such a tiny island hope to compete with the glory of the Mughal Empire? India was self-sufficient and wanted nothing. The foreigners wanted the spices, calico, and saltpeter that India had in abundance. If so, they should have taken the trouble to approach the emperor with an appropriate ambassador. The captain of the first English ship to anchor off India's shores, William Hawkins of the Hector, was an erudite man. He spoke good Turkish, the language of the courts. Mehrunisa, in the Zenna balcony with Ruqayya, could remember being impressed by him on the day he was presented to the emperor. But, fluent in Turkey or not, Hawkins was a mere merchant. In any case, the English had yet to prove their worth to the empire if they wished to be granted any special privileges. Right now, the Portuguese Jesuits held too strong a position at court. They had been in India for many years. Mehrunisa drummed her fingers on the windowsill, childhood fretfulness overwhelming her again. When she was young, she had been aware that only the ladies of the imperial Zenna could break the rules this society imposed on women. Now she was a member of that Zenna and realized that just being here was not enough. Even here, only a handful of the women had power, those married to the emperor, those related to him, or those who were his favorites. Oh, that she had been born a man and could take her place at court. English presence in the empire had put the Jesuits in a quandary, and if Jahangir had a skilled advisor, he would know how to set the two sides off against each other, to the advantage of the empire. But here she was, doomed to spend her life in the Zenna, with no hope of marriage to the emperor, no excitement of court life and political intrigues in her future. The eastern sky lightened as Mehrunisa turned away from the window. While she had been immersed in her thoughts, the night had passed. She crawled slowly into bed and shut her eyes tightly. She needed to sleep. In a few hours it would be time to rise and attend to her duties. Here she is. What took you so long? Ruqayya demanded. Mehrunisa bowed to the Dowager Empress. I beg pardon, Your Majesty. I overslept. Again, Ruqayya raised an eyebrow. You really must sleep better at night, child. Now help me dress. Khurram is on his way to visit me. For the next hour, Mehrunisa tried her level best to please her mistress. Outfit after outfit was held up for Ruqayya's approval and discarded. No, it could not be this one. She had worn it twice. Were her ladies-in-waiting fools to think she would be seen in something she had worn twice? Why hadn't it been thrown away already? Not that one either, it was blue. Today was not a blue day. As for that one, until the Zenna jeweler brought her new rubies set with diamonds, that simply would not look good. Finally the Empress decided. The ladies in waiting heaved a sigh of relief and went to work. As Mehrunisa was pinning the Empress's veil on her head, Prince Khurram entered. All the ladies bowed. Khurram went up to the Empress and kissed her papery cheek. "How are you, Ma?" "Fine, and would be better if you came to visit me more often," Ruqayya said in a petulant voice. Khurram grinned with good humor, having heard this complaint frequently, and sat down next to her. He knew how to twist his grandmother around his little finger very well and make her forget her anger. Mehrunisa smiled as he reached over for a burfi from a silver dish next to the divan and fed it to her, wiping his ghee-smeared hands on a silk towel. The first time she had seen the young prince, Ruqayya had fed him a burfi with the same affection. He was unconsciously imitating her after all these years. "Insha'Allah, Your Highness," she said. "Insha'Allah, Mehrunisa." Khurram ran an appreciative eye over her. "Khurram," Ruqayya laid a hand on his arm, unwilling to let his attention slip from her for even a second. "What have you done with yourself this last week?" The prince turned to his grandmother, and Mehrunisa looked at him. He had grown into a fine young man at 19 years of age, and everyone was speculating that he would be the next heir to the throne. Lucky Arjumand, Mehrunisa thought, and then realized that although her niece and Khurram were officially engaged, 4 years had passed since the day Jahangir had seen her at the engagement. Her family had fallen into disgrace one by one, starting with Mehrunisa flinched, the memory still raw, Ali Kuli's murder of Koka. She wondered whether the marriage would ever take place. Her family was technically no longer in dishonor, and her father had even managed to regain the emperor's good graces. But Jahangir seemed to have forgotten about the engagement. So also, it seemed, had Prince Khurram. She smiled as he gave her a furtive wink without stopping his narrative. Ruqayya was lying back on the divan, her eyes closed, her hand still clutching Khurram's arm possessively. "Will you be attending the Nowroz festivities?" Mehrunisa turned to the prince. "Yes, Your Highness. The new year was right around the corner." "What about you, Ma?" Khurram asked Ruqayya. The Dowager Empress put out a hand and fondly stroked Khurram's hair. "I will be there too, darling. Mehrunisa will be attending to me. Give her some time to herself, Ma. The bazaars will be magnificent this year. I plan to spend all my time there, after paying my respects to the emperor, of course," he added hastily. "Don't forget to present yourself to His Majesty every day," Ruqayya warned. "He will be very upset if he doesn't see you." "I will." Khurram nodded. "My mother said the same to me. I do know what etiquette demands, Ma. Why do both of you insist on telling me what to do?" About halfway through, at the mention of Jagat Gosini, Ruqayya's back had begun stiffening until she held herself straight as a plank. Slipping behind the Dowager Empress, Mehrunisa desperately tried to divert Khurram's attention, but he went on, switching the topic. "And what about Mehrunisa? Will you allow her some time so that she can wander around the bazaar? How is she ever going to find a husband if you keep her locked up here with you?" But the Dowager Empress stared straight ahead of her and said in carefully measured tones that echoed years of hatred and hurt, "If your mother tells you what to do, then you must certainly listen to her. Why listen to an old woman who has no say in anything around here anymore?" With great reluctance, Ruqayya had relinquished her title as Padshah Begum to Jagat Gosini upon Akbar's death. Ever since then, the two women had met in icy silence, barely bowing to each other. Ruqayya thought the whole situation unfair, but Mehrunisa knew how cruel Ruqayya had been to a young Jagat Gosini when she had demanded and taken her son from her. Now, at the receiving end, Ruqayya hated her situation. It galled the Dowager Empress to be pushed aside for, as she put it, a mere chit of a girl. But it was Ruqayya Khurram called Ma. That word was a constant reminder of the past to both women, a reminder that made Ruqayya gleeful and Jagat Gosini furious. Much as she had disliked Jahangir's wife earlier, Mehrunisa had pitied her for losing Khurram during his formative years, just as she now pitied Ruqayya. But Mehrunisa's dislike for Jagat Gosini had not waned. Over the past few years she had come to learn just how much the Empress had tried to keep Jahangir from marrying Mehrunisa. In the imperial Zenna, nothing was secret. Mehrunisa knew also that Jahangir never came to visit Ruqayya because of her own presence in the Dowager Empress's apartments. If she could have, Jagat Gosini would have dismissed Mehrunisa, but Ruqayya had insisted upon her services. Jagat Gosini let the matter go, knowing better than to annoy the Dowager Empress, for she would certainly create enough of an uproar to attract even the emperor's attention. And the last thing she wanted was Jahangir's attention focused back on Mehrunisa. Now Khurram went down on his knees next to his grandmother and put his cheek against hers, his arms around her plump shoulders. Who wouldn't listen to you, darling? You know how important you are to me, don't you? Really? Ruqayya's sour mood was fast disappearing. Khurram could charm her out of her worst tantrum. Really, said Khurram, kissing her loudly on both cheeks. Now tell me, what is Mehrunisa going to do at the bazaar tomorrow? Ruqayya threw back her head and laughed. Why the sudden interest in Mehrunisa's marital status? Why don't you marry her yourself? Ma, Khurram protested mildly, you know I cannot do that. Although, he turned to look at Mehrunisa with a speculative gleam in his eyes. She is beautiful. Mehrunisa stood uncomfortably under Khurram's keen gaze. This was too much. Even if Khurram wasn't aware that his fiancée was her niece, at least she was. Sometimes Ruqayya's mischievous side went too far, and she didn't know when to stop. Your Majesty, she complained, it is highly improper to talk of such things. Please. All right. Ruqayya waved a hand, bored with the little game. Go, Khurram. I will see you at the celebrations tomorrow. Prince Khurram bowed and left the room with a wide grin on his face. Mehrunisa went to the wardrobe and began folding the Empress's clothes, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment. You know, Khurram is right. Mehrunisa turned to the Empress. If I let you go out more often, someone or the other will want to marry you. Ruqayya's eyes twinkled in her lined face. You must go unveiled in the bazaar. The only men there will be from the royal family. Who knows, the emperor may see you. At those words, Mehrunisa's heart seemed to stop. She turned away from Ruqayya, her eyes bright at the thought of seeing Jahangir again face to face after so many years. Ruqayya watched her carefully, seeing the slim curve of her back, the mass of heavy hair at the nape, the slender fingers folding silk, and she remembered the emperor's madness for Mehrunisa. She had some power over him that no other woman in his zenna could match. A thought began to form in Ruqayya's active mind. Mehrunisa's beauty must not be wasted within the imperial harem. Jahangir had once been enamored of her. Perhaps, just perhaps, he still would be. A little push in the right direction and she, Ruqayya, would reap the benefits of any union between the emperor and Mehrunisa. But more importantly, Ruqayya smiled a sly little smile that would really upset Jagat Gosini, wouldn't it? 18 The king, who was deeply in love with her, sent an order to the governor of the city of Patna, that as soon as Sher Afghan should arrive there with a letter he must be slain. This was done, but the valorous soldier, although taken unawares, killed 5 persons in defending himself. She was a woman of great judgment and, of a verity, worthy to be a queen. William Irwin, trans. Storia do Moga by Nicolao. Manucci, are you ready? Can we go now? Lardli jumped up from the stool and pranced around the room, her eyes bright with excitement. Will we see the emperor? Why are we waiting? When can we go? Mehrunisa smiled at her daughter's impatience. Soon, beta. We have to wait for your daddy. When is she coming? Why isn't she here? She is. A chuckle came from the doorway. Asmat Begum opened her arms. Lardli flew into them and hugged her tightly. Let's go, daddy. She pulled away and tugged at the skirts of Asmat's ghagara. Mehrunisa went over to her mother. Through all their trials, Asmat had held steady. She had taken Giyasbeg's fall from grace with courage. In her was an implicit belief that her husband was right, that he was always right, even when he faulted. There had to have been a reason for the embezzlement. When Mehrunisa had met her parents upon their return to Agra, she had not known what to say to her Bapa. But Asmat had taken her aside one day and said simply, "He is your Bapa. He gave you life. He taught you what you know. In many senses you are what he made you. Beta. If anything has gone wrong, it is because he misjudged the situation. You know how open-handed your Bapar is with his money, how no one in need is turned away from our door even if we have little at home. Now go back to him. Your silence pains him deeply. It is not for a child to forgive her parent. I cannot believe your Bapar is wrong. You must not do so. Now, looking at her mother, Mehrunisa smiled at the memory of that conversation. With her Bapar, her relationship had always been open. They had talked, joked, even argued on occasion. Asmat was more silent, more thoughtful. But with her gentle hand she guided her as she had that day. So Mehrunisa went to see Giyas in his room. He was at work on some treasury ledgers and lifted tired eyes when she entered. Mehrunisa sat down next to him and leaned her head against his shoulder. Then they talked for many hours, sitting like that, their voices weaving new life through the shattered pieces of their relationship. And things were all right between them because her mother, always in the background, had stepped forward this one time. "Aren't you coming, beta?" Asmat asked Mehrunisa. "Not yet, Maji. I will join you later," she replied. Asmat nodded and ushered Ladli out of the room. A few minutes later they disappeared from the doorway, and Mehrunisa could hear Ladli's delighted squeals as she skipped down the corridor. She walked slowly to the balcony outside her room. Benign cotton ball clouds strolled lazily across the blue sky, the sun playing hide and seek behind them. It was late in the afternoon, and the golden, slanting rays had lost their strength to burn. Mehrunisa's gaze drifted down to the courtyard, where the Meena Bazaar was in full swing. Sounds of laughter floated up to her with the delicious aroma of golden brown jalebis sputtering in hot oil. The bazaar had been set up in the courtyard adjacent to the Meena Masjid in the fort at Agra. Stalls lined the four sides of the courtyard, gaily festooned with fresh flowers and colored paper flags. The vendors sold everything: flowers, jewelry, silks, satins, even vegetables and spices. The ladies of the imperial harem, for whom the bazaar has been specially commissioned, enjoyed themselves enormously, pretending to be normal housewives out to buy groceries for their families. The vegetables and fruits they bought at the bazaar were sent to the imperial kitchens, and the cooks prepared dishes from them for the night's meal. Mehrunisa looked down at the array of fresh vegetables in one of the stalls. Plump tomatoes, green mangoes, cabbages, creamy cauliflowers, carrots, cucumbers, long white radishes, slim snake gourds. A eunuch stood guard as the lady of the stall chopped the carrots, cucumbers, radishes, and gourds into neat slices and arranged them in a row. When that was done, the eunuch nodded and wandered on. So much for freedom in the Zenna, Mehrunisa thought. Even the vegetables were cut up so that the ladies could not misuse them. The emperor had a harem numbering 300 women, which included wives and concubines. The women were lucky if their lord visited them at night at least once or twice a year, and if one of those visits resulted in a child, preferably a male one. Through that came power, the ultimate power in a Zenna filled with women, of being the mother of a potential heir to the throne. Wives and concubines all vied for that privilege. Yet, many of them spent their entire lives without ever seeing the emperor, and after they reached 30 years of age, neither the emperor nor any other man saw them again. The Zenna still held a charm for Mehrunisa despite its disadvantages. Through it she, a mere woman, could become rich and perhaps even bear an heir. She could become powerful in this world of men. But she was 34, her mind told her sadly, and no man would find her attractive, let alone the emperor. A slight cough attracted her attention, and she whirled around. A eunuch stood at the doorway. "Her Majesty commands your presence," he said. "I shall come immediately." The eunuch nodded and left the room, slinking out as softly as he had come in. The Zenna was always thus, prying eyes everywhere, whispered conversations in the air. To try and escape it was futile. The only thing to do was to live with it as best as one could, alert, vigilant, for ignoring it was also dangerous. When Asmat and Giyas returned to Agra, they had tried to convince Mehrunisa to come home to them with Ladli. She was their daughter. Where else could she live? But Mehrunisa had wanted this small bit of independence. Here she had work as the Dowager Empress's lady-in-waiting. And all the skills Asmat had taught her to paint, to sew, came in handy in making clothes for the ladies of the Zenna. Mehrunisa was paid well for these skills. In all, living in the imperial harem with its rooms of glass walls still had its compensations. Nowhere else could she have found this excitement, this intrigue, this basic instinct for survival in a gilded cage. Mehrunisa went to her bed and picked up a veil. She pinned it on her head and stood back from the mirror to look at herself. Her white choli and ghagara were embroidered with gold thread, and around her neck and wrists she wore thick gold chains. Her armlets were of milky white pearls, and 2 huge pearls dangled from her ears. The outfit contrasted with her hennaed hands and feet and with her blue eyes blazing from a delicately tinted face. A slow smile spread over her face. No woman over 30 would dare to wear white. It symbolized purity and virginity. But the reflection in the mirror proved that she could wear it well. She took a deep breath, smoothed down her ghagara, and went in search of Ruqayya Sultan Begum. The Dowager Empress was holding court in one corner of the bazaar, surrounded by eunuchs, her ladies-in-waiting, and Prince Khurram. Mehrunisa approached Ruqayya. "Your Majesty wished to see me?" "Yes," Ruqayya said, her round face creasing into deep smile lines. "Go to the Emperor and tell him that I request his presence here." "To the Emperor, Your Majesty," Mehrunisa stammered, the command taking her by surprise. Both Ruqayya and Khurram were watching her intently, their faces mock serious. They were up to something. Some plot had been hatched, some snare set. What was it? A plan to humiliate her. Surely, Ruqayya would not do that to her. But Mehrunisa knew that Ruqayya, much as she was fond of her, was quite capable of playing a small, cruel trick on her every now and then. She stood hesitantly at the Dowager Empress's side, one part of her mind telling her to go. That this was a brilliant opportunity. What did she have to lose? And the other holding her back. "Well, are you going?" Ruqayya asked sharply. "As you wish, Your Majesty." Mehrunisa bowed and turned away, pulling her veil over her head as she did so. "Leave your veil off, Mehrunisa. The Emperor will deem it a great insult if you go to him veiled. After all, there are only ladies present here." "Yes, Your Majesty." She walked away slowly. If she was to go, and unveiled, then she would not go meekly. If she had only had time to prepare for this, she would know what to say. Would he remember her? Had he thought of her all these years? No, he must have forgotten. If he had remembered, there would have been some sign, some indication. Her mind a whirl with thoughts, Mehrunisa picked her way through the bazaar. Behind her, the ladies, who had been silent so long, burst into laughter. Somewhere in the distance, Ruqayya cackled with glee, and Mehrunisa heard her say, "Give me my 10 muhars, Khurram." "Not yet, Ma." Khurram's voice floated to Mehrunisa's ears. "Let us wait and see." Ah, Mehrunisa thought, it was a snare. They had bet on her. For what reason? Mehrunisa's step faltered. Then, her chin lifted higher in the air. 10 muhars only. Surely she was worth more than that. Although the Dowager Empress dripped with money, she loved to wager with anyone who would give her half an ear, and she also demanded payment adamantly when she won. Which one of them had bet on her being the victor? "Your Majesty." A hand tugged at the Emperor's arm. "I want a ruby necklace." Jahangir looked at the girl. She dimpled prettily at him, raising a hand to brush her hair back from her face, giving him the full benefit of her slender waist and firm breasts. "You shall have it," he replied, putting an arm around her and pulling her close. "Where can we find a ruby necklace?" She pointed immediately to a jewelry stall. "There, Your Majesty." The ladies of the harem parted to give them way. As they walked, the Emperor ran his hand over the girl's slender back, and she giggled happily, her eyes alive with energy. Jahangir sighed with contentment. It had been a good day so far. In the morning, he had been given gifts and presents from the courtiers, and all the nobles had lined up under the great canopy to pay their respects. After the noon meal and a short nap, he had come to the courtyard to visit the Meena Bazaar. This was the best part of the Nowroz festivities. He squired his various wives and concubines around the stalls, acting as a broker for them, haggling with the shopkeepers and flirting outrageously with all the women. It was a pleasant break from lengthy, boring state duties. And there were so many beautiful women, all eager to please. The wives of the nobles brought their daughters to the bazaar in the hope of catching the emperor's eye, for to be inducted into the royal harem even as a concubine was an honor. Besides, if a noble's wife herself managed to capture Jahangir's attention and became his mistress, it would mean great rewards for her and her family. So all the women turned out in their best finery. The bazaar was filled with gaily clothed ladies sparkling with jewels, the sounds of happy laughter, the tinkling of anklets, and the aroma of perfumed bodies. They reached the stall, and the merchant's wife brought out all her wares for the emperor's latest favorite. Jahangir watched in amusement as the girl picked out a necklace for herself, a frown of concentration on her face. He liked to see his ladies happy, and the smile of pleasure on this concubine's face told him that she would do her utmost to please him tonight. The thought sent a shiver up his spine. He looked around for Hoshiar Khan, who came forward and paid the shopkeeper. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the girl breathed as she put on the necklace. Her eyes shone with adoration. Jahangir grinned at her. "Let us look around now." He put his arm around the girl and looked down at her face as they strolled. Surely she must be the most beautiful woman in his zenna. Ah, it was good to be emperor. Suddenly he stopped short and drew in a sharp breath. The sun had moved behind a cloud, and in the dull afternoon light, the woman approaching him seemed to float on air as she moved, her white veil flowing to the ground like mist. The ladies became silent and watched the emperor curiously as Mehrunisa came near. He stood still, waiting for her, the young girl by his side forgotten. When she reached Jahangir, Mehrunisa gracefully performed the Cornish, "Insha-Allah, Your Majesty. The Dowager Empress Ruqayya Sultan Begum requests your presence." Mehrunisa, he was struck dumb by the sight of her. 4 long years, and every day he had thought of her. Every night she had come to his dreams. He had known she was in the zenna but had not gone to seek her. Too much had happened. Mahabhat had advised caution. What would future kings say about Emperor Jahangir if he allowed a woman to captivate him thus? He had listened to his advisors, knowing they were right. Other matters had absorbed him, the campaigns, court proceedings, even marriages for political reasons. But when he saw her there, standing in front of him, all those reasons were swept away. He cleared his throat. "Lead the way, Mehrunisa. I shall certainly obey my mother's command," he said, standing back to let her pass. He followed slowly, taking in the slender waist, the straight back, and the graceful sway of her hips as she walked. He was suddenly overcome by the irresistible urge to caress the smooth skin of her waist and rest his hand on the curve of her spine. Age had not diminished Mehrunisa's charms. The past 4 years had been restful, turning her into an even more graceful woman. She was more comfortable with herself, her skin, her body. Jahangir walked behind her, his breath catching in his chest, so painful was it to watch her and not touch. The whole bazaar became silent. The ladies nudged each other, stopped haggling, and turned around to stare at Mehrunisa with open curiosity. She could hear them whispering her name. They all knew of her, of course. Almost half the ladies in the zenna were wearing some garment she had created. When they reached Ruqayya, Mehrunisa stood aside. Jahangir came up to his stepmother and bowed. "Your Majesty, you did not tell me you had such a jewel in your keeping." "You have found out now, son." Ruqayya looked at Jahangir shrewdly. "Remember, she is very precious to me." Jahangir stared at Mehrunisa for an eternity while the ladies around them kept silent. And to me, he thought, what was her charm? Why did he remember every detail of their meetings, every smile on her face, the laughter of her eyes? His heart pounded as Mehrunisa took a deep breath and her color heightened. The first thought that rushed to his mind was the hope that she had not married again. He could not lose her. Not now, not again. She had to be his. Aware that every eye in the bazaar was turned on them, he said to Ruqayya, choosing his words with care, "If your Majesty permits, I would like to show her around the bazaar." A wide smile split Ruqayya's face. "Take good care of her, beta. Very good care." Jahangir turned to Mehrunisa and she nodded briefly, barely lifting her head to look at him. He wanted to put his hand out to her but held himself back. Instead he said to Ruqayya, eyes still on Mehrunisa, "I will always obey your Majesty's command." At the emperor's words, a buzz started and became louder as the news flew all around the bazaar. The emperor and Mehrunisa moved away, walking at arm's length from each other. As they left, Khurram slipped 10 gold mohars into his grandmother's outstretched palm. Jagat Gosini was looking at a turquoise and pearl necklace when her slave girl leaned over and whispered in her ear. She straightened and turned around to see where the girl was pointing. Jahangir and Mehrunisa had stopped before a cloth shop. The lady of the stall was unrolling bolt after bolt of brightly colored satins and silks. The empress stood still, her face expressionless. She watched as the emperor put his arm around Mehrunisa's shoulders and she said something. At once, the emperor removed his arm and laughed down at her. Jagat Gosini turned back to the shop. The shopkeeper looked at her. "Would your majesty like to buy the necklace?" "No," she replied absently. She stood there in silence, thinking hard. Not Mehrunisa again. Would that woman give her no peace? "Get Hoshiar Khan," she said to the slave girl. A few minutes later, the tall eunuch was bowing to her. "How did this happen, Hoshiar?" The empress's voice was sharp. Hoshiar shrugged. "Her Majesty, Ruqayya Sultan Begum, sent Mehrunisa to the emperor." "Why?" "So that he would notice her, Your Majesty. I can think of no other reason. It was an obvious ploy to capture the emperor's attention. Find some pretext to call the emperor away. I want Mehrunisa out of the Zenna by nightfall. The emperor is not to see her again." Hoshiar shrugged again. "I can do nothing, Your Majesty. The emperor will not allow me to distract him." Seeing the frown gathering on Jagat Gosini's brow, he added, "I have already tried, Your Majesty. Besides, as you well know, Mehrunisa is part of Ruqayya Sultan Begum's entourage. The Dowager Empress does not take orders from anyone." Jagat Gosini nodded and turned away with a frown. She would beat them at their own game. Hoshiar could not help her anymore, neither could Mahabad Khan. Over the past few years, just as Jagat Gosini's influence had grown in the Zenna, so had Mahabad Khan's at court. Jahangir had settled back into his easy lifestyle, allowing Mahabad and Muhammad Sharif to make most of the decisions as long as they did not go too much against his wishes. So Mahabad had been initially kept away from his clandestine meetings with the empress, and as time passed their relationship had waned. Besides, this was a Zenna matter, one in which Mahabad would not be of much use. His value was in other things, at the court, outside the harem. So this, she thought, was something she had to manage on her own. And she would. She had known that somewhere, sometime, a meeting between Jahangir and Mehrunisa was inevitable. But time had been on her side. Mehrunisa was no longer young. Surely her charms were a thing of the past. The empress turned to look at them again with a triumphant smile that faded almost instantly. Mehrunisa was smiling up at Jahangir. In the muted light from the sun, she glowed like a pearl among the brightly clad ladies surrounding her. She seemed not to have aged at all. If anything, she possessed a new maturity. Her movements were more assured. And the emperor was not oblivious to those charms. He was leaning over her with a look of unbridled lust in his eyes. A deep ache came to the pit of Jagat Gosini's stomach. Once, many years earlier, Jahangir had looked at her in that manner. Once she too had beguiled him, rising out of the pool in her apartments naked, water glistening on her body, secure in the hold she had over her husband. But that was a long time ago. Jagat Gosini had aged with the duties that were demanded of her. Just then, Mehrunisa's gaze flickered to Jagat Gosini, and the two rivals stared at each other for a few seconds. Mehrunisa raised a well-shaped eyebrow at the empress and then turned back to the emperor. The empress stood frozen, a wave of hatred washing over her. That woman would not come into the Zenna if she could help it. There was a nagging doubt about her that the empress could not shake off. What was it Mehrunisa had? Beauty? Charm? But at least 100 girls in the harem were more beautiful and more charming. She had not been so uneasy about the rest of Jahangir's wives. They had all been much younger, barely out of the schoolroom, immature, more interested in beautifying themselves and preening in front of the mirror. From the moment Jagat Gosini had stepped into the harem, she had taken charge. She spent long hours with the mullahs and tutors, learning Turkish, Persian, history, philosophy, and poetry. Even in her youth she knew that beauty was transient. The emperor would need a wife who was a companion, one with whom he could converse knowledgeably, one who would excite not only his passions but also his mind, and she had worked hard to achieve that position. She was chief lady of the Zenna, with no one above her. Jagat Gosini shook her head. What was she thinking? She had given the emperor a fine son, one who would be the next emperor. She had lived with Jahangir for 25 years. How could anyone displace her? Even if Mehrunisa came into the harem, she would have to prove her worth by providing an heir to the throne. Unfortunately, that was all too possible. She was still young enough to bear a child. But even if she did, Jagat Gosini told herself, the emperor would forget her after some time, as he had all his other wives, and he would return to Jagat Gosini for companionship. When the empress turned around to face her attendants, her face had resumed its normal placid expression. Only someone who looked at her carefully would have noted the fire of battle in her eyes. 19 He, Jahangir, would have carried her, Noor Mahal, into his harem and kept her there like one of his other concubines, but the ambitious woman refused love, returning to make impetuous assaults on the king's heart, with the help, too, as some say, of sorceries. Edward Grey, ed. The Travels of Pietro della Vale in India. A low, early morning mist clung stubbornly around Agra. It swirled white and damp down the cobbled streets, over the ramparts of the imperial fort, into the gardens, and through the red sandstone palaces. Only a few people were awake at this hour. Lamplighters dousing and cleaning street lamps, milkmen leading their cows to doorsteps to fill brass cans with fresh, frothing warm milk, sweepers washing down the streets with jars of water, grocers returning from the sabji mandi, carts piled high with vegetables for the day's sale. Giyas Beg's house, set well back from the street in a broad tree-lined avenue, lay cloaked in the mist. The house was silent as most of its occupants slept. In the stables, horses champed down on fresh hay with rhythmic jaws. In the yard behind, hens squabbled in the dust for non-existent specks of food. Only the cook and his helpers were up, the main chula already lit, blowing white smoke through the yard. In a room upstairs, Mehrunisa lay asleep on a bed, a cotton razai half up to her waist, head pillowed on her palm, her hair spreading around her in a mass of ebony. A rooster crowed, suddenly aware of its duty. Mehrunisa's eyes opened slowly, and she stared at the wall opposite. Where was she? The paintings were unfamiliar. The room was much larger than the one she occupied in the imperial Zenna. Then she realized she was at her father's house. She had come back home the previous night, leaving Ruqayya and her duties. The mist sent its cold fingers into the room through the shutters, and Mehrunisa shivered. She pulled the razai up to her neck and burrowed under its comforting warmth. Too lazy to go stir the dying embers in the cold brazier, Mehrunisa turned to the window and watched the white glow of a faltering morning sun brighten the room. The Dowager Empress had not been happy when Mehrunisa told her she was leaving. For how long? Ruqayya asked sharply. I don't know, Your Majesty. I simply cannot stay here anymore. Now I should be with my father. It is at his house I should be, Mehrunisa said, turning away from Ruqayya's scrutiny. So the palanquin had been ordered, and Mehrunisa had slipped out through one of the back passages of the Empress's apartments, carrying a sleeping Ladli in her arms. Bapar and Maji had been asleep but woke when she came to the house. They asked no questions, said nothing to her, did not comment on her eyes red with weeping. Maji merely sent a maid to prepare a room for Mehrunisa and took Ladli to their own bed. Giyas had come to her just before she slept. I am glad you are home, beta, he said, kissing her forehead. I hope it is not too much trouble. Can it be trouble to a father when his child comes home? Sleep now. Maji will take care of Ladli, and we can talk later. In that way, a week after the meeting with the emperor at the bazaar, Mehrunisa had come home to her parents. She lay in bed and listened to the sounds of the house stirring. The grooms were awake, too, and she could hear a soft swish as they brushed down the horses in the stables beneath her window. The past week had turned her whole world upside down. The day after the bazaar, attendants had streamed into Ruqayya's apartments bearing gifts. There were jewels shimmering on gold trays, bottles of wine, yards of satins and silks, and with them an invitation to meet Jahangir for the evening meal. Mehrunisa sat stunned on her divan, looking at all the presents spread out in front of her. She sent them all back with a note. Dinner was not possible. The gifts were too much. She hoped His Majesty would understand. A day later, Jahangir came himself, and they walked in the Zenna gardens together. Conversation was almost hopeless. The royal Malis were all out gardening. Almost every harem lady had chosen that time to take a walk or sit under the shade of the chena trees. Eunuchs and maids passed by on myriad errands. The emperor seemed not to notice them. For Mehrunisa it was very difficult. Suddenly, she was the cynosure of all eyes, of whispered dialogues, of sly glances and nudges as she passed. So Jahangir and she had walked in silence. At the end, she said, "Your Majesty, perhaps it would be best if we did not meet for another week. I want to see you, not just tomorrow, but always." Mehrunisa bent her head, then looked up at him. "I beg a little time, Your Majesty. That's all." "All right. But before you leave," Jahangir reached out for her hand and held it in his warm grasp. "Know that I do remember you, Mehrunisa. 4 years ago I wanted to invoke the Tururai Chingezi. It was not a decision lightly taken. It was not a decision I forgot, not even after Ali Kuli's death." When he let her go, Mehrunisa almost ran away, leaving him standing there. The week was up yesterday, and last night Mehrunisa had fled to her father's home. It had been impossible to think in the Zenna. Before then she had been nobody, not worthy of notice. In the past week, the slaves, eunuchs, scribes, and even the cooks found the time to stop and stare at her. Ruqayya was not above this scrutiny, either. Each time she looked at Mehrunisa, a little smirk of triumph lit her face. From every person there were expectations, that she would marry Jahangir, that when she did it would benefit them somehow. So people were nicer than they had been before, more deferential, and to Mehrunisa's mind, more false. She was no longer certain of what she wanted. Mehrunisa sat up in the bed and tucked the razai around her knees. What was it she wanted? Jahangir. Yes, of that there seemed to be no doubt. It was what she had wanted when she was 8, and that want had been unwavering even through the years of her marriage to Ali Kuli. Now she could have him. She only had to say the word, and a life of unimaginable luxury, one she had witnessed from the fringes, would be hers. Then why did she falter? There was already talk about her wiles in capturing the emperor's interest and holding it for so long. She was a sorceress. She had cast a spell on him. These rumors were hurtful and mean, but they came from mouths that were otherwise filled with envy. And despite Jahangir's station in life, his calling as emperor, Mehrunisa did not see why his love for her could not be as strong as hers for him. But her life would be different. She would have to learn to share Jahangir with others, to defer to more senior wives, to establish her place in the hierarchy of the Zenna. Of the three, it was the first that gave her pause. Mehrunisa did not want to share Jahangir's affections with anyone else, his time, perhaps, but not his thoughts. Those should be hers. She did not know how to react to this man whose laughter made her smile inside, whose presence lightened her heart. The power of her feeling for him terrified her, more now than ever before, since there were no more obstacles to their being together. But he had been her choice when she was 8, was still her choice when she was 34, and would be equally important to her for the rest of her life. If she were to survive him, there would be no other man. Of this she was certain. Mehrunisa wove her hair around her fingers, pulling at it. She was frightened that perhaps his love would die, that in sharing himself with the others, he might find another more beguiling. She could not bear that thought. But she also knew that her happiness lay in him. It was a chance she had to take. She would not marry Jahangir for Ruqayya, or for her Baba, or for anyone else who might profit from it. If, after all this time, she were to marry again, when she was no longer dependent on a man for money, no longer faced the pressure to marry or to have a child, it would be because in the end, she loved him as she had loved no other man. A wry smile crossed her face. She must be the only woman in the empire to have ever given so much thought to marrying its king. The door of her room opened. Gears came in carrying a cup of chai. Did you sleep well, beta? Yes, Bapa. Mehrunisa twisted her hair into a loose chignon. Bapa, I must tell you why I came back. I think I know, he said gently, offering her the cup. Maji told me of your meeting with the emperor at the bazaar. I know through courtiers of the gifts he sent you. Why did you send them back? Mehrunisa shook her head. I could not accept them. There is yet no standing between the emperor and me. He came to see me the next day, Bapa. But it was so hard, there were so many people. What should I do, Bapa? That you must decide, beta. Wait, only time will tell what must be done. I trust you to make the best decision. But think before you decide anything, Nisa. Remember, it will not do to anger the emperor. I will say no more. Here. He took out a letter from the pocket of his kurta. This came for you at daybreak. Mehrunisa took the letter and turned it over. The red seal on top was frozen in the shape of a crouching lion with the sun ablaze behind it. Emperor Jahangir's seal. She watched her father leave. Then, taking her chai to the window, she used a gold-plated letter opener to cut through the royal seal. The sun struggled through the persistent mist, sending golden shafts over the royal palaces at Agra. In the distance, from the mosques around the city, came the melodious call of the muezzins for the first prayer of the day. Jahangir rose from his divan, pulled out a prayer rug, and laid it on the ground. He knelt on the rug facing west toward Makkah, raised his hands, and followed the prayer of the muezzins. When it was over, he touched his hands to his eyes and face and sat back on his heels, his mind temporarily at peace. Then thoughts of Mehrunisa came rushing back unbidden, occupying his mind as they had for the past week. He had never known a woman so lovely, so charming, so quiet, so secure in her beauty. So much a woman. It had been years since their last meeting, and she had been full of life then, teasing, with a quick wit. But she had hardly spoken during their walks at the bazaar, and later at the Zenna gardens. He had not felt it necessary for her to talk. It was enough to know that she was there, with him, by his side. He studied her intently, seeing the way her lashes curved on her cheek like a half-moon, wanting to touch the pulse at her throat, desperately wishing for even a tiny smile from those blue eyes. Jahangir rose and went to the window, looking out at the smoothly flowing Yamuna river. He leaned against the windowsill and watched the sun chase away the morning mist. Now she must have received his letter. Now she must be reading it. What would she say? Would she send him away again? He put his throbbing head against the shutter and closed his eyes. Upon his return from the bazaar, he had summoned Mahabat Khan to ask whether she was married, and waited anxiously to hear the reply. She was not. Ali Kuli had been dead for 4 years. She could come to him, to his Zenna, soon. Yet, she had sent him away, almost crying. What had he done wrong? He thought back to their walk in the gardens. Everywhere their steps took them, they stumbled over someone. Jahangir did not care about the people. That was a king's life, there was rarely any time to be alone. Even now, behind him, slave girls and eunuchs straightened out the apartments. Just outside the door were ministers waiting for a morning audience. What he ate, when he slept, where he bathed, nothing was secure from an audience. And how did it matter, anyway? But did it matter to her? He rubbed the back of his neck tiredly. All week he had thought of her almost every moment of the day, knowing she was so close by and yet he could not be with her. Then, last night, the Zenna servants had brought news that she was leaving. He had let her go. What else could he do? No woman had ever denied him anything before. And there was no one to talk with, no one to ask. Whom did a king turn to for ideas on how to woo his love? So he wrote her a letter, faltering over the words, not wanting to show his fear that she would say no again. 4 nights earlier, at the evening meal, Empress Jagat Gosini had uncovered a dish of lamb pulav garnished with raisins and sultanas. She offered him the pulav, saying distinctly, Mirza Qutbuddin Koka loved sultanas. He always asked for a dish of sultanas when he was a child. Jahangir had not thought of Koka for some time, but at Jagat Gosini's words the memories of his foster brother came flooding back. He had always teased Koka that the overeating was making him fat and would take him from this world sooner than he ought to go. But it was not the awaiting that had taken him away. Koka had died at Ali Kuli's hands. Suddenly suspicious, Jahangir looked at his second wife, but she had turned away from him and was talking with the head server. More recently, Jagat Gosini had invited him for a havan. As Jahangir sat before her altar of Hindu gods, the empress had put a tikka, a red vermilion mark, on his forehead. This puja is to thank Lord Krishna for keeping you safe from assassins. Your Majesty, these are difficult times. Why once, even the son of the Diwan Mirza Giyas Beg conspired against your life. Jahangir nodded, leaving his wife's apartments deep in thought. The empress was warning him against Mehrunisa. Why? What did she care? She had never shown any enmity toward his other wives or concubines. She had been born a royal princess and knew that the marriages were important politically. But this was no political marriage. Was that it? It had not mattered, though. His mind had been too full of Mehrunisa to give much consequence to Jagat Gosini's attempts to deflect him. He had written her a letter, thinking long and hard through the night. Unusually for him, he was afraid that she would not come to his zenna. Could she possibly think he had ordered Ali Kuli's death? Your Majesty, Jahangir turned to see Hoshiar standing next to him, a silver tray in his hands. In the center of the tray lay a small folded note. He reached for it and waited for Hoshiar to bow his way out of the room. With a heart that suddenly raced, the emperor opened the note. In it was one word. He put his lips to the paper. Her hands had touched the same spot not long before. Come. Mehrunisa was waiting for him alone in an inner courtyard in Giyas Beg's house. It was later that afternoon. The sun, which now hung low in the sky on its way to the horizon, had burned the mists away. Outside, it was still breathtakingly hot, but in the courtyard, the brick floors were cool, the veranda shadowed. A champa tree gracefully spread its arms in the center. Mehrunisa sat on the round brick platform around the base, leaning against the trunk. She looked up at the tree. It had bloomed for the first time, 7 years after it was planted. Its flowers were cone-shaped with a tight circle of creamy petals. The air in the courtyard surged with the heavy perfume of the champa, sweet and almost cloying. She sat quietly, her hands clasped in her lap, listening for the emperor's footsteps. Giyas Beg had insisted on having a few maids present when Jahangir came to visit. Mehrunisa said no, she had to see Jahangir alone, without an entourage. She and her father had their first argument in years. What about the scandal? Giyas had asked. But Mehrunisa did not listen, would not explain. Some inner voice told her to be alone with Jahangir. An outer door slammed, and she looked up, the prayer on her lips dying away. The carved wood door to the courtyard opened, and Jahangir entered. He stopped there, framed by a bougainvillea creeper that spilled delicate maroon and white flowers over the doorway. Mehrunisa rose, touched her fingers to her hair, and bent her head in the Cornish. Welcome, Your Majesty. She straightened and met his gaze, overwhelmed by his presence. Every other thought evaporated from her mind. Thank you, Jahangir said. He stumbled over the next words. Please sit. I hope this will do, Your Majesty. She gestured around her. He barely looked. His eyes were hungry on her face. It will. Sit, Mehrunisa. She sat down on the platform, suddenly shy. She had wanted to be alone with him. Now alone, she did not know how to form words to speak what filled her. Thank you for waiting for me, Your Majesty. I would have waited longer if you had wished. Then he sat next to her, took off his embroidered silk turban, and laid it by her side. I come to you, not as a king, but as a suitor. If you will have me. If she would have him. Her heart skittered, and she knew there was nothing else she wanted. She sat looking at him, at the hair on his head, more grey than black. At the high cheekbones that defined his Timurid ancestry. At the stubble of beard on his chin. His hair was flattened where the turban had sat on it, a ring indenting his forehead. He was changed from the slim, impetuous boy she had met in Ruqayyah's gardens. He was quieter, more leisurely in his movements, now a mature man. His hands were strong, a warrior's hands more than a king's, with a dusting of white hair. Yet the years seemed to melt away between them. It was like the first love, with the same passion and the same aching, but tempered with patience. Reaching into the inner pocket of his kaba, Jahangir brought out a slim book, bound in red leather, Persian characters embossed in gold on the cover. "This is for you. I did not know what to bring. I thought perhaps you have read Firdausi." She took the book from him and turned the gold-tipped pages. From the Imperial Library, her voice was hushed. "My father, Emperor Akbar. I know who your father was, Your Majesty." Her eyes danced with laughter. "He had this edition in the library. I thought you would like to read it. It tells the story of Rustam, the great Persian king. Your history, Mehrunisa." Mehrunisa touched the pages reverently. The emperor's library was famous for its huge collection, its bindings, and its exquisite calligraphy. Some of the library was housed in the imperial zenna, some outside, but Mehrunisa had not been able to get permission to go into it while she was in the harem. Prose and poetry in every language conceivable, Hindi, Persian, Greek, Kashmiri, Arabic, lived within the library. It is a beautiful book, and I know the story of Rustam, the king who was cut from his mother's womb because he grew too heavy inside. She rushed on in excitement, pleased to be able to hold in her hands a book from the library. But she survived, healed by a poultice of musk and milk and grass. He was a gift for her from Kuda, the brave son of Zal, the grandson of Som. But he killed his own son one day. Yes, but it was a son he did not know existed, whose birth was hidden from him by his wife. So when they met in the battlefield, they met as strangers. But Sohrab asked him time and again if he was the great warrior Rustam, and Rustam denied it. Mehrunisa turned to the end of the epic poem by Firdausi and pointed to a page. "See, his mother laments Sohrab's death and wonders why he did not tell Rustam that he was his son. She asks why he did not show him the bracelet that would have proved their kinship. Why he was so stubborn, why time and again he met his father in the battlefield and on the wrestling mat and did not tell him." The emperor smiled at her and leaned back on the champa tree. "I see you have read the poem. It is not so easy sometimes to speak of what is closest to your heart." She looked at him. "You did, Your Majesty, in the letter you sent me." Thus they talked in Giyasbeg's inner courtyard, safe from prying eyes. The days passed in that way. Slow summer days replete with love. They mostly talked, rarely touched. Every now and then Mehrunisa would lean forward for a kiss, trembling at the touch of his lips, drawing back with exhilaration at her power over him. Once Ladli had come rushing into the courtyard, wondering where her mother was. When she had satisfied herself that Mehrunisa was still in the house, she climbed onto Jahangir's lap and pulled at his moustache to see if it was real. "Ladli," Mehrunisa said, shocked. "Let her be," Jahangir said, laughing, turning his face this way and that from the child's hands. He finally allowed her to tug at his moustache, grimacing in mock pain. "Oh, it is real," Ladli said, disappointed. "I have to go tell my Dadaji. He said it was not." She ran off, her long plait swinging behind her. "Your Majesty, I apologize, my Baba would not have." Mehrunisa stopped, her face red. The child talked too much. She cursed herself for having never before curbed Ladli's tongue. Jahangir said, still laughing, "I know, Mehrunisa. She probably misunderstood what Giyasbeg said. Do not scold her tonight. I remember so little of the childhood of my sons. She must be a blessing to you." After losing many before, Mehrunisa whispered, more to herself than to him. Jahangir stopped laughing and turned to her. "What? I did not know." She wound one end of her veil around her fingers. "How could you have known? It was no secret, but I did not talk about it much. And then Ladli came, and there was no point in talking about it. But I sometimes wonder who they would have been, what they would have become, what joys and sorrows would have painted their lives." "How many?" Jahangir asked. Mehrunisa bent and put her face in her hands. When she spoke her voice was muffled. Two before Ladli." "Nonsense." Jahangir put an arm around her shoulders and bent close to her face, still shielded from him by her hands. "It would not have mattered to me. You were all I ever wanted." He kissed her gently on the forehead, and she leaned into him, knowing that what he said was true. He had sons from other wives, but from her all he would have asked was that she love him. In return he would have given her his love. Jahangir rocked her gently in his arms, then pulled her onto his lap. Mehrunissa let the tears flow for those spirit children of hers, glad to be able to do so with someone at last. She had tried not to cry in front of Maji and Bapar. It would have hurt them deeply. In front of Ali Kuli she had not been able to cry, not for this reason. Anyway, when her sobs died down, Jahangir lifted her chin and held his handkerchief to her nose. "Blow," he commanded. Mehrunissa backed away. "Your Majesty." "Don't argue, Mehrunissa. You argue too much. Listen to your emperor and blow your nose." She did as she was told and smiled at him through her tears, at this man who treated her with such kindness. Then she kissed him, their lips meeting with fire, her tears smudging his face. The next day the emperor gave her another gift, brought in not on a gold tray by attendants but by himself. 12 emerald-studded bangles, thin as wire, glittered in the sunshine. "For you, Mehrunissa," he had said simply, watching for her response with anxious eyes. She held out her hand for them, saying nothing, and he set them down to slip them one by one over her hand, his fingers lingering on her knuckles, 6 on each wrist. Mehrunissa reached out slowly to touch his hair, the bangles tinkling as she moved. "Come back to the Zenna, Mehrunissa. I want you there. I want to look after you, to take care of you. Come to me, my darling. Please say you will come." He smiled and went on, "All this courting is tiring me. I am not young anymore. I need you with me." Mehrunissa stood before Jahangir, her mind full. Those were the words she had wanted to hear. She put a hand out to him and then drew back. Nowhere was there a mention of marriage, of a wedding. Her face flamed with shame. Perhaps Bapar had been right after all. She had insisted on not having a chaperone during their meetings. Now he was treating her like a common woman. She remembered, after all these years, sitting in Ruqayyah's gardens that afternoon, watching as Akbar's concubines painted henna patterns over one another. They had little value in the imperial Zenna, no titles, no respect, no real position, so they vied with one another for ways to capture the emperor's attention. She had been thankful then that she was not one of them. And young as she was, she realized that if Salim did not come to her with a desire that blinded and deafened him to everything else in the world, she would not be able to bear it. How long she could sustain it, she did not know, but that it could be sustained she was certain. Now he came to her with the words she wanted so desperately to hear, of his need for her, of his desire, but wrapped in paper, not in silk. Tears welled inside her, and she fought them away. He would not see her cry again. Why would she cry for this man? Choosing her words carefully, she said, "Your Majesty, it is best you leave now. I will not be your concubine." Jahangir recoiled, his graying hair whiter in the sunlight, the frown lines on his forehead more pronounced, his face heavier. Why? It was a cry full of anguish. Mehrunissa stared at him helplessly. Why? He asked why. Was he stupid? Had she not made her intentions clear? She was deeply angry, because now she was a fool to have thought anything more could come of this courtship. He took her hands, grasping them when she tried to move away. "Mehrunissa, please tell me why. I cannot live." He stopped for a while, looking down at her hands, kissing one, then the other. "No, this is not about my need, although you know of that well, that I cannot live without you again, that I need to wake in the morning with you by my side. I had hoped that this was what you wanted too. I thought you had shown me that." "I have, and it is true, Your Majesty." Tears came then, fast and furious, splashing down on their joined hands. They had already, in these last 2 months, talked more than Ali Kuli and she ever had. Of poets and poetry, of the empire and its concerns, of the Zenna, of the emperor's passion for hunting, of his promises to teach her. They had laughed, touching faces, leaning against each other in what seemed like absolute comfort, with no expectations from each other, no wants the other could not satisfy. And through all this, Mehrunissa had learned more about Jahangir than she had ever known of her husband of 13 years. But now she could not tell him why she denied him his simple request. As he saw it, what would she say? "Make me your wife, Your Majesty," and then wonder for the rest of her life if that was why he had married her. Jahangir wiped away her tears with an end of her silk veil. His touch was gentle, as though she were a child. Then why? Tell me. I do not understand. Other things about the empire, the kingdoms I acquire, the battlefield, even the Zenna, these are simple. But why are you saying no? She shook her head mutely. He put her hand against his mouth and spoke into it softly, his troubled gaze resting on her face. This much I do know. I offer you a better life than you can ever have. And now, after all this time with me, if you do not come to the imperial harem, your reputation will suffer. People will talk. Mehrunisa, the emperor's discarded concubine, can have no standing in society. I know. He held up the other hand to silence her when she opened her mouth to protest, that we were never that close. But no one else knows that. Even I cannot stop them from gossiping. But in the Zenna, you will be under my protection, where no one can touch you with their malicious tongues. She pulled away, anger flooding out at his words. So that is why you offer me this exalted position of concubine, Your Majesty, to protect me. You forget that I have looked after myself for 4 years now, with no help from either you or my Bapa. I will doubtless be a fallen woman, but I will not, absolutely will not come to your Zenna as a concubine. Jahangir stared at her, stricken, empty of feeling, her words tearing through his heart. Then slowly, heavily, as though he had aged in the past hour, he turned and went out of the courtyard. He did not look back at her. Mehrunisa watched him go, wanting to call out, I will be your concubine, Your Majesty, not wanting to let him go. But she could not speak for anger, for shame, for the deep hurt she felt. From him she had not expected this base offer of protection. He had not spoken of love. Well, yes, he had, but casually. More insistent was the fact that he made this offer for her sake, so she could hold her head up in society. All those years when he had ignored her, everyone, Bapa, Maji, Rukaya, had echoed his words, that without a man's guardianship she would not have any status. Would this devastation pass? Would her strength return, as it had when she had lost 2 children and not known whether she would hold her child in her arms? As it had when she fought to keep her name and her reputation, when her father was labeled an embezzler, her brother was put to death because he attempted to assassinate Jahangir, her husband killed the emperor's favorite. She cried aloud, collapsing on the floor of the courtyard, the sobs wrenching her body. Her world was shattered. After so many years of wanting Jahangir, she was certain she would never again see this man who should have been her husband. 20. It is scarcely necessary to recall the romantic story of Noor Mahal, better known by her later title of Noor Jahan, her marriage to Sher Afghan, his assassination, and her subsequent union with the emperor, who had already been attracted to her before her first marriage. At this period her influence over her husband was so unbounded that she practically ruled the empire. William Foster, ed. The Embassy of Sir Thomas Roe to India AAONGH. The loud deep-throated roar swept through the imperial palaces and courtyards at Agra, jerking the royal family out of sleep. In the Zenna, the women clutched one another or their children, listening as the sound echoed around the walls before dying down to a low rumble. Then it came again. Aung! Emperor Jahangir sat in front of the cage where the tiger paced, watching its loose-limbed stride. It walked the 40-foot length of the cage in unhurried, measured steps, muscles rippling under its gold and black fur. It turned, tail whipping in the air, looked at him, and opened its mouth, baring its teeth. Aung! A shiver passed through him, bringing goosebumps up his arms. The roar seemed to rattle his bones. He sat close, just 4 feet from the cage. Only slim iron bars separated him and the tiger. It was the mating season, and the tiger roared at night, every night, in quest of its companion. Jahangir had ordered a pair of tigers captured alive because the creatures fascinated him. Tigers had intrigued him ever since that ill-fated adventure with the tiger cub long ago. The cages were built and hauled inside the fort at Agra, on the western end near the Delhi gateway. They were erected side by side, the tiger in one, the still unimpressed tigress in another. Torches burned around him, lighting up the beaten mud expanse in front of the cages and the 40 guards, armed with matchlocks and muskets. If either tiger escaped, it would wreak ruin in the fort. And these were known to be man-eating tigers, captured from the periphery of the forests around Agra, where for months they had terrorized neighboring villages. Once a tiger killed a man, it could never go back to killing wildlife, for humans were easy prey. They were weak, and if unarmed, they rarely fought back. Jahangir waited in silence for another roar, waited for the tigress to respond. He sat on a wooden crate near the cage, his chin resting in the palm of one hand, meeting the tiger's piercing golden gaze unflinchingly. It seemed to pay little attention to him as it paced, its nostrils quivering every now and then at his scent, the scent of a man, of food, even though it had just been fed. He smiled to himself, a wry, mocking smile. He, Emperor of Mughal India, could command a man-eating tiger and its mate captured and caged, but he could not bring to himself the woman he loved. With Mehrunissa, it seemed there were no rules. For 2 weeks now he had lived in a kind of stupor. He went to the Jaraka balcony and the daily darbars as usual, but paid little heed to what went on. Why did she refuse? Why couldn't she see that his plan would be the best solution for her? In his brief saner moments, he wondered what his fascination was for Mehrunissa. He tried to think about it logically, but she, thwarted all logic. He had wanted her longer than he had wanted the throne. It was not just that she was a beautiful woman. Beautiful women he could command at the snap of his fingers, the merest inclination of his head. He admired her fierce independence, her deep sense of self, her convictions about her actions. She scorned the rules, trod on them. One day he had been preoccupied during his visit with Mehrunissa. "Tell me," she had coaxed, "let me take the burden." The Jesuit fathers are unhappy about the English ambassador William Hawkins's presence at court, Jahangir said. "Why?" Mehrunissa asked. "They have come here to proselytize. Hawkins is here for a trade treaty. There can be no conflict. Hawkins promises security for our trading ships in the Arabian Sea." "Ah," Mehrunissa said, eyes gleaming, "and that encroaches on Portuguese domain, because they now protect our ships. The Jesuits grow too arrogant. As long as they are the only ones offering us protection, with no competition, the empire will be under their sway. You cannot let Hawkins go, Your Majesty. Use him." Jahangir rubbed his chin. "It is not that easy, Mehrunissa. Mukarrab Khan writes of the ill behavior of the English soldiers in Surat, how they loot and plunder and beat up our people. And Hawkins, much as he styles himself an ambassador, is just a merchant with dirt under his fingernails, his coarse laughter, his ill manners, and his lack of etiquette. Then why have you kept him by your side for so long?" "Because he entertains me. He talks Turki fluently. I don't need an interpreter with him. Have you listened to him at court? He is like a monkey taught tricks." Mehrunissa agreed. "Then teach him new tricks, Your Majesty." She put a hand on his arm. "Tell me, hasn't Mukarrab Khan recently converted to Catholicism?" "I heard a rumor to that effect," Jahangir said slowly, "that he now calls himself John. Do you think he acts under the influence of the Jesuit priests?" "It is possible that he bends the truth, Your Majesty. He would not dare lie to you, not openly, in any case. If Hawkins promises safety for our ships, then you should consider his offer." Jahangir had gone back to the royal palace that night deep in thought after his conversation with Mehrunissa. He had already known what she had told him, already thought about it long and hard. What surprised him was that she knew that she, merely a woman, would be interested in the affairs of the empire. It thrilled him to be able to talk with her about it. Unlike his ministers, she was a safe counsel. She had no personal agenda, no wish other than what he wanted. So he did what she said, what he had already mulled over in his mind, and watched with amusement as the Jesuits scrambled for better gifts and toys with which to please him. Mehrunissa was wrong in thinking that he had had no knowledge of her for these past 4 years. Jahangir had known her whereabouts and kept an eye on her. He sent an armed escort for her from Burdwam to Agra. He asked Ruqayya to look after Mehrunissa, a request she had easily acceded to, for the Dowager Empress was fond of her. Within the walls of the Zenna, even though Mehrunissa was employed by Ruqayya, she had been under his protection, for the harem, with its palaces, courtyards, gardens, and the various people who lived in it, was his property. The tiger stopped and faced Jahangir. They stared at each other, man and beast, conqueror and conquered. He put out a hand to touch it and then drew back hastily. It looked benign, like a large adorable cat. It almost deceived him. The tiger bared its teeth with a hiss, then moved disdainfully away to pace again, the scent of the tigress filling the air. Jahangir sighed and bent his head. Sleep was impossible at night. Only for a few brief hours did his body give him rest, but Mehrunisa obsessed him in his dreams. Perhaps he should have gone to her earlier, not let her be, not wondered and feared that she would hold Ali Kuli's death against him. That was his weakness, perhaps. The tiger roared again, throwing back its massive head. Aung! The sound set the bars of the cage clattering, and Jahangir shuddered. Then, finally, he saw the tigress lie on the floor of her cage and moan slowly and softly in response. The emperor rose and went back through the night to his apartments, not seeing the guards bow low to the ground as he passed. He knew he could not lose Mehrunisa again. He had wanted the crown with an intensity that had frightened him, for any other alternative would have been unimaginable. Now he wanted Mehrunisa even more, and he could not imagine life without her. The emperor is coming. The emperor is coming. Ladli rushed into the room, waving her little arms in excitement. Mehrunisa looked up from her book at her daughter with a delighted smile. Did you see the royal barge? Yes, the child replied breathlessly. Oh, Mama, what do you think he has brought for me today? Beta, you must not ask for gifts so shamelessly. Now go and wash your face and hands. We must not appear before the emperor like this, and remember, perform the Cornishes I taught you. Ladli promptly performed the Cornish. Is that right? Yes, Mehrunisa said. Go now. She shut her book of Firdausi's poems as Ladli ran off. Then she rose and ran out into the balcony. The afternoon sun drenched the balcony, and Mehrunisa put up a hand to shade her eyes. She could make out the royal barge coming down the Yamuna, the emperor's flag with the crouching lion in front of a rising sun glowing gold against red silk. She leaned weakly against the ledge, her legs suddenly giving way. Why did he come? The last 2 weeks had passed slowly, miserably, every moment filled with Jahangir, with memories of their meetings. Bapar and Maji left Mehrunisa alone for the most part. Bapar came to her once, 2 days after the emperor had left in anger. In front of them, for them, she tried to look normal. It was difficult to smile, to eat, to sleep, to pretend nothing was wrong. But she had to do it. The hardest task was to pacify Ladli. Jahangir always brought her a little gift, a box of marbles, a wooden horse, a set of tiny brass pots and pans. So when he did not come, Ladli asked after him and Mehrunisa said, he is the emperor, beta, a big man. His other duties call him away. The barge neared, cutting silver streaks through the calm waters of the Yamuna. The emperor stood forward, watching for her eagerly. When he saw her, he waved with all the ardor of a lover at least 15 years younger. Mehrunisa raised her hand. Even the sight of him sent shivers down her spine. Did he come back merely to torment her? Would there be another unpalatable offer, another overture she would have to refuse? Mehrunisa turned away. She had not allowed herself to think of what might have been, or what might be these past 2 weeks, even though the emperor had indirectly made a gesture of goodwill the day after she had driven him away. Jahangir had invited her father and her brother Abul Hassan to the Diwan-i-Am. There, in front of the entire court, he had increased Giyas's mansab to 1800 horses. Her brother was likewise honored with the title of Itiqad Khan and an increased mansab. And that evening, Giyas spoke to her for the first time about the emperor. After the disagreement about the chaperoning, Mehrunisa and her father had talked little. She was too full of Jahangir to talk with anyone, even Bapar. He came into the room where Mehrunisa was helping Ladli with the Turkish alphabet. Giyas watched his daughter as if he was seeing her for the first time. He noted her graceful movements, her calming presence, and her melodious voice as she corrected Ladli's mistakes. It was easy to see why the emperor was so enamored. But Giyas Beg held no illusions about his emperor. Jahangir was notoriously fickle in his love affairs. He was surprised that Jahangir's infatuation had lasted so long, and practical enough to realize that although his daughter was beautiful and looked younger than her years, The emperor had a harem filled with much younger women, whom he could have at a moment's notice. Ghiyas shook his head. He adored Mehrunisa with a father's passion for his child, but what was this hold she had over Jahangir? At that moment she caught her father's eye. Enough for now, Ladli. Go to your daddy. I want to talk to your dada. Ladli obediently closed the book and went out of the room. Mehrunisa folded her hands in her lap and waited for Ghiyas to speak. The emperor has increased my mansab, and he has also honored Abul. I know. Mehrunisa allowed a triumphant smile to flit across her face briefly. It was a distinction for her family, thanks to her no doubt. And Jahangir had done this after their fight. When she remembered that, her smile faded. What use were honors if he was not here? Mehrunisa, you must know why the emperor honors us thus. Is it wise to refuse him so long? There is no shame in being a royal concubine. Mehrunisa raised surprised eyes to him. How do you know? Ghiyas smiled. He is the emperor, beta. Everyone knows what he does, where he goes, what he says. The news came to Maji from the imperial Zenna. You have lived in the harem. You must be aware that little is secret. But is this wise, what you are doing? Many women would die for such favor from the emperor. I know that, Bapa, Mehrunisa said slowly, but you do not know the emperor as I do. Oh, she waved away his protest. You know him as a king, an emperor, but I know him as a man in need, not of another concubine. He has plenty of those, but of a woman with a loving hand to guide him, to be with him always. Do you remember, Bapa, when the emperor wanted to marry me 17 years ago? It was not possible then, Nisa. Then, I wanted to marry him too. I always have wanted that, when he was a prince, and even, she hesitated, when he was emperor. Why would I give it up to be a mere concubine now? Mehrunisa let her words sink in as she opened Ladli's book and riffled the pages without seeing the printed words. If she was to be his wife, she would be everything to him, not just an empress, but a lover, a friend, a wife. I did not know, Ghiyas said, his face tormented. I always thought it was the prince who desired you. I did not know you too. That was why I balked at marrying Ali Kuli. But it was so long ago. Too many things have happened since. Ghiyas sat down heavily. How could he have been blind to this? Perhaps if he had known, he might have had the courage to talk with Emperor Akbar. His request, even if it was to be denied, would have been listened to. But Ghiyas knew that the man he was then, 17 years ago, would not have asked Akbar for his daughter's happiness for fear of falling into disfavor with Akbar. He thought of himself as a deeply fallible man, one disgraced through his own doing, and one yet blessed with forgiveness from the people in his life. Jahangir had condoned his embezzling from the treasury. His children had overlooked the troubles that had beset them as a result of that one act. And Asmat, she had never doubted him. Her faith in him was more unwavering than his faith in himself. And now that he had been thus blessed, he too would repay his benefactors. The man he was today would not stand in the way of his daughter's wishes. He looked at her. Mehrunisa, I have a great respect for you. You must know that no father has been blessed by a brighter and more intelligent child. He stopped and then went on, I will say no more of this matter. It shall be conducted as you wish. Bapa, she said desperately, wanting to explain and not wanting to at the same time. If she cut off all ties with Jahangir, they would all suffer. Even if the emperor did not directly take revenge on them, the court gossips would, and everything Bapa had worked for all these years would dissolve in the actions of his willful daughter. No, Ghiyas said, I understand, but I want you to be happy, Nisa. Nothing else matters as much. If we must leave Hindustan, we will find a home elsewhere. I did it once before. How difficult can it be to do again? Mehrunisa turned away from her father, knowing that he lied but grateful that he did. And then again the silence from the emperor. That brief heady feeling of power was replaced all too soon by doubts. Why did he stay away? Why honor Bapar and Abul and say nothing after that? Was it a farewell present? Mehrunisa looked down from the balcony. The boat docked at the pier outside her father's house, and Jahangir jumped out. He entered the house, and Mehrunisa went back into the room to wait for him. Suddenly she was very tired. There were so many expectations from her. Her father advised caution, advised accepting the emperor's first offer. A few days ago even Abul had said something in passing. Even the Dowager Empress had sent her caustic note. Did she think she was someone too special? Don't be tiresome, Mehrunisa. Ruqayya wanted to regain her footing in the Zennar and thought she could do it through Mehrunisa. Nothing would give her more pleasure than to see Jagat Gosini displaced and humiliated, and Mehrunisa seemed to be stupidly throwing it all away. And then a few days ago, Hoshiar Khan had brought her a basket of green mangoes from Empress Jagat Gosini. It was an insult, like the gold bangles she had so patronizingly bestowed on Ladli. Unripe mangoes for an unfulfilled dream. But no matter, Mehrunisa thought. No matter what people expected, it would happen the way she wanted. Her neck drooped as her head sat suddenly heavy on her shoulders. Then she took a deep breath and straightened up. The emperor entered the apartment with a spring in his step, belying his 42 years. Insha'Allah, Your Majesty. Jahangir came to her eagerly and held out his hands. Son of women, Jahangir breathed reverently as he held her hands tight. Your name is perfect for you. But I shall bestow another title upon you, my darling. Mehrunisa raised her eyes to his. I know now that I was mistaken in offering you the position of a concubine, Jahangir said. I am. He hesitated with the word, unused to saying it. I am sorry. She said nothing, watching him. I did not think that it would be important. Just having you with me would have been enough. The emperor's face flushed. But of course it is. Without a title, you would have no standing in the Zenna. So say you will come as my empress. Will you? Please. He looked at her anxiously. At last he understood, and without her telling him, this was what she had waited for. Yet her heart thundered in her chest, beating out every other sound, every thought. She could barely hear the emperor when he spoke again. Say that you will be my wife, Mehrunisa. Mehrunisa stood still in the middle of the room, her hands clasped in Jahangir's. At the start of this courtship, she had promised herself that she would never ask to be Jahangir's wife, since to him it would mean little. The asking, that want, must come from him. Now he had finally asked. She looked at him again. In Jahangir's eyes there was nothing but a deep, abiding love. He was not merely asking her to be his wife. He was giving her his life. I can hardly disobey your Majesty's command. Her voice was low, so low that Jahangir had to lean over to hear her. He sat down on the divan next to them and put out a hand to her. Come here. Mehrunisa took his hand and sat down on his lap, leaning into his shoulder, her head resting near his. He rubbed her arm gently, his nostrils filling with her scent, the jasmines in her hair, the oils of camphor and aloe wood she bathed in. She filled his arms, his world. He wanted to never let her go. They sat like that for a while, both safe with each other. I was afraid, Jahangir said abruptly. You were afraid that I would say no. Laughter sang through her. Was it possible to be so deliriously happy? I did not order Ali Kuli's death, Mehrunisa. I want you to know that. Yes, court proceedings have recorded it thus, that I gave Kutubuddin Koka the order, but I was there, Your Majesty, Mehrunisa said quietly. I saw it happen. Ali Kuli drew the first sword. I never thought, despite the rumors, that you had ordered him dead because he refused to obey your command. She drew closer to him, mischief lighting her eyes. It is inauspicious to talk of one husband when I am to have another. They half lay, half sat on the divan, close to each other, breathing the same air, their faces so close that their lips almost touched. When Jahangir hesitated, Mehrunisa reached up and put her cool arms around his neck. Do you remember the kiss in the Zenna corridor? Every single instant, Jahangir said, pulling her tighter into his embrace. What of it? Mehrunisa shook her head. Never mind, it was a long time ago. Then, as a puzzled frown drew lines on his forehead, she covered his lips with hers. A raging, consuming fire flowed through them, scorching out every other thought. She could smell him, taste him, feel the smoothness of his skin as she slid her fingers through the collar of his kaba. She clung to Jahangir, pressing against him, wanting to never let go. When they parted at last, inhaling harshly, Jahangir said, "I shall go and talk to your father." He covered her hand with little kisses, his breath hot on her palm. "Do you think he will grant me permission to marry you?" She laughed at him then, her eyes full of honesty. "I think he will. He has waited for nothing else for a long time, Your Majesty." She rose from his lap and put out a hand to pull him up from the divan. As he left, Jahangir turned back for a moment. "Wait for me, Mehrunisa." She laughed again in happiness. He might not remember, but she did. He had used those very words that day in the Zenna gardens when he had asked her to wait for him. And she had not waited then. "I will be here, Your Majesty," she said softly. "I will be here when you return." Jagat Gosinisat at the window in Jahangir's apartments overlooking the river. It was after midnight, and the emperor had not yet returned from Giyasbeg's house. Today the emperor had left for his visit to Mehrunisa, smiling mysteriously to himself like a child, delighted with himself, and no amount of cajoling had made him divulge his secret. Jagat Gosini frowned as she peered out of the window. The Yamuna flowed calmly by, no barge marring the smooth floor of the river. Where was Jahangir? Why had he stayed so long? The visits to Giyasbeg's house worried her. Never before had she seen Jahangir so purposeful, so consistent in his actions. Could he really be falling in love with that woman? An hour later, Jahangir walked into his bedroom, yawning. He stopped short when he saw his wife. "What is the matter, my dear?" Jagat Gosini's heart sank as she saw the happy smile on his face. "My lord, I just wanted to see that you were safely in bed." "That is very considerate of you, but I was visiting Mehrunisa." "I know, my lord," she said. "Why don't you have her here, at the Zenna? That way you will not tire yourself with these nocturnal visits." "She will soon be here." Jahangir removed his cummerbund and started unbuttoning his kaba. "We all await the day, Your Majesty. She will bring you happiness," Jagat Gosini said cautiously. "I will have the slaves prepare a chamber for your concubine." Jahangir turned to her. "But she will come here as my wife, not as my concubine. I will personally give instructions to Hoshiar Khan to make up apartments for her in the palace. I may even build her a palace. She deserves all the riches and presents I can bestow upon her." The empress felt the blood rush from her face, leaving her with a sick feeling. She pulled herself together with an effort. Perhaps there still was time to change the emperor's mind. But even as she spoke, she knew the attempt to be useless. Once Jahangir made up his mind, right or wrong, all his life he had not stepped back from a decision. It was like a breeze trying to move a mountain. She searched for words. In her haste she used a ploy already used, already proven futile. So great was her distress that Jagat Gosini let her carefully cultivated skills at managing the Zenna, managing the emperor, slip. "Your Majesty, please do not forget whose wife she was. We all miss Kutubuddin Koka. His death was a great blow. I looked upon him as a brother. And he died at the hands of that scoundrel, Ali Kuli." Jahangir turned to the window and contemplated the clear, dark night, again that hint, the same one she had dropped so many times these past 2 months. What were they up to, Mahabhat, Sharif, and Jagat Gosini? Would she create trouble for Mehrunisa? He knew Mehrunisa could look after herself, or would learn to. He never interfered in Zenna politics and would not do so now. But this could not go on. "It is improper to talk to me of these matters. All the ladies in the Zenna will make every effort to welcome her," Jahangir said in a quiet tone. "Is that understood?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Jagat Gosini replied with a heavy heart. The emperor turned away from his wife and spoke again. "Go now, and send Hoshiar Khan to me. I will undress and prepare for bed." The empress bowed and left the room, her feet dragging on the marble floor. Mehrunisa would come to the palace as Jahangir's wife, but not as the chief empress, not if she could help it, Jagat Gosini thought savagely. Her back straightened as she walked down the corridor. By the time she reached her apartments, the empress's mind was already working furiously, planning the next level of onslaught. Mehrunisa looked around in bemusement. She was back at Ruqayya Sultan Begum's apartments in the royal palace. The Dowager Empress had insisted on hosting the wedding ceremony. As Mehrunisa sat on the Persian carpets, eunuchs streamed into the chambers carrying large gold and silver trays, heaped with all sorts of presents. Dozens of yards of satins, silks, and velvets in a myriad of colors appeared. Tray after tray of jewels, pearls the size of pigeons' eggs, glowing pink and white against black velvet. Huge diamonds set in necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and armlets, rubies gleaming in gold buttons, deep purple garnets and amethysts set in silver goblets, rich red wine from the foothills of the Himalayas in gold flasks set with semi-precious stones, perfumes in tiny gold, silver, and glass bottles from all over the world, wooden caskets inlaid with mother-of-pearl, spilling over with yards of richly colored silks. She took a deep breath. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined such riches. She reached out to caress a diamond necklace, her fingers sliding over the delicately cut stones. One of the servants coughed at her elbow, and Mehrunisa looked up. He silently proffered a scroll of paper. It was sealed with the emperor's seal on top, denoting it to be a royal farman. She broke the seal and read the farman, her heart thudding against her ribs. Jahangir had bestowed upon her the Jagirs of Ramsar, Dholpur, and Sikandara. All the ladies in the royal harem were given annual incomes according to their status in the zenna or, more often, at the pleasure of the emperor. The income was at times provided half in cash and half in the form of a landholding or estate, which in turn generated sufficient income to make up the whole. Mehrunisa stared at the farman. She was rich. Of the three Jagirs, the one at Sikandara was the most precious. It was a small town across the Yamuna from Agra. Its position was strategic, for all the goods from eastern and northeastern India came through Sikandara in order to pass on to Agra. If she positioned officers at Sikandara, they would collect enormous duties on the goods passing through to Agra: cotton from Bengal, raw silk from Patna, spikenard, borax, verdigris, ginger, fennel, opium, and other drugs, as well as the goods meant for local consumption such as butter, grains, and flour. Her income from Sikandara alone would exceed her father's at least 3 times. She wrapped her arms around herself. So this was what it meant to be an empress. And once she married Jahangir, she would have to worry no longer about Ladli's marriage. Offers would pour in for the emperor's stepdaughter. Koka's death would be forgotten. Ali Kuli's ignominy would be lost in conveniently short memories. But more important than all these riches were those 2 sweet words. Jahangir's wife. She leaned back on a velvet bolster, the imperial farman lying on her chest. In 10 days she would be empress. The days flew by. Nobles scurried all over Agra for suitable gifts. William Hawkins, the English merchant, was by now familiar with the etiquette at court. He sent his broker out to the marketplace to choose jewels for Jahangir and Mehrunisa, which he would present himself to the royal couple in impeccable Turkey, the one advantage he had over his Portuguese counterparts. The exclusive trade treaty with the British East India Company had not yet been ratified. The emperor was busy with his latest love. However, there had been indications of favor, Hawkins thought, now after 3 tedious years spent in this uncivilized land with its faithless infidels. Lately, Jahangir seemed more interested in talking with him in court, asking about his affairs. Was he well rested? Did his servants give him trouble? Were the guavas from the imperial gardens to his liking? So Hawkins's broker went to the bazaar to look for something fancy for the emperor, and Hawkins hoped that the gift and the contentment after the wedding would make the imperial hand more amenable to signing the treaty papers. Hawkins was not alone in his quest. The Jesuit fathers scrambled around too, outbidding his offers, watching his every move with suspicion, tremulous and angry at this other foreign presence in their land. And every courtier vied for the best and most unusual present, something that would catch either Jahangir's or Mehrunisa's eye, for that would mean honors and gifts in return from the royal couple. The day of the wedding finally arrived. The city of Agra was decorated with garlands of fresh marigolds and jasmines and multicolored paper flags. People thronged the streets in their best finery to celebrate their emperor's 20th marriage. Everyone sensed that this marriage would be unusual. For the first time in his 42 years, Jahangir had made his own choice, motivated by a charming pair of azure eyes and a bewitching smile. not by political strategy. Rumors were rife about Mehrunissa's beauty, so much so that people began to think of her as a goddess incarnate. The fort at Agra wore the same festive air as the city. Attendants spent days preparing the Zennar apartments and the fort. Royal gardeners had been hard at work trimming the hedges, mowing the lawns, and forcing flowering plants to bloom. Potted shrubs provided lush greenery indoors and outdoors. Flowers bloomed in discreetly hidden pots on top of the red sandstone ramparts, garlands festooned the pillars in the palaces, and rich, shimmering silks hung unnaturally from the trees like brilliant banners. The servants, slave girls, and eunuchs were provided with new clothes, and the ladies of the harem vied with one another to beautify themselves. Hours were spent in perfumed baths, at massages, and at the toilette. In Ruqayya Sultan Begum's apartments, Mehrunissa stared dreamily at her reflection in an ornate gold-edged mirror. "It is time to get ready." Mehrunissa looked at Hoshiar Khan in the mirror. "Call the slave girls." He nodded and went to the door. Mehrunissa leaned back on the divan and gazed thoughtfully after him. She had won a first victory over Jagat Gosini. Hoshiar Khan, chief eunuch of the Zennar, who had been with Jahangir for 35 years and wielded enormous power in the harem, had been taken from Jagat Gosini and appointed as personal eunuch to Mehrunissa. Although she had never been a member of the harem, Mehrunissa had spent enough time within the walls of the Zennar to know that Hoshiar would be a powerful ally. But as long as he was in service to Jagat Gosini, Mehrunissa would have no chance of wresting power from her. The Empress had too long been chief lady of the harem to give up her position to a relative newcomer like Mehrunissa. Her first step upon entering Jahangir's harem would be to gain that power, because she disliked the Empress and because she knew from Ruqayya that in this world of women only the Padshah Begum was supreme. Discretion was key, for Jahangir hated to see his ladies fight. The moment one of them came to him with a complaint, she was banished from his presence for an indefinite time. To live in the Zennar and not be noticed by the emperor was sure death as far as the ladies were concerned. Their lives revolved around him. He gave them the power and could just as easily take it away. Mehrunissa smiled wryly. She was no fool. She knew how to play the power game in the Zennar and was going to call all her forces to hand right from the first moment. To start with, she needed Hoshiar. A word in Jahangir's ear had been enough for that, and although Jagat Gosini fumed inwardly, she dared not complain to her lord. Which was just as well, for if the Empress had objected, Mehrunissa would have had to withdraw for the moment. Much as Jahangir adored her, and adore her he did, she would still have to be careful. For now, though, the smell of victory was sweet indeed. The suggestion had come from Ruqayya in the past week. "You do not want a bumbling idiot of a man around you, Mehrunissa. Get Hoshiar Khan," she said. "The Empress will not like it, Your Majesty," Mehrunissa replied automatically. Then the two women smiled smoothly at each other. Jagat Gosini would not like it, so Mehrunissa got Hoshiar Khan. The slave girls bustled into the room, carrying caskets of jewels, the wedding dress, and various bottles of perfumes and oils. Hoshiar pranced around the room, busily directing their movements and shouting orders. "He seems perfectly at home here," Mehrunissa thought. And why not? Although he had been at Jagat Gosini's side for 20 years, Hoshiar was a shrewd man and saw immediately that Mehrunissa had a hold over Jahangir that no other lady had been able to duplicate. She could trust him, but not completely. As long as she remained in authority, Hoshiar would be her ally, but once she lost it, he would fly to her opponent. However, while she was supreme in the Zennar, Hoshiar would do everything in his power, even lay down his life, to serve her. "We are ready now." Hoshiar's voice was respectful. Mehrunissa rose and stood still as the slave girls took off her robe. Then the process of dressing began. An hour later, a full-length mirror was brought to her. Mehrunissa gazed at her reflection. She reached out and touched her garments with unsteady hands. Hundreds of tiny ruby buttons glittered all over the mango leaf green ghagara and choli of raw silk. She wore 2 huge ruby earrings, a ruby and gold necklace, ruby bracelets and rings, and ruby-studded armlets. The only other colors on her body were the deep blue of her eyes and the ebony of her hair. A slave girl placed a green silk turban on her head. A single white heron feather, another gift from the emperor, sprang from the aigrette that was a lime-sized vermilion ruby surrounded by pearls. Below the turban, her green muslin veil, transparent as pond water, flowed down her back, almost reaching the ground. "The emperor awaits, Your Majesty," Hoshiar said at her shoulder. "Your Majesty." A rush of excitement flowed through her veins. In a few short minutes she would be empress. She took a deep breath to steady herself and walked slowly out of the room to the emperor's apartments. The corridors and verandas leading to the emperor's palace were lined with slave girls and eunuchs. Mehrunisa heard them gasp as she passed. At her approach, the two huge doors to Jahangir's rooms swung open silently to reveal only a handful of people inside. This Mehrunisa had insisted upon. Jahangir protested at the beginning, wanting a public, more extravagant ceremony. But Mehrunisa said no. Why? Because they would spend the rest of their lives together in front of the empire. This moment of their joining must be private, so even the ceremony was curtailed. In her heart she was already married to him, had been married to him for a long time. This ritual was only a formality. When she entered, she saw him immediately. The emperor came up to her, his hand stretched out, and she put her hand in his. They had not seen each other in 10 days, bowing to the rituals of marriage. That had not mattered to Mehrunisa, just knowing they would be together soon was enough. They had filled the time with letters, 2 or 3 a day. She told him of her pleasure in his gifts. He told her he would send more, anything she wanted. He sent her the keys to the imperial library. To thank him she roamed the vast rooms looking for a book to send to him. She found a Persian translation of the Jatak tales. He came furtively to visit that night, and they sat on either side of a silk screen, delighted like children breaking a rule, obeying the spirit of the lore if not the lore itself. They took turns reading from the book, growling like the lion and squeaking like the monkey in the stories. As they passed the book under the screen, their hands touched, and they kissed with the cloth between them. As she drew back, Mehrunisa asked if Hoshiar could be part of her personal entourage. Jahangir agreed instantly. Now their wedding was at hand. "You look wonderful, my darling," Jahangir said, his eyes filled with love. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Mehrunisa replied softly as she took her place. Next to him, she glanced around the room. Ruqayya sat in one corner, her face inscrutable, a tiny smile touching her eyes. Ghiyas Beg was flushed, his expression drenched in pride. Her mother had a worried look on her face. 2 nights ago she had asked Mehrunisa if this was what she really wanted. Mehrunisa had simply nodded, tired of giving explanations. The only other person in the room was her brother Abul. He too had come to her 2 nights ago, but for a different reason. Arjuman Banu Begum had been engaged to Prince Khurram for 4 years, a long engagement by any standards. He was hoping his sister would expedite the marriage. She looked at him and nodded reassuringly, noting the relief on his face with amusement. Then she turned to Jahangir, her attention riveted to him, a feeling of security washing over her as his large hand covered her smaller one. Jahangir bent over to Mehrunisa. "In a few minutes we will be married." Her heart leaped at the words. "Yes, Your Majesty." Mehrunisa leaned briefly against Jahangir's shoulder, letting her forehead rest on his arm, and his hand came up to touch her face just as briefly. The Qazi called them to attention. He raised his hands and uttered a short prayer. All present joined in. Mehrunisa held her breath as the Qazi asked Jahangir if he would take her for his wife. "Yes, yes," Jahangir replied impatiently. "Get on with the ceremony." The Qazi turned to Mehrunisa and repeated the question. She watched his mouth move with the words, but they didn't seem to register. When he repeated the question, Jahangir's grip tightened on her hand. She heard a voice, her own, replying that she would take Nuruddin Muhammad Jahangir Padshah Ghazi to be her husband. The Qazi registered the marriage and asked the emperor to place his royal seal on the page. They were officially man and wife. Mehrunisa watched in a daze as her family crowded around with congratulations. In the distance she could hear the trumpets informing the city that the wedding had taken place. Suddenly everyone fell silent. Mehrunisa shook herself out of her reverie and looked around. Jahangir had his hand up. I have an announcement to make. He glanced down at her. From today, my beloved Empress shall be given the title Noor Jahan. Mehrunisa's heart thundered in her chest. The Emperor had already given her so much. In the outer courtyard of the palace, a black stone bathtub, commissioned as part of her gifts, had engraved on its side the date in Persian, the 25th of May, 1611. And now he had given her a brilliant title, Light of the World. A sudden anxiety whipped through her. Before now she had been anonymous in this harem of women, one of many, a beautiful face in a handsome crowd. But now she would be watched, thought of, deferred to. This was not a simple marriage. Marrying an emperor never was. She was married not just to Jahangir but to the empire. But the power gave her a chance to influence events. It would not be easy. Women were given no such importance. All her life Mehrunisa had known this. Baba, when he had talked to her of his work, of the court proceedings, had not thought of her as a woman but as an equal. Much as he loved Maji, he had very rarely talked thus with her. Would Jahangir treat her the same? Would he think her worthy? She would have to fight for supremacy in the imperial harem, and then at court. If what the infidel William Hawkins reported was true, European queens shone in court beside their husbands. Why, there had been one English queen who ruled alone, who had come to the throne in her own right as the daughter of a king. Mehrunisa knew she had no such advantages. She would not be able to rule beside the emperor, only behind him, hidden by the veil. Jahangir wanted his name to glow in posterity, and it would, for his life had been entrenched in history from the day of his birth. Mehrunisa, perhaps few people would remember. Would someone 100, 300, 400 years from now take in their mouths the name of Empress Noor Jahan? Together, Jahangir and she would make the Mughal Empire the brightest and most brilliant in the world. She wanted to do this for the man she loved so deeply, because this was what he wanted. And, Noor Jahan thought, already at ease with her new title, she wanted to be the force to reckon with behind the throne. She wanted to be the power behind the veil, fragment of light. June 1817, the midday sun leaned over to place its fiery kiss upon the Shalimar Gardens in Lahore, 4.5 miles east of the fort and walled city. The blazing light wavered into a haze around the almond, guava, and mango trees, and except under the trees where it could not penetrate, all shadows leached into the blistering ground. The Shalimar Gardens, the abode of pleasure, was a name taken by the Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan from the gardens his father had built in the valley of Kashmir. In the late 1630s, the Ravi River in Lahore flooded its banks. Angry waters swamped and carved out new geographical features, shifting vast quantities of mud from one place to another, leaving acclivities and declivities where none had existed before. One such slope in the land was born after this flood. So it was here Emperor Shah Jahan ordered the garden to be built in 3 terraces that descended from the south to the north. At high noon on this day of June 1817, 2 young men tarried in the central platform of the pool in the middle terrace. They were both bareheaded, their chests bare also. Each wore only a kispate, long, tight shorts of buffalo hide leather, which covered them from their waists down, the ends rucked up over their knees to facilitate ease of movement. The upper halves of their bodies, and their legs and feet, glistened with sesame oil, pungent and aromatic in the sear of the sun. Earlier in the morning, according to the rules of the game, they had smoothed the oil on each other. It was the first and last gesture of amity and goodwill. For their referee, they had corralled an old gardener lounging in the deep shade of the nearby tamarind tree, a hand-rolled beedi wrapped in his fist, smoke coiling out from between his fingers. Him, Ibrahim Khan had asked, thick eyebrows elevated in disbelief. His sovereign had shrugged, lifting massive, muscled shoulders. As good as anyone else, Ibrahim. We know the rules ourselves. The only other man around is Zaman, and he's useless, as you know. Should I have to call upon one of the flowers in my zenna instead? Ibrahim grinned. With respect, Your Majesty, the women of your harem will only support you, and they're likely to squeal or curse in horror when I defeat you. Calling on them is not conducive to an even playing field. A small smile flitted across Shah Shuja's face, and when it did, it lightened his features, brought a sparkle to his grey eyes, erased the embedded lines of worry on his forehead. Made him, so Ibrahim thought, more like the deeply powerful man he had known all of his life. A tiny spear of ache stabbed Ibrahim's heart. They were far removed from what they had once been. Shuja had been born of a king, Shah Timur Durrani, whose father had established the Afghan Empire in the name of the Durrani dynasty. Timur had had many sons, of many wives, as was the established custom of the time. There was no law of primogeniture, the eldest son did not automatically inherit the throne, nor was he gifted with quiescent brothers willing to live out their lives as governors of districts or provinces. At Timur's death, the throne had changed hands 4 times, one son or the other claiming it for his own for a brief while, driven from it when another had amassed enough of a threatening army. And so Shuja had lost his kingdom to his half-brother Shah Mahmud. Shah Shuja put a hand on Ibrahim's shoulder. First, you will not defeat me. How is that even possible? When the younger man opened his mouth to protest, he stilled the words with a wave. It's true. I might be a little older, Ibrahim, and that only means I've been wrestling longer than you have, and second, my wives dote upon you. Although, and he grinned again, a wicked gleam in his eye, you will not win, they will minister to your injuries with enough of a fuss to make you happy. Ibrahim bowed his head. We'll see, Your Majesty. Every now and then, Shuja and Ibrahim indulged themselves in the games and play of their childhood. There was so little else for them to do at Lahore in the Shalimar Gardens, a place where they had spent the last 3 years as guests of the wily Maharaja Ranjit Singh. This wrestling match was one such, conjured up late the night before, when the last cup of wine had been drunk, when the moon had skated downward into the dark sky, when the Nuj girls had slunk away, and they had both been lying on their divans, twitchy with pent-up energy. What to do on the morrow? How to spend their time? Each day was like the others, the same views, the same fountains, the same watch upon the sun and the moon, to mark interminable time, gliding over that limited arc of sky above the gardens. The gardener had still been there last night, ensconced in a hollow in the trunk of the tamarind when they had both sprung up, vigorous, shouting for him to come to them. He was a small, old man, his face carved in deep wrinkles that spanned out around his inscrutable eyes and curved in 2 semicircles from his nose to his mouth. His skin was a deep, clayey brown. His lower lip was crushed inward, he had no bottom teeth, and when he spoke, it was with slow, measured words that echoed out of the cavern of that mouth. Shuja had tried Persian first. Do you know the rules of wrestling, my friend? He had stared at them, his chin swaying loosely in the lower half of his face. So Ibrahim had spoken to him in Urdu. Again, nothing. Try Pashto, Shuja had said in an undertone in that language. No luck there either. Why would he know an Afghani tongue, similar as it was to Persian, which he was more likely to understand? Where does he come from? Shah Shuja had said, exasperated. Ibrahim Khan had tried Hindustani last, having exhausted the little bit of Arabic he knew. And then, the old man's mobile mouth had deepened into his face. Ji, Sahib, he'd said. And so, pulling words out of their hybrid vocabulary, they had explained that they needed him at the Shalimar Gardens at noon, to referee their wrestling match. They had taught him how to start the match, how to stop it at an illegal hold, how to impose a penalty, how to restart it. And now they stood at either end of the marble platform in the center of the pool in the middle terrace of the gardens, arms hanging loosely by their thighs. Aware, out of the corners of their eyes, of the old man under the tamarind. Shuja saw his hand move, and shifted quickly upon his toes. The old man put his fingers into his mouth and let out a tart, prolonged whistle. Shuja veered in surprise. This was not how he was supposed to start the match. In that brief moment of distraction, he heard Ibrahim's feet smack on the heated marble floor before he flung himself on his king. Shuja fell backward, rocked off his balance. He felt his feet slipping, strained against Ibrahim, until they were locked in an embrace. Their breaths escaped in harsh puffs. Ibrahim was smaller than Shah Shuja, shorter by a head's length, and he used that advantage to tuck his forehead under Shuja's arm and crush his ribs. They spun around the marble platform, holding desperately onto each other. All of a sudden, Ibrahim's clutch slackened, and his arm snaked from Shuja's back to around his right thigh. He heaved. Shuja came crashing down upon his back. As Ibrahim straightened to straddle him, Shuja kicked out with his leg. Ibrahim flew into the air, briefly, before smashing to the floor himself. When Shuja sprang upon him, Ibrahim rolled away and bounded up. They were already sweating when they started the match, but now moisture poured down from the thick hair on their heads and their beards. Shuja grappled with the slick skin on Ibrahim's legs. He had shaved his chest and legs that morning, so that Shuja would have no hair to hold on to, and finally wedged his fingers into the waistband of Ibrahim's kispate, yanked him down. Ibrahim yelled, "That's an illegal hold, referee." The old man, massaging his face in bemusement, whistled again. In the thick silence of the courtyard, the sound boomed. A flock of parrots in the tamarind rose in a protesting flurry of green feathers and red beaks and disappeared into the pale sky. Shuja and Ibrahim hurled out of the hold and went to opposite ends of the platform. Their chests heaved. Their stomachs caved inward and out as they drew breath into their tired lungs, outlining their ribs and their hip bones. Agony flared in Shuja's lower back. There was a shock of burning along his right forearm, which he had put out to take the brunt of the fall. Ibrahim stood at his corner, wiping the sweat from his eyes, smiling. Maybe there was some truth to the fact that he was younger and so stronger, Shuja thought, although neither was really that old. Shuja was 32, Ibrahim 29. They had not talked since the first whistle. No jibes, no trash, no filling the opponent's ear, and so his brain with debilitating words. This was one of the rules of the game. It had to be played and fought in complete silence, with only muscle and brawn determining the winner. But the rules said nothing about facial expressions. An intimidating glare, a supercilious grin, like the one Ibrahim wore on his face, these were unaccountable quantities. Shuja's breathing quieted. He felt his body come to rest again. He flexed the muscles in his arms. A sliver of iron lodged itself in his spine. When the 2 minutes had passed, the old man, keeping count of the seconds by beating his crooked foot upon the ground and raising puffs of red mud, whistled again. Shuja hurtled across and barreled into Ibrahim's chest. The force of the movement carried them over the knee-high marble lattice railing of the platform and out into the shallow pool. It was only luck that allowed them both to land upon the flat of the pool's surface and not on one of the lotus bud-shaped fountains that speared upward. The pool was littered with these fountains, 152 in all, each spewing droplets of water that created 1,000 rainbows in the sun. Here, the light was fractured, dazzled bright. Shuja shut his eyes and grappled, following only the sound of Ibrahim's breath and his groans. At one point, Ibrahim held his king's head under the water, only 6 inches deep at any place, but enough to suffocate. Shuja reached out blindly with a long arm to seize his throat, squeezed his fingers tight, until Ibrahim let go and he could heave up to gulp in some air. Almost desultorily, the old man whistled again. He was learning, Shuja thought, as he climbed wearily back onto the platform and shuffled to his corner. The pool had a pebbled base, strewn with chunks of semi-precious stones, jasper, agate, carnelian, which created a glitter of colors under the water, and which had left deep gouges on their backs and chests and arms, streaked now with blood. 2 minutes was all they got again until the old man whistled and they met at the center of the platform. The sun had burned off the water and some of the oil. Their holds were more secure. As his body spiraled into a bottomless exhaustion, Shuja's brain snapped alive. The hours passed. The sun slipped westward. On the pavilion of the upper terrace, the Avam, a lone woman came to stand under the arches and looked down upon the 2 men struggling on the platform, arms fastened around each other, eyes shut against the sweat that streamed down their faces. Wafa Begum had been married to Shuja for 17 years. The first of his wives, she was the person he knew best. His mother had been in a harem, and as a boy, he was taken from it early, put into the men's quarters. There had been no actual friendship with other members of his family. Always lurking behind his half-brothers was the silhouette of their father's crown, impossible to ignore. Shuja loved Ibrahim, but it was a friendship in the outside world. When he was 15, his marriage was arranged with Wafa, also 15 that year. And all of a sudden, he had found the comfort of home in the arms of this thin girl. Here, within the walls of his harem apartments, the young Shuja had confided in her his fears, his determination, his ambitions, and she had never laughed at them, never considered them impractical. Shuja's brother Shah Zaman ascended the throne of Afghanistan first, and then Shah Mahmud tore it away from him, throwing Zaman into prison, blinding him in both eyes with a piece of hot wire. And so Shuja built up his own army to overthrow Mahmud, ruled for 9 years himself, and in 1809, when he moved his court from Kabul to Peshawar, Mahmud sneaked up and grabbed Kabul and then marched on to Peshawar. Wafa moved her slender hands restlessly in front of her, entangling her fingers in a veil which came over her head to her waist. To stay on in Peshawar, with Mahmud's army battering at the door, would have been death for all of them. The only option was to flee, to retreat, to find shelter elsewhere, to regroup and come back for Afghanistan. Shuja had woken her in the middle of the night and hurried her, along with the other women of his harem, to waiting horses and palanquins. "Go safely, my dear," he had said, at that last moment, when her hand reached out to him, when she swung her head through the gap in the curtains for one more look at her husband. Not knowing if she would ever see him alive again, he pressed a packet into her hand and closed her fingers over it. "This will buy my life someday." Or, his steady gaze met hers, "If I die, it will make you rich." When Wafa unwrapped the satin cloth 4 days into their journey to the lands of the Punjab and Maharaja Ranjit Singh, she saw the armlet of heavy gold Shuja wore upon his person every day. The central diamond was mammoth, built with fire and light, flanked by 2 smaller diamonds. Shah Shuja had given her, the wife of his heart, the only woman he trusted, the Kohinoor diamond. Wafa watched a while, as one man and then the other pushed and jostled, as they fell with loud thuds upon the floor, as they broke the rules by snatching at beards or hair, as Shuja cried out when one of his fingers was caught in the railing of the platform and snapped with an audible crack. She flinched at that sound, but didn't move as they dragged themselves apart to rest. Her nose quivered and then wrinkled at the old man and his whistling. Wafa's veil, of a pure silk the color of newly opened pink roses at dawn scattered with dew, lay around her lean shoulders. Underneath she wore a short choli, a bodice that covered her breasts and was held together on her back with 2 strings. Her waist was bare, and she had on pink silk trousers, tight on her hips, billowing around her thighs, caught up around the ankles. This was Wafa Begum's concession to living in India, adopting a part of the dress that kept her cool in the Lahore summers, and keeping the trousers that she wore normally in Afghanistan. She shifted against one of the pillars of the Avam, resting her shoulder on it, her arms clasped around her waist. Her gaze drifted over the middle terrace to the old man at one side of the pool. He was squatting in the manner of a peasant, and a minute breeze brought the acrid tang of smoke from the smoldering bead he held in his hand. He turned, suddenly, to look at her. She stayed where she was, not caring that her face was uncovered, not bothering to pull the veil over her eyes. What did it matter? The old gardener had never ascended to the upper terrace in the Avam, where she stood, because it was the most private part of the Shalimar Gardens, one marked out for the use of Shah Shuja's Zenna. Such an old man could hardly have his blood boil at the sight of a woman from another man's harem or be capable of doing anything about it. He was nothing, just another servant from Maharaja Ranjit Singh's court, sent here to serve them. She lifted her chin, looked pointedly away toward her husband and Ibrahim. There was dried, caked blood on their arms and chests. They moved slower and slower, doggedly, like 2 animals engaged in a mortal combat. "Your Majesty, you must eat," a slave said behind her. Wafa sighed. There was no point waiting for the men. There were rules in the wrestling match for penalties and illegalities, and even when and how the match started, but no rules for the ending. A few years ago, while Shah Shuja had still been the ruler of Afghanistan, he had wrestled with another man for 8 hours. Some matches had gone on for 2 days, or 3, until one of the opponents had dropped dead in the dirt. She put her fingertips to her mouth, kissed them, and then upended her palm and blew the kiss across the scorching air to her husband. Shuja reared his head, as though he had felt the touch of her lips upon him, and charged into Ibrahim with renewed vigor. Please Allah, she thought, as she walked away to the shamiana set at one end of the upper terrace where the slaves had laid out the food, let them not kill each other. Perhaps they wouldn't kill each other in any case. Shuja loved Ibrahim with the devotion of a brother, and Ibrahim could not live with himself if he caused any harm to Shuja. For a deposed king, there was no better friend than such a one as Ibrahim. She was worried, but only mildly, because she knew that the past 3 years of confinement, the past 3 years as Maharaja Ranjit Singh's guest, had fretted Shuja beyond measure. He needed to do something. Anything. He needed to return to Afghanistan as a king. But Maharaja Ranjit Singh would not let them go until they gave him the Kohinoor diamond. Wafa Begum ate her food, bending over her plate, licking her fingers clean delicately, listening to the snorts and rumbles that floated upward to the Zenna terrace, her demeanor cool. She could have been feasting at a festival while still Queen of Afghanistan, so calm was she. But then, she was also the woman who had kept the Kohinoor safe from the greedy Ranjit Singh and not let him have it for all the long years he had held her and her husband in captivity. In the end, the match lasted only until the sun set, at 6 o'clock. And then, only because the heated sun fell gratefully into the arms of the cool earth, and darkness pounced upon Lahore. There was no twilight to speak of, no smudging of the sun's golden rays into pale blues and blacks, this close to the center of the earth. Shuja's whole arm was aflame. In one rest period he had ripped a strip of cloth from the knee of his kismet and wrapped it around the broken index finger of his left hand, binding only 2 fingers together so that he could have the rest to hold on to Ibrahim. But it hadn't helped. The hurt had crept up his arm and sent tentacles of torture over his shoulder and neck. Ibrahim hadn't fared any better. He had cuts and gashes all over his back and his chest, blood encrusted in some spots, fresh in others, where Shuja's nails had ripped through the wounds. He was also limping from having twisted his ankle sometime during that afternoon. An hour before sunset, the slaves would normally light all the oil lamps, the diyas made of terracotta, the size of small and shallow cups. Some were in niches under the waterfalls that brought water down from one terrace to the other along the central pool, some along the pathways on either side of the pool, some under the trees, some in them, hung in little woven baskets of jute and silk thread. When darkness came, the whole of the gardens would live again in pinpoints of light picked out here and there like a glittering sprinkle of diamonds, mirroring the stars in the night sky above. Shuja shouted out, "Light the lamps!" He was still shoving against Ibrahim, using force from the right side of his body. His left arm lay almost useless. Ibrahim's hair, rank with sweat, was rammed into his chest, just under his nose. But Shuja did not smell him, because he stank as much as Ibrahim did, and in any case, it was difficult to distinguish what he was smelling: blood, sweat, heated oil, the spray of water. His eyes burned and had turned red. His sight was blurred. It was time to stop the match. They were both out of shape after years of sloth and imprisonment. But Shah Shuja, the erstwhile ruler of Afghanistan, was a stubborn, tenacious man, or he would not have held that title of king, nor, as he was determined, would he become king again by giving up anything so easily. Ibrahim, on the other hand, was simply obstinate. He was more exhausted than he cared to acknowledge. They had missed their afternoon meal and their cup of chai in the evening, and he craved both. His body seemed beaten into hollowness. "Light the lamps now," Shuja roared. Ibrahim cringed as his master's voice exploded over his eardrums, but he did not let go. His head, slick with perspiration, moved here and there on Shuja's chest, seeking a hold, so that the grip of his fingers could be more secure. The cuts and bruises on his skin stung as sweat rolled over and into them. In the echoing silence after Shuja's last demand, a voice, tranquil and musical, called out from above their heads, "Enough, my lord." Shuja raised his head in the gloom, his eyes seeking the direction of his wife's voice. Ibrahim Khan shifted, and Shuja's attention, honed to a fine edge, came crashing back on his opponent. He sensed, even in that brief moment, that Ibrahim's concentration had wavered, that the younger man had lost some of his grit. that Wafa's voice had recalled to him the pleasure of a silken divan with overstuffed cushions, of a woman's soft touch, of comfort and ease. That he had been distracted and that his will to kill, to win, to defeat, had been shaken. In that second of slackness, Shah Shuja propelled Ibrahim to the very edge of the platform and slammed him against the railing. When Ibrahim fell onto the floor, Shuja scrambled in the dark and heaved himself over him. Forcing his back flat on the marble slabs, he straddled Ibrahim and said, triumphant and shaking from the effort, "Enough, Ibrahim? I give up, Your Majesty." Ibrahim's voice was trembling and thin. In the Evam pavilion above, Wafa Begum reached behind her and uncovered an oil lantern. She held it high up above her head, and the honeyed light spilled over her arms and her face, and below, over the waters of the pool with its now silent fountains, and the two men on the platform in the middle of the pool, their heads drooping with fatigue, their chins collapsed into their chests. "Come to the zenna, Your Majesty," she called out. "Ibrahim, you come also," and when he wearily shook his head, she said, "Don't be silly, you need care also. And this won't be the first time you've come into the harem quarters." It wasn't to Shuja. Ibrahim Khan was more kin than his actual half-brothers. They did not have the same father, but they had the same mother, or rather they had both drunk the milk of the same mother. And that tied them together in a bond that nothing else could. As with all royal families, Shuja's first taste of nourishment had come from a wet nurse's plump breast, not that of the woman who had given birth to him. 3 years later, the wet nurse had given birth to another boy, Ibrahim. It would have been natural for Shuja to have chosen the child his foster mother had had just before he was born as his playmate. Instead, at 3, still being fed by his foster mother, he had stood at her knee as the newborn baby wrapped his tiny palm around Shuja's little finger and held on with a might that had surprised him. Ibrahim had then trailed Shuja through his own apartments and gifted to him the devotion none of his own half-brothers had. When Shuja had crushed Mahmud to become king, it was Ibrahim who had led his armies and who had kept the crown safe for Shuja. When Mahmud had yet again come roaring back to take Afghan lands, Shuja had sent his harem to the Punjab under Ibrahim's care because there was no other man he could trust with his most precious possession, more precious to him than the kingdom, the wealth of that kingdom, or even the Kohinoor diamond. Ibrahim had had entry into Shah Shuja's zenna from the time Wafa Begum stepped into it. He was to the women as much their brother as he was their husband's. And so Wafa had them both brought by the stairs that led up on either side of the Evam into the upper terrace, and there, under the cloak of the starlit sky, she bathed their wounds, applied poultices, watched over them as they slept, mumbling, restless, and in pain, twisting the silk sheets around their limbs. As the night wore on, she plied the peacock feather fan herself, laid a cool hand on their fiery brows, sang little songs in the dark to soothe their fevered dreams. They had all forgotten about the old man. When the night came to claim the skies, and Wafa Begum led her husband and his foster brother away, he backed down the long central pathway that flanked the pool to the lower terrace. There, he slid down the ramp, cut across the quadrangle of skillfully trimmed lawns, and let himself out of the west gate. The guards inside, 5 of them, standing shoulder to shoulder across the archway, stiffened to attention when they saw his slow, shambling figure approach. One raised his spear and pointed the end at the old man's concave stomach, its horn tip drawing a thin splinter of blood on the skin. The man's head snapped up. His back straightened, the muscles in his back and his legs seemed to take on new life, became plump and rigid. His eyes, which had been wandering and watery, glittered in the light of the lamps in the archway's niches. When he spoke, his voice was sturdy, nothing like the rambling drawl he had affected in the middle terrace while in Shuja's and Ibrahim's presence. "You dare to draw my blood?" The guard's hand shook. The old man wrapped a finger around the base of the spear's blade and nudged it away. The outer door opened, and a captain in Maharaja Ranjit Singh's army poked his head in. "Retreat, you fools," he said quietly. When the guards fell out of formation, he came in through the gap, his hands folded across his waist. "I beg pardon, Huzur. They are new, know nothing about who you are." The old man bent his head and contemplated the line of blood on his stomach. It was nothing, a mere scratch. He mopped it away and then wiped his hand on the folds of his dirty dhoti. "I appreciate," he said, "the enthusiasm of these young men. It is vital that they question every person who enters and leaves the Shalimar. No harm done." The captain bowed, the guards bowed, and the old man slipped out of the west gate. Neither of them knew who he was, or why he had access to the Shalimar Gardens, where the Maharaja held Shah Shuja captive, only that he was someone of importance, a man it would be wise not to cross. The captain very much wanted to ask if the man would forget this little incident and not mention it to his king, but he did not know how to do this. The old man strode across the expanse of beaten mud outside the west gate to the group of horsemen waiting at the far end. One of them brought a frolicking black horse to him, and running, he put one foot in a stirrup and heaved himself over its back. Even before he had settled in the saddle, he kicked his heels into its flanks. The entire party vanished in a froth of dust west toward the fort at Lahore, the lights from their torches smearing through the darkness and then fading away. As he rode, Fakir Azizuddin felt around the waistline of his dhoti and undid a small bundle. The set of lower teeth, of the purest ivory, fashioned by the Maharaja's personal physician, Martin Honegberger, he popped into his mouth and maneuvered his tongue around until they lodged into place. As he did so, his lower lip filled out, the slope of his mouth became less awkward, his jawline firmed, and the ears tumbled from his face. Azizuddin, foreign minister in Maharaja Ranjit Singh's court, was as old as his king that year, 37. He had lost his teeth when a gang of the Akalis had swooped upon him in the middle of the night in Lahore, as he was returning home from an audience with his sovereign. This was before Ranjit Singh had subdued these most unlawful and marauding of warriors and made the Akalis part of his entourage and members of his personal bodyguards. Azizuddin's massacre of the 4 men who had jumped upon him in an unlit alleyway had been instrumental in bringing about this submission. The first fist into his face had knocked out his teeth. With a hanging chin, blood streaming down his neck and drenching his clothes, Azizuddin had spun around in the darkness, his quick eye noting the positions of his assailants, his ears attuned to their breathing. A quoit, the Akali's most powerful weapon, a slender circle of sharpened steel, had come whizzing through the air. Azizuddin had ducked and sent his dagger flying in the direction of the thrower. He had had only a sword left, and with it, deliberately, he'd slashed through each of the 3 men and left them cut up on the ground. The next morning, with a white, blood-mottled bandage securing his jaw to the upper half of his face, Azizuddin had listened as the Akali leader came to ask for a pardon. "Granted," Azizuddin had said simply, "if you lay your arms down to my sovereign." Every now and then, minor rebellions among the Akalis flared up, were quickly squashed, the rebels killed on the spot with no trial, no thought. This was justice they understood and bowed to. Indeed, Azizuddin thought, leaning forward in his saddle, the rush of the wind in his ears, his skin cooling after the day spent in the heated embrace of the sun, it was the Akalis who formed, now, part of his bodyguard also. As the men created a tight circle around him, matching the pace of his horse, the light from the torches glanced off their quoits, which they insisted on wearing around their necks. The inner ring of the quoit was all dull steel, easy to grasp, and if this touched their necks it was no danger at all. When an enemy threatened, the Akali pulled it over his head without mussing his turban or his hair and flung it in one movement, in less than 2 seconds. Azizuddin had no personal vanity at all, so the loss of his teeth didn't bother him. Only women ought to think of how they looked, how they smelled, whether their conversation was pleasing and pleasant. For many years, Azizuddin had served his master with a shattered jaw until he quite got used to speaking out of the side of his mouth. And then, a physician from Transylvania, Honegberger, had come to the Maharaja's court at Lahore. He was one of the many foreigners who had honed in on Ranjit Singh, having heard of his generous pay and his openness to odd men who could not make their way elsewhere. Honegberger had cured the king's headaches with a pink powder, something none of the other hakims at court had been able to do, and so he toppled them to take their position. One day he'd said, in his diffident, half-finished Persian, to Azizuddin that he could make him new teeth that would fit as well as his old, out of a pale wood. "No," ivory, it would never break, and he could chew on the toughest meats in the kingdom and make a mince of them in no time. And so, Azizuddin had gotten his teeth. They had wiped tears off his face, and he took the teeth out when he wanted to opt for a disguise. The streets of Lahore were clotted with the bluish-grey smoke of cooking fires, making it hard to see, but a sure sense of direction led the horsemen through one alley and then another. Dogs barked at their passing, children squealed. At one point an urchin skipped across their path, his hair flying, just missing being clipped by Azizuddin's horse's hooves. The city fell away behind them as they approached the Masti Darwaza, the easternmost entry into Lahore fort. Here, the reception was kinder to Fakir Azizuddin. His acolytes drew in their horses as the giant, metal-studded doors swung open, and he raced through the gateway. Before he could look back, the doors had swung shut. Azizuddin slowed his horse to a canter, rode across the courtyard of the Diwan-i-Am, the hall of public audience, and to the westernmost end. Here, he jumped down from the saddle and lobbed the reins to the waiting Saisars. He then turned right and north and went along a corridor to the northwesternmost corner of the fort, which housed the Shah Burj and the Naulakha buildings, both of which opened out into a square, red sandstone paved courtyard. Just like the Shalimar Gardens, this fort had been built, some 200 years ago, by the Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan. Now, the Mughal Empire had fallen to pieces, shrunken its boundaries to just the city of Delhi. And all the splendor of Lahore, the fort, the city, the gardens, belonged to Azizuddin's king, Ranjit Singh, who was ruler of the Punjab Empire. Fakir Azizuddin padded on light feet through the courtyard, past the fountain, and up the steps into the Sheesh Mahal, the northernmost part of the Shah Burj. Here, lamps were lit in every niche, and true to its name, the Sheesh Mahal, the palace of mirrors, glittered and hurled light back into every corner from its mirrored walls. Azizuddin passed into the riverside apartments and looked down and out toward the Ravi River. The Maharaja was a lone figure on a horse in the Maidan, the expanse of mud that crept from the walls of the fort to the banks of the river. Azizuddin stood watching until Ranjit Singh glanced up at him and raised his hand. In the quiet of the night, the Maharaja's voice came clear and strong. "Come down, Azizuddin, you have news?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Azizuddin shouted. Then, he turned and ran back out to the hall of public audience and, from there, through the western gate and around the walls of the fort, through the scrub to where his king waited for him. The Shalimar Gardens were laid out in an elongated rectangle, south to north. There were 3 terraces, the highest one on the southern end, 10 feet above the middle terrace, which was also 10 feet above the lower terrace. This demarcation in height created the public and private spaces in the gardens. The upper terrace, which housed the pavilion of the Avam on its southernmost end, was for the women of the harem. The middle terrace, in the center of whose pool Shuja and Ibrahim had wrestled, was the semi-private courtyard. Here, again, while in residence, the Mughal emperors had met with the grandees of the empire, or held amusements in the form of musical nights under the stars, and the orchestra would sit on the platform in the center of the pool, the emperor himself on a marble throne which jutted out into the pool. The lower terrace was essentially the hall of public audience. It had gateways leading into it from the northern, eastern, and western walls, the last of which Fakir Azizuddin had left through to go to Lahore fort. A long channel cut through the gardens in the middle from the south to the north, and thus had Emperor Shah Jahan brought his water feature into every terrace. Where the water descended from one terrace to the next, there were miniature cascades over marble walls littered with niches in which to light lamps on dark nights, and the water then flowed into the central pool in each terrace, and on its way down through the channel. Wafa Begum had taken her husband and Ibrahim into the upper terrace to sleep. Their beds were made under the stars, close to the pool in the center. A few coal braziers were set around the quadrangle formed by the water channels. Dried neem leaves curled and charred in the fire of the braziers, sending pungent clouds of smoke into the air to keep away mosquitoes and insects. A lamp, its flame shaded by glass and a wooden cap, squatted by her side. Wafa leaned against Shuja's bed, seated on the marble floor, and ate her evening meal. Every now and then, she tilted the plate toward the light so as to better see what she was eating, but it all looked the same. A mass of curry, The naan soggy in the gravy, the vegetables wilted in the heat, the taste unmemorable. Still, she ate it, licked her fingers, and wiped her plate clean. Then, she rose to wash her hands in the cool waters of the pool and came back to kneel by her sleeping husband's bed. She rested her elbows on the edge of the cot, her hands clasped under her chin, and watched the rise and fall of breath in his chest. When he stirred, uneasy, she laid her face against his arm and waited for his breathing to even again. She stayed like that for a long while. Across the courtyard was Ibrahim's bed, which he had insisted on dragging to the far end. He lay on his side, faced away, trying to put as much physical distance as he could between them and him, still fretting about being in the courtyard of Shah Shuja's zenda. Wafa placed a gentle kiss on Shuja's forehead and then took the lantern with her to the water channel and sat down on the sun-warmed stone. She undid the long row of diamond buttons that held her pajamas around her ankles, folded up the cloth around her shins, and put her feet in the tepid, swirling water. The servants had all retired for the night, or rather, she had sent them away, but she still looked long and hard around the courtyard, stopping at the shadows on the walls to see if they moved, listening above the noise of the water for sounds that were unnatural, man-made. Nothing. She reached into the bodice of her blouse and took out a sweat-smeared, crumpled piece of paper, which she held up to the lamplight. It was another letter from Maharaja Ranjit Singh. It had pretty beginnings, a flowery middle, a complimentary end, but in essence it was, as so many others had been, a demand for the Kohinoor diamond. She had promised it to the Maharaja herself, with her own mouth, so the letter said. And it was true, Wafa thought, chewing on her lower lip. Shuja had asked her to buy his freedom with the Kohinoor, and when Wafa first came to the Punjab, 5 years ago, she had figuratively dangled the diamond in front of Ranjit Singh. And he, ravenous, had wanted it. But, she had said, drawing it away from his avaricious grasp, she would be honored to gift the Kohinoor to the Maharaja, if only she were happy enough to do so. With her husband languishing in jail in Kashmir, such joy was beyond her now. When Wafa came to the Punjab, Shuja himself had fled east from Peshawar to Kashmir, which was also, then, part of Afghanistan. Here, he had hoped to gather an army and push back at his brother Mahmud, west into Peshawar again and then into Kabul. Instead, the wily governor of Kashmir, who had long chafed against Afghan rule, had thrown Shuja into prison and declared himself independent of Afghanistan. "Where is the Kohinoor diamond?" Ranjit Singh had asked. Wafa, who had the diamond tucked into the sleeve of her blouse, had said that it was with her husband, in his prison cell, and only freeing him would free the diamond. So Maharaja Ranjit Singh had sent an army thundering into Kashmir, annexed it to his Punjab empire, and brought Shah Shuja to Lahore to reunite him with his wife. Shuja and his belongings were extensively searched during their journey to Lahore, and no Kohinoor came to light. This was when the Maharaja had realized the trick that had been played on him. But, no matter, a grateful Wafa, content in her husband's arms, would soon give him the diamond. For good measure, while his armies were up north, Ranjit Singh had conquered and annexed Peshawar also and sent Shah Mahmud back to a whittled Afghanistan that contained now only the lands around Kabul. The light from the lantern dimmed, the glass encrusted with a swarm of moths that lit upon it and dashed away. The cicadas, which had begun their sharp chirping when the sun set, had increased their sounds. It was to this lullaby that Wafa slept, if she slept at all. She put down the letter and flicked a finger against the lantern, dislodging the moths for a few brief seconds. For all the loveliness, quiet, and repose in the Shalimar, this was merely a luxurious prison. Guards were stationed outside its perimeter. Nothing was allowed in without being inspected. Every servant was in the employ of the Maharaja. The night air cooled suddenly, and Wafa, born and brought up among the snow-clad mountains of Afghanistan, shivered in this little bit of chill. She lay back on the pathway and looked up at the skies. Ranjit Singh had been very patient with them for 5 years, too, when she had been here in Lahore, and these past 3 more since Shuja had been rescued from Kashmir and brought to her. Wafa spread her fingers out over the stone. The Maharaja could have killed them at any time and no one would have said nay. It was almost his right, as their jailer, to do so. She had no illusions about Ranjit's generosity. the Kohinoor stayed his hand. If they died without telling him where it was, chances were that he would never find it, or that some minion would, and he would never possess it. So they kept their lives, because their hearts were tethered by a thin line of light to the diamond. A tiny fragment of light. In the meantime, when the Maharaja was out of sorts, edgy, stopped their supplies of food or water, or sent them testy messages, Wafa had persuaded Shah Shuja to give up their other treasures. And so, they had sent him smaller gemstones, diamonds, rubies, topazes, a gold and jewel-encrusted haka, and finally, the entire state pavilion, a tent of the finest wool, embroidery in gold and silver thread on every inch of the fabric, a silver chair upon which Shuja had held court. Wafa Begum rose from the pathway and walked up and down, leaving wet footprints on the sandstone that seemed to dry almost as soon as she made them. She glanced at her husband, and then at Ibrahim. As much as Ranjit Singh kept them alive for the sake of the Kohinoor, once he had it, their lives would be worth less than nothing. Something had to be done. What? Who would help them now? Whom could they turn to? Her head jerked up when a thin whistle fractured the cacophony of the cicadas. The tune was familiar, one she had heard many years ago. A horse snorted outside the garden's walls. Wafa ran to the sound. The thick brick walls rose above her, faced with 2 rows of blind arches, rosebud merlons on the top. It was hard to see anything. And then, she heard a whoosh through the air, and a rock came tumbling over the edge of the wall, fell onto the grass with a small thud. Wafa waited, her heart pounding in her chest. What was this? An attack? She nudged the rock with her foot. A brown paper was tied around it with a string. She ran back to the lamp with the rock, undid the knot, and spread out the paper on the pathway. The letter that had thus crudely come into the garden was in a rough Persian. When she looked up again, her eyes were shining and all worry had fled. Wafa went to Shuja's bed and woke him with a kiss upon his forehead. Is it morning yet? He asked. It might well be for us, my lord, she said, holding out the letter to him. Fakir Azizuddin pounded across the dry dirt of the Maidan and came to a halt a few feet away from his king. The fort's walls loomed behind them, and golden light spilled out in a shifting pattern from the Shahbaj, from where Azizuddin had been commanded down. Ranjit Singh's horse, Leli, snickered and bent her lovely head to nuzzle against Azizuddin's shoulder. He felt the touch of her wet, warm muzzle on his neck and patted Leli absently. She sniffed and drew back, shaking her head this way and that as the Maharaja let go of his reins and said with a laugh, You haven't paid her enough attention, Azizuddin. She's upset with you. I suppose you have nothing to give her in that get-up of yours. When the minister shook his head, Ranjit slid his hand into the pouch hanging from his cummerbund and threw chunks of brown sugar, jaggery, to him. Azizuddin caught each piece deftly, his fingers nipping at the air, and held out an open palm to the horse. Lili's rough tongue scraped the jaggery off his skin, and then she touched his head with hers. The Maharaja of the Punjab rubbed Lili's arched neck with his thick hands, gentle as though he held a child. He bent to whisper in her ear, to pat her flanks, and Azizuddin felt a flood of adoration choke his chest. It was like this no matter how many times he was in his sovereign's presence, and as Ranjit Singh's foreign minister, one of the few men he trusted implicitly, Azizuddin met with and saw him almost every day, unless he was away from Lahore on the Maharaja's business. Azizuddin had known Ranjit since 1799, the year the 19-year-old boy had conquered Lahore. Azizuddin's father had been a scholar in the city, their family had long ties to its history, and had served every ruler. For the first few days of his rule, Ranjit had kept the father by his side, and one day had been asked for and granted permission to bring the sons to the king. Azizuddin could still remember that first meeting, clear as though it had been carved into his brain. Ranjit Singh had not been, and still wasn't, a handsome man. Almost unprepossessing in fact. Short of stature, compact with thick-muscled legs and shoulders, a solid head crowned by a turban, his clothing so nondescript that he could have been a man on the street. No jewelry, no embroidery. Just a chunky dagger slipped into his cummerbund, its hilt caked with diamonds. This was their new king, Azizuddin had thought with wonder. This child, no, that he had amended in his head, because both Aziz and Ranjit were 19 years old, This youth with a scraggly beard had managed to subjugate the greatest city on earth. His father, sage and old, had spoken eloquently at home of their sovereign, of his intelligence, of his very presence. Azizuddin had looked down at the floor, shifted uncomfortably on his feet, felt a frisson of unease that his father had been so taken in by this impostor. And then Ranjit Singh had laughed at something another courtier said, and the sound, pure and hearty, had wrapped itself around Azizuddin's heart. Even that laugh had the confidence in the power of a king. They had talked then. Ranjit had asked Azizuddin what he had studied. He had listened to the answers, and with a charming, self-deprecating shrug had declared that he himself was illiterate, and so in awe of anyone with a little learning. Would Azizuddin teach him? Yes, Your Majesty, anytime. Come every day then. The questions had come pounding out of the Maharaja with a force and alacrity that had surprised even the young Azizuddin. There was nothing Ranjit Singh was not curious about. The sun, the moon, the stars, the country of America, the British in Europe, the philosophies in Sanskrit, in Persian, in Arabic, in Pashto. What and why and how and when, everything began here and ended here. Azizuddin read out loud to Ranjit every night and every morning, and while he struggled himself to remember the masses of information, it seemed to have soaked into his master's skin. Devotion had come to rest in Fakir Azizuddin then, along with a fierce loyalty to this man who was, truly, meant to be king. What news? Ranjit Singh asked now. His whisperings had brought peace to Laili, and she stood quiet, picking her feet off the ground in a gentle, rhythmic trot. On his horse, any horse, the Maharaja loomed larger than his normal self. It was as though he was one with the animal. He could persuade Laili to do almost anything. Why, he had fought a war with an Afghani governor to win her, more than he had done for any of his wives. Laili was an Arabian of the purest stock, midnight black, with a white star upon her right flank and a blending of white on her high tail. When she had been brought into the Maharaja's stables, she had been finicky, demanding, snipping at her keepers with her strong, white teeth. Only Ranjit Singh had calmed her. One touch from him, one word, and her ears had quivered, her amber eyes had swung toward him, and from that day onward she would not allow anyone else to ride her. They wrestled, Your Majesty, Azizuddin said with a smile, thinking that he was himself much like the horse. They both had the same affection for this man. Ranjit sighed and rubbed his forehead. Again. And where is the Kohinoor? Azizuddin bit his lip. I don't know, Your Majesty. I've tried to find out. 2 months. He spread out his hands, and I still don't know. I think the wife has it hidden somewhere. Perhaps Shah Shuja himself is unaware of where. The Maharaja ran his fingers through his beard, which was disheveled and to his waist, picked out now with strands of white hair. He was dressed as humbly as the first time Azizuddin had met him, in a long saffron-hued tunic, white pajamas, his turban white, the same dagger in his cummerbund. There was a single ring of silver upon the middle finger of his right hand with an enormous pearl set in it, and no other jewelry. At one point, a few years ago, he had said to Aziz that he would wear the Kohinoor when he got it. When? Not if, Azizuddin had noted, because, as in all else, Ranjit Singh had no doubts that the diamond belonged to him. After all these years of waiting, it was rightfully his. So, hesitantly, Azizuddin said, Your Majesty, you have been generous, almost too generous with Shah Shuja. Why not just amend his life and take the Kohinoor? It has to be somewhere in the Shalimar Gardens. We would find it, upturn every slab of stone in the gardens if need be. Laili stepped sideways, carrying her rider out of pale light that flowed from the apartments above, and Azizuddin could no longer see his king. His voice, though, came in a slow and thoughtful rumble. Aziz, there's no use in taking life needlessly. I've never done so before. I don't intend to do so now. No, Aziz thought, he never had. In all the wars, the conquests, the battles, the life of every loser had been spared. Other kings in similar situations would not have been, and had not been, this kind. And, after all, Shah Shuja and his family had come to the Punjab in search of refuge, and though they had been granted it, they hadn't fulfilled the exact terms of their promise. The trophies they had sent were now stuffed into the Maharaja's overflowing Toshakhana, the treasury house. So why this hankering for the Kohinoor? He asked Ranjit Singh. Because it belongs here, Aziz. With me, in India. The Kohinoor is India, take it away from the country and the light departs along with it. You know that it was mined here, that even Hindu mythology puts it in the hands of the mortals as a gift from the gods? Azizuddin nodded. But, he said, a twinkle in his eye. Ranjit Singh laughed into the dark night, that same rich sound that had thrilled the young Aziz. But, I want it. I want to own it. I want to be the man who had the Kohinoor in his possession. I want to be the one who breaks the curse upon it, that only a woman could own it and keep her life. Now he turned reflective, maybe that is why Wafa Begum has been able to keep it from me for so long. What is she like? The question took Azizuddin by surprise. Why, he said, and then stumbled over his words, she has beauty, a strong voice, I've heard it more than once. Her husband relies upon her. She halted the wrestling match today. They might have killed each other by the end of it, if she hadn't stopped it. She's a woman, Your Majesty. What other terms could I possibly describe her by? Shabbily done, Azizuddin. I wish I could see her myself. Would you want to, Your Majesty? No, perhaps. For the last 5 years she has sent me sweet letters with honeyed words, knowing full well that I want the Kohinoor, and yet she's managed to keep it away from me. She has the saccharine tongue of a diplomat, Azizuddin. You'd do well to learn from this. Azizuddin nodded somberly. If it hadn't been for his disguise as the old gardener, he himself would never have seen Shuja's wife. For someone who had been brought up cloistered, who spent her whole life within the harem's walls, she had a knife-edged brain. His attention was distracted when a torch flared to life on the outer edge of the Maidan. The sudden flame stabbed the dark night sky before it settled into a more steady blaze. The man holding it walked toward them and then bent to the ground and set his torch upon a wooden peg, which caught fire. He kept on, heading in their direction, until a line of gold, from pegs hammered into the ground, created a blazing stroke upon the dry earth. What is, you'll see, the Maharaja said. Now, he shouted. At his voice, a man emerged from the darkness, astride a horse, riding hard toward the pegs. He had a spear in his outflung right hand, holding it well away from his body. As his horse charged, kicking up a blur of dust, he bent from his waist, his head level with the horse's head, and aimed the shining tip of his spear at the first peg. The tip went through the peg, and he lifted it into the air as he rode away and disappeared beyond the perimeter of light. Before a bemused Azizuddin could see a soldier on the side pull the flaming peg off the spear, the sound of horses' hooves thundered over the Maidan and another man came into view. In all, there were 3 men, and one by one, they sliced the pegs cleanly from the mud, not lessening the speed of their gallop, and riding away to divest their spears of the pegs before returning again. At the end of the demonstration, as each speared peg was extinguished, darkness pounced back over them. There was only the reek of spent fire, a bluish-grey haze of smoke, and the tired canter of horses being led away. It had been impeccably done. Tent pegging was not a sport for the faint of heart. It required tremendous concentration, a gimlet eye, an unshakable seat. Tumbling from the horse at that speed, spear in hand, or mistakenly plunging the spear into the earth and ricocheting from the saddle, either of these could mean death or a grievous maiming. Did they pass the test, Your Majesty? Azizuddin asked with a grin. He had identified the third man, Paulo Avatabile. Difficult not to do so, Aziz thought. He was some 7 feet tall, thick-set, broad-shouldered, and when he rode his horse, although he rode it well, it looked like a dog between his legs. Will you hire them? Ranjit Singh tapped his right thumb into the palm of his left hand, as he always did, unconsciously, when he was deep in thought, and Azizuddin heard this, the dull thwack of skin against skin. As the Maharaja's foreign minister, Fakir Azizuddin had a motley bunch of spies embedded in all parts of the Punjab Empire. And it was his job, and so consequently the job of his spies, to ferret out all foreigners on Ranjit Singh's land and send notice of them to the court. One such message had come a few months ago from Peshawar, that there were Firangis looking for employ, And so Azizuddin had gone to Peshawar and found 3 tough, rough men. Paolo Avatabile, he of the huge height, was Italian. So also was Jean-Baptiste Ventura. And their friend, Jean-François Allard, was French. All the 3 men had been soldiers, adventurers, in Napoleon Bonaparte's armies and had set out east in the early days when Napoleon had cast his gaze toward an Indian empire. They had halted at Persia and found positions in the Shah's army. As a consequence, they all spoke fluent Persian but also, and this came as a surprise to Azizuddin, more than a smattering of Hindustani. Why they had left the Shah of Persia's services, Azizuddin did not inquire. He did not care, and neither did Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Aziz had escorted the men to Lahore, introduced them to Ranjit Singh, watched and listened to all of their conversations with his sovereign. The men were not mere soldiers, they were leaders, and they came in search of generalships in the Punjab army. Nothing else would do for them. "I am going to send Avatabile to Peshawar, Aziz," the Maharaja said. "It's a city filled with dissidents. Maybe he can cut them down to shape, create some order in that wild land." "A good idea, Your Majesty. Perhaps his very size will intimidate most of Peshawar. And the others?" Ranjit Singh clicked his tongue. "They will be useful also. Here, training the armies, send an imperial order to them, will you? Avatabile goes to Peshawar. Make him a governor, some title of authority, so he can actually be useful there. He should have control over the revenues also. And choose a regiment for Allard and Ventura. They begin tomorrow, at dawn. I want to see maneuvers from their men in 10 days. "Yes, Your Majesty." Azizuddin brushed his nape, easing the ache there. His shoulders hurt also from all the hunching, and being in the guise of the old man all day long. He twisted his head this way and that, wishing he weren't so exhausted. Because there was something he wanted to say to Ranjit. It was important, or could be. But what? He sifted, in his weary head, through all the communications that had come to his desk that morning, before he left for the Shalimar Gardens. Something to do with someone in Lahore. An errant handful of breeze waved the smoke of the tent peg fires under the minister's nose. He inhaled, was reminded of the Firangis who had sped down the Maidan and thought then of another Firangi. The Maharaja had swung off his horse meanwhile and come up to him. He put his hand on Aziz's shoulder. Standing thus, they were the same height. His voice was gentle. "Go home, my friend. I will see you tomorrow." "Your Majesty." Azizuddin clutched at his sovereign's hand. "The Englishman, Elphinstone, is here in Lahore. He arrived 2 days ago." The Maharaja of the Punjab was blind in one eye, his left one, from a childhood bout of smallpox, which had also pitted the skin on his face. When Aziz looked at his king, he saw a handsome, sharply cut face, the bottom half enveloped in an unkempt beard, the eyebrows thick but cleanly arched, the expanse of forehead smooth, as though nary a thought had ruffled it. Even the blind eye was not evident really. Both of the Maharaja's eyes were a very pale shade of grey, the irises ringed in black, brilliant like polished silver. The blind eye was fixed in one direction, which gave Ranjit a mild squint, but this Aziz always forgot, because when his good eye gazed upon him, blazed upon him, he was drawn into the man who possessed it. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Ranjit Singh's voice was biting, his eye still flared at his minister, who now had his head bent miserably, the deep hues of a blush darkening his already brown skin. There were many reasons why, of course. He had known only this morning, and he had been at the Shalimar all day, and for a brief moment there, Azizuddin had not remembered who Elphinstone was. Not until now. He said, "I have no excuse, Your Majesty." Ranjit Singh began to pace the Maidan, hands clasped behind his back. He kicked at pebbles and sent them skittering through the dust. He slapped his hands against his thighs. He tapped his thumb into the palm of his other hand. Azizuddin watched him, his own brain flocking with thoughts. "Aziz," the Maharaja called. He went sprinting over the field. "Tell me again about this Elphinstone. He took an embassy from the English East India Company to Shah Shuja's court?" Azizuddin nodded. This was something he knew, also something the Maharaja knew, because his recall was prodigious, but it was always useful to refresh both of their memories. Quickly and succinctly, Fakir Azizuddin spoke into Ranjit's ear while the king stood courteously by, motionless and listening. Some 8 years ago, in 1809, Mount Stuart Elphinstone had travelled through the Punjab Empire on his way to Afghanistan. Peshawar was still part of Afghan lands, and Shah Shuja had come to that city to meet Elphinstone from Kabul, a monstrous mistake, because it was then Shuja's half-brother Mahmud had occupied Kabul and taken the throne from Shuja. The British had been worried about Napoleon's possible invasion of, and so their holdings in, India, and the embassy had been to seek Shuja's assurance that he would repel Bonaparte. That treaty was never signed. Before it could be, Shuja himself had been deposed, and the British had retreated back to India. Both of the comings and goings through the Punjab, Maharaja Ranjit Singh had allowed, seemingly distant, but in truth, very much interested. He had been content to watch and wait. An ousted Shuja was of no importance to the British, they had let him be for the last 8 years, and yet here was this Elphinstone back in the Punjab. By an 1806 Treaty of Lahore, Ranjit Singh had agreed with the English East India Company that the lands north of the Sutlej River belonged to him, and those south of the river to the British in India. However, the Maharaja not only gave them free rein to travel through his empire but also made sure that his bazaars and merchants provided them with the means to do so at low prices and with immaculate hospitality. Why? Azizuddin had asked him once, and the Maharaja had replied that it was always a good policy to keep enemies well fed, contented, and close to the heart. So, Elphinstone's presence at Lahore was not a surprise. What was unusual was that he had sneaked into the city, and that he had been the man who met Shuja in Afghanistan. The Maharaja spoke first. Napoleon Bonaparte has been defeated, and so, our tent-pegging Firangis came here for a job? Azizuddin bobbed his head. At Waterloo. He will not escape again. They've taken him to some island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The British will not make the Elba mistake again. Who then? The Russians, Your Majesty, Azizuddin said slowly. Rumor is that the Russian envoy in Kabul is very friendly with Shah Mahmud. Yes, he nodded more furiously. Sure now of himself, the British fear a Russian invasion of India. An almost full moon had risen over the cusp of the horizon, and sent its hoary light across the Maidan. In the plummy dark, Azizuddin had not been able to see the Akali guards on the periphery of the field, although he had known they were there. Ranjit Singh had not been king of the Punjab Empire for so long, and with so much success, by wandering alone even in his own lands. Now, the silver glow glittered over the rings of the quoits, marking each Akali as an obvious target for anyone who would care to raise a musket in their direction, although few wouldn't live to tell of it. The Maharaja put back his well-shaped head and laughed up at the moon. The sound reverberated around the Maidan, echoed off the walls of the fort. Our British friends are very nervous people. They worried about Bonaparte invading India, but to do so, he would have had to defeat me. Now they worry about the Russians. I'm still the Maharaja of the Punjab. Azizuddin smiled. It was true. Ranjit Singh was only 37 years old. Allah willing, he would live for many more years, and he, who had halted the rapacious East India Company south of the Sutlej, would not give up his empire for another foreign invader, whether he was French, or Russian, or anybody else. Elphinstone, Your Majesty, he said. The Maharaja sobered, combing through the hair of his beard with long fingers. Ah, yes, the problem of Elphinstone. Double the guard around the Shalimar Gardens. If the British want to steal Shuja from me and put him on the Afghan throne instead of Mahmud, they will have to ask me first. That's why they want him, don't they, Aziz? Yes, Your Majesty. Double the guard now, before first light. Azizuddin bowed, his hand touching his forehead in a taslim. He turned to leave, and Ranjit Singh's voice, lazy, casual, came to him. Besides, Shuja still has to give me the Kohinoor. He's not going anywhere until he does so. There was only one gateway, one entrance from the outside into the upper terrace of the Shalimar Gardens, set in the middle of the southern wall. The south entrance was also surrounded by the soldiers of the Maharaja. Though they guard was to protect every inch of the exterior walls of the Shalimar. After 3 years, the rotation had slackened. And so, every night around the first hour of the next day, The guard outside the Khwabag, Wafa Begum's sleeping quarters on the western side of the upper terrace, took a long hike through the scrub toward the fire that burned in the distance. An old woman, toothless and haggard, had set up her chai shop here for the soldiers this far, because she wasn't allowed to come any closer. Her shop consisted merely of 2 stones dragged together to hold a fire, a terracotta vessel atop, in which the water boiled, tea leaves she threw into the simmer, a brass pot of day-old milk, a mound of sugar tied into a knot at the end of her sari's pallu. For 1 cup of chai, she charged the men 1 anna. When they had drunk their chai, she wiped the cups out with a dirty rag and set them to dry in the heated dark. If she had been closer to the river, she would have washed out the cups. All night long, she stirred the chai and doled out cups, and when morning came, she packed up her things and went home to sleep. She had a young and comely daughter, who took over the chai duty during the day in the bazaar on the outskirts of Lahore, but she would not send that child to the deserted land around the Shalimar Gardens, to be at the mercy of these foul-mouthed soldiers. She came herself. The guard, a thin, swarthy man, came to squat by the woman and grunted. He held a shining anna piece in his grubby hand, but he was one of those who liked to toy with her, not paying for his cup of tea until he had drunk at least 3. He sat facing her, with his back to the Shalimar. She ladled out the muddy liquid, put the cup on the ground, and prodded it toward him with her knuckles. He picked it up with both his hands and drank noisily. "It's awful today, Maji," he called her mother, as did the other soldiers, because she was old, not out of respect. She shrugged. Awful today, awful yesterday, it was all the same to her. This was the only chai shop for miles, and in the middle of the night, they would take what they got. At least, the chai was hot. Her attention was caught by a movement on the Shalimar's walls, near the upper terrace. The moon had risen, and the walls stood starkly black. Something snaked up into the lighter sky beyond the walls, once, twice, a third time, until a figure showed, its arm raised to catch the rope. Then, the figure disappeared for a while, as the old woman watched intently. It came back, hesitated for a moment, and then a man swung over the edge of the wall and began to let himself down with the rope. The old woman grinned, showing a gaping mouth. She had only 2 teeth left in her upper and lower jaws. The guard eyed her suspiciously. "What's so funny? What did you put in the chai? Drink it," she snapped, "and give me my money." He leaned over and knocked her on the side of her head. As she lay in the dirt, arms around her breasts, crooning in pain, he helped himself to another cup of chai. He took a sip and spat it out. Then another, which he also spat out, as if to show her how easily he wasted the chai. The third he drank. The woman sat up, massaging her head, and watched as another man stood briefly in the light of the moon above the garden's walls and then began climbing down. His kurta was a patch of white against the murky walls, moving surely and speedily. The guard deliberately drank his chai, and then he stood up, lodged his toe under the lip of the vessel on the fire, and upended it. The old woman sat there, rocking and moaning, her eyes flashing with hatred. A smile gathered around her mouth. She let him go, with the anna coin folded into the cloth of his turban, and saw him pick his way through the land, gaze downward, stepping carefully to avoid snakes and scorpions. By the time the guard had kicked at the chai urn, the second man had descended to the ground. Shah Shuja jumped the last 3 yards, landing on the balls of his feet, the shock sending a jar of pain through his sore legs. He flitted closer to the wall. "Where is she?" he hissed into the gloom. Ibrahim Khan limped up, trailing a foot. He had crushed an ankle during his fall from the rope and eaten up the yelp that had come bursting from him. His face was wan in the moonlight, his hair shining in a cloud of curls. "It's a bad night to escape, Your Majesty. Too much light. Are these people to be trusted?" They turned to the 2 men standing against the wall, their clothing blurred and indistinct in the shadows, the clothes of their turbans wrapped around the lower halves of their faces. One of them had pitched the rope to Shuja, and he had heard quiet grunts as he heaved upward. Since neither of the men had spoken, or helped them descend. The letter tied around the rock that Wafa Begum had read and shown to her husband had come from Elphinstone. In it, he had offered to rescue them from the Shalimar Gardens, but it had to be tonight, in a few hours. Elphinstone had already spent too much time in Lahore any longer, and the Maharaja would begin to get inquisitive. Would His Majesty Shah Shuja trust that the British had his best interests at heart? For once, Wafa, more suspicious about almost anything than her husband, had not advised caution. "We must go tonight," she said. Shuja, awakened from a dreamy sleep, the muscles of his arms, legs, and shoulders fiery raw from the wrestling, had shaken his head to clear the fog. All those years of plotting, scheming, wondering who would help them, how that help would appear, had come to this. An imperative in the middle of the night. "Leave now." "How?" he had asked, but the letter only said in 2 hours, not how. They had woken Ibrahim, drawn him from his cot, doused his head in the waters of the central pool in the upper terrace, and whispered the news in his ear. Shuja and he had padded all around the upper and middle terraces in search of an escape route, or some indication that, suddenly, there was one. They did not descend into the lower terrace, where the Maharaja's guards kept watch, and all their movements were stealthy, quiet, so that no noise filtered downward. Then that whistle had come again from beyond the walls, sweet and lucid, like the song of a bird. A violinist had accompanied Elphinstone's embassy to Peshawar, and one spring evening, Shuja had invited this man's music into his palace. The music had a strange yet beguiling sound for all of them, a violin concerto by a composer named Bach, and he had asked for it to be played often, and tried to get his own court musicians to imitate that sound. "Here," Wafa had said, pulling them up the stairs to the top of the wall. They couldn't see anything of the men below, but they heard them throwing the rope and saw it a moment later, twisting temptingly just beyond reach. Both Shuja and Ibrahim had held back, too exhausted to make real sense of what was happening, and it was Wafa who had leaned over the parapet and caught the rope. She who had yanked it to one of the pillars and wrapped it around. But she could not tie the knot and sat there, trembling, her face drenched with tears. "Come, my lord. Are we going to stay here forever? Do you want to lose the Kohinoor to Ranjit Singh?" At that word, Shuja ran to her, knotted the rope, and tugged at it to check that it was secure. "Where is the diamond?" he asked. In response, she bent to kiss his hand, used his fingers to wipe away her tears. "Go, Ibrahim, and you must go first. Even if they catch us doing this, I will be safe. They will not dare touch me. Go." As she pushed him away, Shuja resisted. Go without her. What was she saying? She sensed his hesitation. "I will follow right after. After I get the Kohinoor, that is. Go now." And with that she fled out of the pavilion. He heard her running down the stone pathway alongside the long water channel, and then heard the soft, successive thuds of her feet as she descended the stairs to the middle terrace. Shuja had never given a thought to where his wife had hidden the diamond. Better not to know until he actually wanted it. If he had considered it at all, if he had been asked where, he would have thought it was somewhere in her harem quarters. But, to conceal it in the middle terrace, with the gardeners working there, the guards roaming around every now and then, in so public a place, why, it was brilliant. Galvanized into action, he shoved Ibrahim over the edge of the wall and listened as he made his way down. Just for a moment, before he went over himself, he tarried again. Where was Wafa? Why was she taking so long? Then, he swung over, wrapped his hands around the rope, and slid down the wall, his toes grabbing onto footholds in the dark, the rope ending far too soon, leaving him swaying above nothing. "Where is she?" he whispered now, glancing up with a growing worry. He said to one of the two men, "Whistle that song again." The man shook his head, didn't seem inclined to speak at first, and then he said, in a hoarse voice, "Too dangerous, Your Majesty." Just then, Shah Shuja saw his wife dangle a leg over the parapet. She hung over the edge on her stomach for a sickening moment, and Shuja urged her in a whisper, "Grab onto the rope, Wafa." She reached for the rope and let her weight down. It took her a long time to descend, almost 5 minutes. At times she hung in the moonlight, at times her body banged into the wall, but slowly she came down to the end of the rope and swung there in a circle. "What do I do now?" she asked, terrified. "Let go," Shuja said firmly. Ibrahim and he linked their arms under Wafa, and when Shuja waved to the two men to help them, one shook his head. Wafa Begum undid her tight grasp around the rope and fell into the net formed by her husband and Ibrahim. She was shaking, teary-eyed, and trembling, but she still smiled. Her thin chiffon veil was pulled tight around her face and tied at her nape, enclosing her head in a pale blue. "Do you have it?" Shuja said in her ear, holding his wife tight by his side. She nodded. And then, one of the men said in a deep, cultured voice, "Perhaps then you will allow me to take it from you, Your Majesty, and give it to my Maharaja." As dawn cleaved a line of lilac on the horizon, slitting open another day, a row of slaves toted loads of firewood upon their backs toward the Shalimar Gardens. The slaves were bent under the weight of the sticks, which were swaddled in cloth, strung with ropes around the tops of their heads like headbands. They flung each stack near the door at the southeastern corner of the middle terrace, by the side of a huge brick stove. The firewood was shoved into the stove's black and yawning mouth, burning balls of newspapers were thrown in, each setting fire to one part until the whole roared to life. Water from the Hasli Canal, which fed the fountains and pools in the gardens, was diverted in a little stream to the top of the stove and into a permanently built brick dome-covered stone cauldron. Pipes ran from this dome into the Shalimar, releasing clouds of steam into a series of closed pavilions on the southeastern corner of the middle terrace. This was the bathhouse, the hammam that Emperor Shah Jahan had built for the pleasure of both the ladies of his harem and himself. The only entrance into the hammam was from inside the gardens, in a series of three-pointed archways that were tucked into the corner. Shah Shuja lay on the wet floor near the pool in the center of the hammam, stripped down to a small pair of shorts and nothing else. His face rested against the stone, his left arm hung into the pale and green waters of the pool. Wafa Begum sat astride his back, clad in very little herself, merely a small cloth covering her breasts and another piece of cloth fashioned into underwear. She dug the heels of her palms into Shuja's back and ran them over the length of it, from his waist to his hairline. She made fists and pummeled the spent muscles. She kneaded his arms, pulled the strain out of every finger, bent to kiss his sweaty cheek, the hair on his beard scratching her face. Smudged light streamed around them in sharp bars from each of the skylights above. One lit the center of the pool, and the water glowed like a gathering of emeralds. Others cast their radiance around, lighting up the steam as it swirled through, taking on ghostly shapes at one moment, dispersing into flatness the next. Shuja and Wafa lay in the path of one such shaft of light, which glanced off her slender shoulders, dabbed at Shuja's hair, turning it into glittering ebony, painted its way over his outflung arm, and dripped into the pool. He made a movement, and Wafa rose on her knees and allowed him to flip onto his back before settling down over him again. They gazed at each other for a long while, not speaking, not knowing, perhaps, what to say. They had tried to escape in the middle of the previous night, had been captured and brought back into the Shalimar soon after. Merely a few hours had passed before they ordered the hammam fires lit. "What now?" Shuja said, cupping his palm over his wife's cheek. She leaned into his hand, her eyebrows meeting in distress. "Now," she said slowly and clearly, "we wait and see what the Maharaja will do." Shuja felt an ache blossom inside his chest, and he rubbed at it unconsciously. Seeing that, Wafa caressed him, taking his hand away, replacing it with her own. He kissed her hand, felt the warm skin on his lips, felt a well of tears rise behind his eyes. Even Wafa had lost hope. In these past 5 years, whether in the dungeons under the Haripabat fort in Kashmir, or here in the golden cage of the Shalimar, it had always been Shuja who had been doubtful, or pessimistic. Wafa, with her laughter, her joy, her belief that everything would go her way or no way at all, had a spark of hope lighting her from within. Oh, she had cried before, in distress, or frustration, or hatred, but she had never swerved from their purpose. Shuja would be freed and one day he would return to Afghanistan to be king. Shah Shuja swiped at the tears that ran in thin lines around the edges of his face and hoped that his wife wouldn't notice them. "Sweat in my eyes," he said hoarsely. She nodded, wrapped her arms around his, brought his palm back to her face again, and buried her nose in it. What had happened last night had devastated them, only because it was so unexpected, something they were so little prepared for. The shock was not of the unanticipated but of the fact that they ought to have known better. At first, when the voice had come out of the darkness, Shuja had propelled Wafa behind him, his eyes roving around, wondering where it had come from and who had spoken. And then, one of the peasants hired by Elphinstone to help them escape had stepped forward and, with great deliberateness, stripped the turban cloth from the lower half of his face. In the distorted play of light, the silver from the moonlight, the dimness of the walls, the dull white glow of the turbans, for just a moment, Shuja had strained to see the man's face and, for another moment, hadn't recognized him. He had whipped around to Ibrahim, who said quietly, "It's the old gardener, Your Majesty, we've been hoodwinked." Shuja had felt a strain around his chest then. All of this had been a trick, nothing but a ruse to bring them out of the Shalimar Gardens with the Kohinoor. And who was this man who had played at being a gardener in their midst? He'd raised his chin with a pointed, silent question. The man had bowed. "I am Fakir Azizuddin." Ah, Shuja had thought, the Maharaja's foreign minister. This was no ordinary minion but one of his most powerful courtiers. At his side, he'd felt Wafa shaking and he'd put an arm around her, turned his back upon Azizuddin so that he could hug his wife. When he lifted her face to his, he had realized that she was laughing, not crying. "What?" he had whispered. "Let me handle this," she'd said. "I'll talk to the Fakir." He had turned to face Fakir Azizuddin. "Your Majesty," the other man had said, "we could make this very easy, dignified for all of us, if you will only permit yourselves to be searched. After that, you are free to return to the Shalimar Gardens. With the Kohinoor in his possession, the Maharaja will be delighted to outline some very lavish terms for you. He has already spoken to me of an annuity and a substantial lump sum." "What about me, Fakir Azizuddin?" Wafa Begum had said in a strong voice, stepping out from behind her husband. The light was faint, Wafa's veil was swathed around her head. All Azizuddin could see was a shape, nose, the bones above the eyes, the jut of cheekbones, and he'd seen much more before of Shuja's favorite wife in his guise as a gardener, yet etiquette demanded, so he'd bent his gaze to the ground. "You too, Your Majesty." His voice had been deferential, but trailed into something very like indecision. Wafa Begum had pounced on that uncertainty and cut Maharaja Ranjit Singh's famous and powerful foreign minister into tiny pieces and strewed his carcass around. "You don't have a woman on staff, do you? I refuse to be searched by a man. You wouldn't dare do this to me." She had straightened her back, become queenly, regal, her pale hands fluttering in the semi-darkness. "In fact, I refuse to submit to a search by any woman." Easy to say because there wasn't any woman around, unless Azizuddin counted the chai lady, even now packing up her belongings and getting ready to close for the night, since her tea had been spilled by the guard. With that, Wafa Begum had strolled past all of them. A line opened in the middle of the group of silent soldiers guarding the southern gateway into the upper terrace, and went back inside the Shalimar Gardens. Shah Shuja had begun to laugh, mirth shaking his frame. He still hadn't said a word to Azizuddin, and Ibrahim hadn't spoken either. The minister had bowed to the erstwhile ruler of Afghanistan, and gestured toward the entrance to the gardens. He didn't want to search them at all, because he was sure that Wafa Begum had the Kohinoor. While the night had eaten up the rest of the hours, there were two groups of people awake, one on either side of the Shalimar's walls. Inside, Shuja and Wafa knew that this small victory meant nothing, that this was the beginning of the end for them. And outside, Fakir Azizuddin pondered and paced. He had come back to the Shalimar with another set of guards, only to find the escape was already in progress. For a brief few seconds, a cold hand had wrapped around his heart. Mentioning Elphinstone to the Maharaja had been almost an afterthought. He hadn't thought it important then. Even an hour ago, preparing the guard, during the trip through the scrub, a journey he had already made twice today, Aziz had doubted the wisdom of haste. But when Ranjit Singh gave an order, it was obeyed, as simple as that. And then, to see the two men in Elphinstone's employ whistling a snatch of a violin concerto, the blows on their heads, bundling them out of the way before Ibrahim Khan came snaking down the rope waiting for Wafa Begum to also descend. Azizuddin had thought himself brilliant in allowing it to happen so that he could corner them and snatch the Kohinoor and end all these years of futile waiting. But then Wafa had walked away with the diamond, and Azizuddin knew that it was she who was brilliant. He was just a fool who had thought only to the edge of the pit, not beyond it, and so had fallen in. The wily Wafa would have hidden the Kohinoor again by now. They had searched the gardens many times in the past few years, and it had never been discovered. He knew how much his king wanted the diamond, and Azizuddin wanted to be the man who brought it to him. He had thought for a while longer, and then walked around the perimeter of the Shalimar gardens, looking up at the walls as the light rose, giving a new set of orders to the guards. "I'm hungry," Wafa Begum said. All of their worries seemed to have leached away with the steam. The tiredness had left their bodies, and they both lay back on the edge of the pool, their feet in the water, looking up at the skylight. Shuja ordered the steam to be stopped, and the hiss died down into a quiet nothingness. The light from the sun seemed to burn away the mist and created dark shadows in the shade, a golden transparency where it touched. Perhaps things were not so bad after all, Shuja thought, his fingers entwined with his wife's. He had one more thing left to give Ranjit Singh if he became too demanding. He didn't know anymore if Elphinstone was truly in Lahore, if his offer to help was genuine, if the night's adventures had been an elaborate ruse. "Let's go have breakfast," he said, rising from the floor and helping Wafa up. They went out into the middle terrace, paused for a moment at the pool. The fountains were silent now, and water lay without a ripple, placid, the tinted stones underneath the surface throwing rainbows of glittering color upon the face of the water. When they ascended to the upper terrace, all was quiet. No smoke from the kitchen fires, no aroma of cooked chicken and lamb, no fragrance of freshly baked naans. Every morning, through the south entrance of the upper terrace, Maharaja Ranjit Singh sent in a mass of supplies, clucking hens driven in a cluster, fresh vegetables, spices in covered jars, butter and ghee in urns. But today, the gates had been firmly shut. The Maharaja of the Punjab intended to starve them until Shah Shuja gave him the Kohinoor diamond. For the next 2 days, Shuja, Ibrahim, and Wafa ate the ripening guavas in the trees, and then the unripe ones, their stomachs protesting. When the guavas were gone, they washed the green mangoes, cut them into slices, sprinkled on salt and chili powder, ate them until their tongues became sour. Desperate, Shuja sent the Maharaja his last jewel, a stone as big as his fist, hued in pale yellow, and said that it was the Kohinoor. A long 8 hours passed on that third day as they waited. Ranjit Singh had never seen the Kohinoor. He did not know what it looked like, or how big it actually was, or anything about it at all. A letter came from the king to Shah Shuja in which he thanked him for the Pukraj, the wonderful topaz, he had sent him, but it wasn't the Kohinoor, was it? On the 4th day, a slew of gardeners came into the Shalimar and cut down every tree. They drained the pools, shut off the water source from the Hasli Canal, and the stones in the central pool of the middle terrace lay twinkling reproachfully at them in the harsh sun. A few hours later, Wafa Begum picked her way over the stones in the pool, went to the fountain spout that was the third one from the northwest corner, toward the wrestling platform, bent down, and picked up the armlet hidden there. She was weak, rabidly hungry, shaking from a want of water and food. Shuja took the armlet himself to Fakir Azizuddin, who waited at the northernmost end of the middle terrace, his face turned away from Wafa Begum. Shuja's steps were halting, dragged on the ground. Azizuddin examined the armlet and the enormous stone in the center, which caught fire in the light from the sun and shed its lovely glow over his dark face. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he said. Within the hour, servants had brought in covered dishes wrapped in red satin cloth and laid them out on a carpet in the Evam pavilion. Shuja, Wafa, and Ibrahim ate everything in sight, drank cups of wine, and fell onto the carpets sated and full. The next day, they found all the entrances to the Shalimar thrown wide open, no guards around, the heated air from the plains rolling in. Freedom, Shah Shuja thought, as he watched the Englishman, Mount Stuart Elphinstone, ride his horse into the lower terrace and bow his head. More horses were brought in. They jumped into the saddles and rode away south toward the Satluj River. When they had crossed the river and entered the lands of British India, they were guided to a splendid Haveli in Ludhiana. This is the end of this book. Hope you all like this book. Thank you for listening. Please like, share and subscribe this audiobooks, and click on bell button.